so I just hit live, so we'll see.
Let me check it out. Let me see. Let me put my reading glasses on.
Please. Please do that.
As I usually do. As I always do.
Mm-hmm.
I love reading. Great at it. Is there any background noise for me?
Speak?
Hello, this is me. Welcome to Beetle Bee.
I mean, kinda, but I don't know if that's just...
Is it bad?
I don't know if that's just the feedback of your mic, because I know I have background noise.
I also have background noise. I just wanna... Let me see if my noise cancellation is on, though. It is. Okay, well.
I think noise cancellation
Maybe it is just my mic.
for my stream.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Yo, Tube. Cooling Rosa, YouTube. La 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 la.
Okay, yeah. I should have noise suppression on for my live, so they shouldn't hear my obnoxious fans. They probably still can. Let me turn them down.
Meow.
Hello, chat. Hello. Hello, everybody. Oh, Doodler, hello. Doodler, you made it.
Hi, Doodler.
How is everybody? I'm actually gonna play a more upbeat music while we wait, because usually the intro is like...
Why did you put a period after my name? I have been nothing but kind to you. I've been nothing but kind to you. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me?
I tried to play more upbeat music on YouTube Music, and the first song that came up was Die Your Daughter.
Oh my god.
For the intro?
I hate you. I hate you.
Oh!
Ooh.
That's fitting.
Yikes. Big yikes. I love this song though.
I'm gonna be sweating so hard. It's gonna be so hot in my room.
Dang. I'm chilling with this beautiful November breeze.
Well, we have the heat on, so...
Why?
Let's just get into this because we have a certain amount of time.
Oh yeah, that's so true.
So let's get into it. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. If you are new here, hi. This is a stream that we do every week or so, every Saturday or Sunday, mostly Sunday at this point, where we read the fan fiction for the Forgotten One from I'm_sorry_buddy. It's my favorite fanfiction of all time. And we read it out loud and we take turns reading each chapter together. We are on chapter 38 right now, so we're really close to being done. It's very exciting. We need to do 4 chapters today to stay on schedule to finish by November, because I want to finish in November before I leave for, you know, for home. Because then that'll be awkward. I can't go live and we have like 2 chapters left? And we're gonna have to wait for a month. And I don't want to do that. So...
Leaving that a cliffhanger?
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. So we are just gonna try to finish it up in November, so that means we are definitely going to be doing 4 chapters, Beetle. And even if Beetle has to leave early for work, I will do the 4th chapter today. We have to do 4 chapters each stream. We have to in order to finish this in time. It's just how it's gonna have to be. So yeah. It's kind of hard to explain what FTFO is about at this point in the story, because it's like so far in. Oh, bird brain. Because we're so far in at this point. So, for the Forgotten Ones, you know, follows Ink. There's a lot of different stuff going on. There should be a whole entire playlist now that's public on my page, so you can go look at it and watch all the streams. So yeah. Trigger warnings for these upcoming chapters. If we do 4, we're gonna get to the malpractice, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're probably will. We're probably will.
Okay. So, trigger warnings for these upcoming chapters. There's a lot. Hold on, I'm like gonna take a second to turn down bird brain. So I can focus. Okay. There is going to be medical malpractice in these upcoming chapters. It does get very descriptive. So if that is a trigger, I know that's a more common, like, actual trigger than just, like, gore and stuff. Well, they go hand in hand. But just be careful with that. There's still going to be graphic descriptions of violence. There's gonna be main character death. Or side character death in these upcoming chapters. I'm not gonna tell you who. But that is going to happen in these chapters. Someone's gonna die. If I remember right. Yeah, Beetle? Did someone die in these? Yes. Okay. I didn't know if it was... Someone's going to die. I'm not gonna say who. Someone's going to die. What else is there? There's a lot of violence in this. There's torture. It's a lot. These chapters are some of the heaviest chapters, I would say. They're bad. Like, they're bad. So, yeah. I don't remember, like, I don't remember what happens in 42. I don't remember if it's just paying all throughout this stream. I'm not gonna spoil it, but, actually, I'm just gonna go look real quick, just to make sure where we're gonna be. Cause I gotta double check. I think there's some comfort in these chapters later on. I think. No, there's not. There's really not. Oh, my favorite chapters! I just remembered what chapter 42 is.
You got it. You got it.
I just... Beetle, you're suddenly so quiet. I don't know if I just blew out my headphones or something, but I can hear the music just fine, so...
I didn't blow out anything, or I didn't...
Well, I said I. Okay. But, yeah, my favorite chapter, and Beetle has already agreed at gunpoint that I get to read a certain scene in 42, because it's my scene. Right, Beetle?
Yeah.
Right, Beetle?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, it's my fucking scene. It's mine.
Oh, I know. Rosa, you can have it.
Thank you, Beetle. It's so kind. It totally
Rosa said she'd let me in the basement if I let her read this chapter.
Shh. 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 So I'm probably gonna read 3 chapters, to be honest. Beetle gets 1. This is my moment. This is my moment, okay? I love... Okay.
Yes, Rosa, I am awake!
Okay, so... with that out of the way, just some quick stuff again. These chapters are going to be very heavy. Please be cautious. You know, continuing on. I will not be really giving trigger warnings throughout the chapters, because the chapters are very fuzzy to me, because I haven't reread it in a while, so I won't be able to, like, stop in the middle of it and be like, please be careful because of what's coming up. I'll try. If Beetle remembers, Beetle will say something. If I remember, I'll say something. Huh?
I won't remember.
You won't remember. But you might with certain scenes. You might. I might. I don't know. We'll see. What was it? What was I gonna say? Oh, another quick thing I'm gonna say. Me and Beetle make jokes throughout the readings. That's kind of why these streams are so long, to tell you the truth. We will make jokes between the reading. We're also, like, not A+ readers or actors. We will try our best. I'll stumble. Beetle will stumble. It's gonna happen. We're gonna make jokes. So if you're here for, like, we just sit here for 5 hours, we do not say any side comments at all, and we just read straight up, and we don't make any mistakes. Don't think you'll like the streams. Just gonna say it. Because we don't do that. So, I think that's it. I think that's usually my spiel. We're gonna switch to the sad music now. I'm nervous. These are the chapters to be all chapters, dude. Like, this is intense. Let me take a... I need to get my Vaseline. Hold on. Beetle, are you nervous?
I'm not. Why would I be nervous, Rosa?
Oh, no reason. No reason.
Why would I even be nervous? Nothing bad happens in this chapter.
No, nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
It was tense last chapter. I will admit that. I had my hand over my mouth when we were reading that one.
Yeah, I was in the middle of getting like that intense too. And I was locked in, and then you make a fucking joke. And it
He's having a
So,
baby.
He's having a baby.
I had to. I was so stressed. Okay. Is the Beetle, real quick, can you check to see if the music's too loud or too quiet? Because last time I think the music was too loud, and you could not really hear me that well.
Let me go see. Let me go see. Yes, boss. Yes,
Oh,
boss.
ads are on. Oh, thank you for telling me, Doodler. I did not know ads were on. I'm turning those off.
Wow.
I didn't know. I didn't know it automatically puts on ads on. Turn off. That's why I was like.
I think you could put the music a little less.
Okay. I will try. Okay, wait like 2 seconds and see how that is. I didn't want ads on this whole entire time. I'm so sorry, chat. You've been suffering every stream? Ah! I didn't know. I have YouTube Premium. I wasn't getting ads on my phone. Beetle, are you checking?
Yeah. I already just did. I told you.
No,
You
I mean
silly
like I
goose.
just turned it down. Can you check again
Oh.
to see if that's better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Let's do this. If I stumble, I'm sorry. I didn't wake up until 1 p.m. today. So, it's gonna be a rough one. Okay. Chapter 38. Bloodstained Dust. For the first time in its existence, night came to the Omega timeline. That was what a few puzzled inhabitants of Old Town initially believed when they spotted the darkness that slipped over the empty white sky, cloaking the world in shadows. Their confusion quickly became fear, as many of the humans and monsters recognized the dark force that had destroyed their original worlds and killed so many of their families and friends. The screams started up soon after. Parents grabbed their remaining children, siblings huddled together as though hiding would save them, and couples held each other close as they waited for the end. The first thing Corrupted Nightmare did was cut everything else off from the alternate universe doors area, covering it with so much negativity that any who tried to approach it would die instantly. Several did try, and they died so quickly that both monsters and humans disintegrated before they could hit the ground. With his prey's escape paths sealed off, Corrupted basked in the terror of the populace, taking a moment to enjoy his victory as they futilely fled. At his sides stood Dust, Horror, and Cross. Gone were the blank faces they had worn when they were first consumed by the corruption. Instead, they sported looks of quiet sadism, chuckling madness, and apathetic cruelty, respectively, accepting and revealing their true selves at last. While Killer's unexpected resistance was irritating, Corrupted was too enticed by the remaining members' negativity and power to be too frustrated. Killer would be dealt with once the Mega Timeline was destroyed, as would Ink. Simply for his own amusement, Corrupted shifted his weight so one of his tentacles was mere inches from Dust. His servant's cold exterior remained, but his fear spiked up. A siren began screaming in alarm as the guards were alerted to the game's presence, and Corrupted's mouth curled up into a sly smile. I will locate the world core. Kill as many as you like. Do not fail me. Dust could not show his terror, but Corrupted felt it, writhing. The only part of his face that was visible was his slit-like eyelights and his sharp grin. You got it, boss. He launched himself into battle without hesitation, firing upon a group of guards. Studio, they're leaving. I don't want to be in this stream anymore. Actually, I'm leaving. What the hell, dude? You just got here. What the fuck? Okay. He launched himself into battle without hesitation, firing upon a group of guards. They were dusted before they even had the chance to scream. Horror did not move at first. His fingers twitching madly as he reached for his skull. All it took was the false image of a red scarf in the snow for Horror to charge forward with a painful scream. His axe swung in a wild arc and sliced so cleanly through several guards that even the sturdiest armored human might as well have been empty air. Only Cross remained at Corrupted's side, locked in place like a statue of a long-dead sentinel. Cross was not dead yet, but he wished he was. Corrupted could sense his suffering. Unlike the others who were left drifting through nightmares as they gave in to their worst selves, the corruption had woken Cross from Ex-Gaster's grasp, leaving him conscious but still trapped as his body moved on its own. Me adding words. For all the power Ex-Gaster wielded, his overwrite still couldn't fix or hold off corruption. Cross could not fight back. Now one of his worst fears was his reality, as he became a helpless observer to his own actions, fully aware that he wasn't in control, but unable to do a single thing about it. He was the manipulated soldier, whose only purpose was to be controlled like a puppet. Again. Don't be sad, Cross. Maybe when this is over, I'll send you to kill that irritating protector. Corrupted offered in a mocking coo. This time, I'm certain you'll finish the job. Cross did not move, not even to blink, but purple tears spilled down his cheeks. They were the exact same shade as the unblinking eyelights that watched Dust and Horror cleave through the guards like they were nothing. They also matched the new scars on his face that perfectly reflected his creators. Corrupted twisted Cross's mind further, bringing back the desperate fever, oh my god, that gripped him when he slaughtered his friends in X-Tail and set him loose. Twin Gaster Blasters opened their maws, releasing swaths of deadly purple light. Did you know his Gaster Blasters are girls? Cross's Gaster Blasters are female.
That's actually really cute. I love them dearly.
Fun fact. As Dust smiled coldly, Horror laughed, and Cross silently and expressionlessly cried, the small light that was all that remained of Nightmare, which had been dormant since Dreamtale, shifted. He stirred just enough to agonize over the gang's fate. Don't even try that act. This is your plan, is it not? This is exactly what you wanted, for the Omega Timeline to fall. The light was silent once more. Corrupted stepped off of the building and landed in the street. All he needed to do was walk down it, and death followed in his wake. Any within his range collapsed and went still or crumbled into dust. Their lives snuffed out so quickly that even the human souls could not persist after their demise. As the gang destroyed the guards with pathetic ease, only two other things survived the onslaught of toxic negativity. One was the flickering form of a monochrome child. The other was the inferno that appeared in the sky above Old Town. Night had fallen over the Omega timeline, but the sun rose to meet him. "Brother!" Ignited Dream greeted with a joyful wave. In contrast to his cheery tone, his flames rippled and snarled like an inferno that wanted nothing more than to burn everything around him to cinders. Seeing him, Corrupted could not help but chuckle. "So you finally let the corruption take hold, Dream?" The golden flames that had taken Dream's body lashed once. Unlike Corrupted's still, shadowy tentacles, they constantly moved, snapping and hissing with repressed emotion. The monochrome form of Core Frisk flickered, and Corrupted sensed their fear along with the tiniest bit of hope. The constant flickering was irritating to watch, but he could tell their attention was torn between more than one place. It was no mystery where else they were. Corrupted rolled his singular eye socket and stared coldly down at them. "Oh, are you gathering the Protector and the others to save the day? It's adorable that you think that the one I nearly beat to death stands a chance to beat me." His lip curled with anger. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have a lip. "Even the Destroyer is now weakened because he rejected my gift. It doesn't matter. None can stand against me now." Core Frisk tried to speak, but could only manage to make a hiccuping sound. Their stress and despair fed Corrupted, and he was tempted to pat them mockingly on top the head, not only to patronize them, but to see what would happen. "When everything dies, do you think you'll die with it?" he mused out loud. "Or will you be shattered in the void again, left alone in an agony forever?" Core Frisk trembled. A blast of fire hit Corrupted Nightmare in the face. He snarled and extinguished it with his shadows, glowering at the inferno that still floated in the sky. "You never listened to me," Ignited grumbled, voice crackling like hissing flames. He pointed at Corrupted, his smile forced and his four wings held afloat, aloft in an aggressive display. "I'm very disappointed in you, brother. You're making everyone sad and scared. They should be happy. I can make them die happy. But I can't do it because of you. You hurt. You killed." He stopped speaking. Then he laughed, and kept laughing so much that he'd be crying, except his tears evaporated as soon as they formed. Ignited Dream stopped laughing, and his sharp smile vanished. The blast of fire was so intense that the air warped and overheated, expanding with enough force that several windows shattered. Corrupted was blown backwards off his feet. Ignited Dream slammed into him before he could hit the ground, propelling them both down the street and away from Core Frisk. The show of strength was not too surprising to Corrupted Nightmare, though the ferocity of the attack still threw him off guard. With his corruption consuming him, Dream was reaching his end. Everything he had left was being put into this final fight. Like a phoenix, Ignited Dream was burning to his demise. Unlike the bird of legend would not rise from the ashes, and despite using everything he still had, Corrupted still had the advantage over him. Negativity still overpowered positivity. Ignited Dream could throw his tantrum and fight Corrupted Nightmare until he burned away, but Corrupted would barely have a scratch. I cackled, imagine him going, bah. No, he goes, da 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 da. He's Hispanic, Doodler. Come on. The thought of letting Dream burn himself to death chaffed at Corrupted's pride. Corrupted didn't want Dream to simply die. It would not be satisfying at all for Dream to die that way. It would not be disappointing after all the years Corrupted faced off against him. Corrupted wanted Ignited Dream to be utterly broken, left crying and pathetic as he breathed his last. Rosa, tell Beetle to look at Discord. No, stop reading. Huh? Beetle, go check Discord? Don't know what's going on.
Doodler says, tell Rosa that when she scrolls down on the fic, the screen layout makes it so that the upper paragraph isn't visible. Beetle, you blind bitch.
I kind
Word
of
for
already
word.
knew that, unfortunately. That's just how the layout is. I'm sorry, Doodler. I will try to avoid that. The best I can. But I don't know if I can. Sorry. Where was I? Oh my god. Ignited Dream may be corrupted, but he was still fighting against Corrupted Nightmare, in part because of their opposing goals of how they wanted the multiverse to end. Corrupted wanted it to die, terrified and screaming. Ignited wanted it to die, happy and too content to try to resist. It was already doubtful that he would last to see the multiverse expire, so Corrupted would have to settle for the next best thing. He wanted the Guardian of Positivity to be completely defeated before he died at his hands. And once this multiverse had come to the corruption and collapse, Corrupted Nightmare would finally win. Corrupted grabbed Ignited Dream with his tentacles, ignoring how they lightly burned him, and threw him downward with so much force that the wing he kept hold of was torn off. Ignited gave no sign of pain. He merely laughed as he plunged into the ground beneath the forest they'd landed in, and his fiery form was briefly lost. Corrupted sent a swarm of spear-like shadows into the crater, but a column of flame announced that Ignited had survived the attack. Fire rippled upward, lashing through the air like whips. Its feathery blade-like end slashed across Corrupted's face, leaving a deep slice from his forehead and across his nasal cavity to his lower jaw. Corrupted touched the gash in shock, feeling the edges of the injury. It was already mending, but anger was quick to overcome his confusion. In a flash, his persistent sadism, oh my god, consumed him, and he set his goal of reaching the Omega Timeline's world core aside for the moment. He had another apple core that he wanted to crush first. Ignited Dream rocketed back to the surface, and Corrupted Nightmare met him in midair. They collided with such force that the white sky was overtaken as it shattered into cracks of fire and darkness. The once green forest withered and burned. Something isn't right. Me when I sense something isn't right. Something isn't right, Undertop Sands murmured as he stared at the phone he held. Something isn't right. Top privately agreed. He didn't turn away from the machine he was working on, as he used a tool to gently remove a cover and access the wiring underneath. Still no contact? None, Undertop Alphys reported with a frown. She finished the troubleshooting process she'd done for their communication system, and evidently did not like the results. Our multiverse communication hub is working. Only contact with the Omega Timeline has been lost. Before Top could respond, the door to his workshop opened, and Undertale's own Alphys entered. An agitated Undying followed her inside. Sorry we're late, Alphys apologized. Apologized? Oh my god. Use the right sense of text. Okay. Looking stressed, we got held up. Top placed his tool to the side and rose to his feet to greet them. It is no problem. Thank you for coming, Alphys. And you, Undying. Undying did not need to be there. I don't know why she is. I didn't want Alphys to come alone. Undying crossed her arms and glanced back toward the door she had just closed. We couldn't get into the Omega Timeline to confront the Council about what the hell they think they're doing. Top had suspected something was wrong as soon as his son was unable to call them. Unfortunately, Undying's words confirmed his suspicions. Is there anything we can do? Undertop Alphys asked. No, Top said bluntly. If it has been locked down, we do not have the capabilities to force our way in. Nor should we. They're under attack, Undying growled. That's why it's inaccessible. They're under attack and we can't do anything to help. There was a heavy pause as they all processed that. Alphys trembled slightly. Top's own Alphys did not look much better. There's nothing we can do for them, Undertale Alphys said quietly. She wiped at her eyes before looking to Top. How are we going to find Aster? She gave the machine a once-over and seemed to recognize it. That wasn't too surprising, considering that it resembled the machine many Sanses had in their shed. This machine can be modified to scan the void, Top explained. It can also be used to transport someone there and back, intentionally this time. Alphys stared at the open door of the machine, whose interior was just big enough for two monsters around Top's size, and shivered. You're going to send yourself through? The void is incredibly dangerous. You could be trapped in the codes. Top busied himself with checking the wiring. I understand the risks. I'll take precautions to avoid that fate this time. Alphys hesitated only a moment longer, before she smiled tremulously. Then I'll do what I can to make it go smoothly. Thank you for doing this, Top. I'm glad I can help. Top pressed the cover back into place. Could you hand me that socket wrench? Oh, he called her a wench! Can you hand me that socket wrench? Size 3/4. Alphys did before she began the pre-testing sequence on her own, asking Top Sans and her own counterpart questions as she went. Undying stayed nearby, keeping an eye out for trouble. Top doubted it would find them here. The Mega Timeline was a much bigger target. He reluctantly pushed his sphere for Core Frisk and the others away. All he could do was focus on the person he could potentially save. Did you know Top Sans actually hates Top? They have beef. Well, Top doesn't have beef with him. Sans just doesn't like him. Hand me that wench. Oh god. Okay, here we go. This is the medical malpractice section. Beware. Oh wait, no it's not. Not yet. The patient was unconscious. Not yet, but it will be. Ink laid him on his back on the grassy field, keeping a casing of green magic over the damaged soul that floated in front of his ribcage. Ink's green magic worked hard to hold the soul together, already straining. Unlike with other injuries, even horrors, it was not simply the mending process that gradually drained him of energy. This was a fight that forced Ink to dig in his heels and shield, unable to move forward and desperate not to be pushed back. Nightmare's touch alone was enough to dust the patient, and that was without accounting for the attack that tore straight through his soul. Without Ink feeding green magic into him, he'd be dead already. Ink could not mend the large slice that went from the patient's shoulder past the center of his chest, because the deadly effect kept fighting to dust the patient. As a result, the patient's soul and body were caught in limbo between a state of rapid decay and regeneration. The wound continued to resist Ink's magic, and he came to a horrifying realization. He'd seen the shadows that consumed Nightmare's body and the flames that consumed Dreams. Were they in a similar state of constant decay and regeneration like the patient was? I'm not going to be able to heal Nightmare and Dream in the same way as the others. It won't be enough. Ink did not linger on those thoughts. His hands did not tremble as he maintained the green magic that encased the patient's soul. The patient needed him to focus. He could only hope that Cyan and Gold's doses of emotion magic would be able to fill in the gaps to help Nightmare and Dream. There were raised voices in the background, alerting him to a potential danger. But unlike with horror, he could not risk moving his current patient. Something moved at his back and he almost startled, almost turned, almost lost concentration. But he didn't. He kept healing. He kept the patient alive. Brownish black moved in his peripheral, accompanied by startled shouts. A brief feeling of reassurance brushed against his consciousness as Broomy guarded his back. "Everyone, step away!" A voice that Ink recognized as Gino's ally called out, his voice muffled. "Give him room!" There was movement near Ink's left shoulder. He registered Killer's presence more than he saw it. He detected an elevated breathing pattern and soul pulse from him, but other than a slight tremor, Killer showed no sign of injury. Killer did not try to stop Ink from healing the patient. Some distant part of Ink was happy about that. He was too focused to be happy. Or scared, or sad, or anything really. Ink refocused on the patient that needed him most. Killer and Broomy would watch his back. The patient wasn't dusting, but he wasn't healing either. He remained unresponsive with his eye sockets closed. Save him. Maintaining his green magic, Ink accessed Blue's codes. His patient was Blue. It was Blue. Blue was dying. Focus. Instantly, he saw what he had been missing about his healing scans. It hurt to confirm that it was indeed Nightmare's touch that fought Ink's healing magic, and not any type of corruption. Considering that he'd healed Nightmare before, with no problem, did not speak well of his boss's current state, or the chances of healing him of the corruption that had hurt him so deeply. Ink placed his hope in Cyan and their purified negativity magic and focused. The large gash that nearly bisected Blue's torso and had bisected his soul did not fade. The constant damage that ate at Blue's health manifested as a sickly cyan bar of HP, causing it to rapidly flash between decimal points of 0.01 and 0.1. It almost looked like the bar that represented Sans' infamous KR. Ink's gaze briefly darted towards an option, but he doubted a restore would work. There were too many factors working against it, including the lingering effects of the corruption-powered attack, and the fact that Blue's attacker was the guardian of negativity himself. Ink quickly accessed Blue's health codes instead and did not hesitate to alter a line as if his patient had gotten a full night's rest. The edit boasted his HP by a mere 10 beyond its usual cap, but it was enough. It had to be enough. It wasn't enough. Blue was still healing and fading in equal measure, barely kept from dying by the edits Ink made in his green magic. It wasn't working, it wasn't enough. Ink had to keep trying, but he was starting to feel the strain. To Ink's surprise, Brumi moved in and swiped a streak of purple paint across Blue's soul. Before Ink could ask what Brumi had done, Blue's defense tripled, allowing him to better endure the rapid decay. Instead of being forced to hold the line, Ink's green magic finally gained ground and pushed the decay back. The reaction to Nightmare's touch weakened, then reached its limit and ceased. At last, the injury began to heal. Ink did not relax and completed a series of scans as the injuries closed. Slowly, he let the green magic begin to fade, allowing him to see the glowing white of Blue's soul. Ink, you need to go when you're done, understood? Understand? Fuck. Ink did not acknowledge Killer. He focused on the patient and watched his soul gradually mend. Eventually, the slash through the heart sealed, leaving a deep scar much like the one he himself had gotten from Horrortail Undyne's spear. Ink let the soul fade, and Blue stirred, but did not wake. He maintained the green magic and began to coax Blue back to consciousness. As he did so, he mentally turned to the paintbrush that hovered at his side. Brumi, what was that? Brumi simply responded that perseverance endures. Ink didn't understand. He was just starting to fully comprehend that he had no idea what Brumi, an extension of the Doodle Spear, was capable of. He sensed more than saw Killer tense. Ink. The dark brown shield of paint that Brumi had raised around them collapsed and evaporated, revealing red, edge, Geno, Core Frisk, Color, and Error. The gang's all here! They stood apart from each other, with Edge, Color, and Red hovering the closest to the shield's former position. They seemed scared and confused about why Error hadn't attacked yet, but also unwilling to move away. Only Core Frisk and Geno dared to get anywhere near him, though the dark stare Error leveled at them was their warning to not get any closer. Killer saw their audience and reacted faster than Ink. He grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back, nearly shoving him to the ground as he took a defensive position in front of him. Stay back! His voice was too desperate to sound much like a threat. Killer was confident in his abilities, but they were outnumbered. With their apparent enemies, including the Destroyer himself, it was a terrifying situation, but the simple fact that a fight had not broken out between those outside of the shield, as Ink was healing Blue, renewed his hope. Meanwhile, Killer still expected the worst. He stared down their enemy and got a look on his face that Ink recognized from Cross. Unlike Cross, Killer could not open a portal, and unfortunately for him, Ink wasn't going to either. From where he knelt beside Blue, Ink stubbornly gripped Killer's leg and glowered up at him. Try to make me leave without you? He said lowly. I dare you. Killer looked tempted. Too bad for him. If he pulled a cross, activated a token, and stuck it on Ink, Ink was going to come right back and tie himself to Killer with his chains. Watch them get separated then. A tremor went through Ink, and he could not stop himself from grabbing Killer's hand. Killer being Killer, and a Killer surrounded by enemies at that, he misunderstood the reason for Ink's fear and glared darkly across the field. They all hung back, even Error, who did not help things by glaring right back at Killer with a vicious smile. Ink saw the uneasy looks on Edge and Red's faces and realized they weren't approaching him. Fuck, they weren't approaching because they were afraid that Killer would threaten Blue if they tried. It should be obvious that he wouldn't. Ink was still healing him, but old impressions were hard to break, and it was clear that neither side trusted each other. Blue is fine. Not leaving, Ink interrupted. Killer made a low, frustrated sound but did not argue. Do you know how to use that paintbrush thing you have? We're not fighting, Ink said instantly. Brumi felt so right at Ink's back that he'd almost forgotten that he had not always had them. He could not help but smile as he introduced them. And this is Brumi. Say hi, Brumi. Brumi made a sound like an agitated rattlesnake. Killer was thrown from his aggression by a new concern. Ink, the paintbrush just rattled. Ink tipped his head in confusion. Yes? Why wouldn't they? They're saying hi. Killer kept a wary eye on Brumi. I swear, this is some other weird protective Wait. His eye sockets went huge. Is Brumi connected to that murder world? Ink nodded. That's right. Killer appeared torn between being impressed and having a mental breakdown. He seemed to remember Error, Core Frisk, and Color's presence and looked ready to start throwing knives. Ink sobered and stood beside Killer. He laid a hand on his arm. It's okay. They won't hurt us. They tried to kill you, Killer snarled. No. Ink firmly shook his head. It wasn't them. It was X undying. X-Gaster sent her to make you fight each other. He probably would have grabbed me while you were all distracted, but Error and Corrupted showed up and derailed his plans. Killer did not believe it. How convenient for them. At last, Corfris tried to speak. Killer. Killer reacted like a blaster had been fired at him. He shoved himself between Ink and their enemies, summoning his knives. No! Ink forced his way back in front of Killer, holding out his arms defensively. We don't have to fight. We need to save the others. They've been corrupted. Now that Blue was not in danger of dying, Ink finally allowed himself to process that statement. The panic that gripped him nearly caused him to choke, but Broomy hummed to him, reminding him that he had helped Air already. Before he could react, Ink finally sensed a shift in Blue's vitals. He knelt beside him again as he stirred. His eye sockets fluttered open, and he blinked lethargically up at Ink. What happened? Blue's gaze flicked past Ink to a scowling Killer, and he tensed. Just as Ink feared they may end up with another hostage situation, Gino stepped between the two sides, facing Color and Core Frisk and exposing his back to Killer. Like Ink, he raised his hand slightly, but the movements was more for placation than defense. I think we all need to take a breath here, Gino said levelly. None of us want to hurt each other. That forced a sharp laugh out of Killer, and he bared his teeth. Oh, I think I do. Color, Edge, and Red tensed, but Gino simply looked back at him. Nah, I don't think so. Killer's smile faded, and he stared at Gino like he'd never seen something like him before. Do you not know what I am? Do you not know who I am, bro? I'm Killer Sans. I do. Ink told me enough that I can put together what happened to your bro. Gino put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. I also know who you are now. You're one of Ink's big brothers. The one that likes pranks, right? I can appreciate that. Killer stared, then he looked down at Ink, who peered back up with a timid smile. Killer growled and lowered his knives. What? You want to offer an alliance or something? His tone was snide and aggressive, but Ink could see the unease he was trying to hide. Yes, actually. Blue croaked, voice raspy. He slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position while keeping his hands visible. The others are corrupted. We need to help them. You mean you want to use Ink to save Dream? Killer accused. He grabbed Ink and pulled him defensively close to his side, not even realizing what he was doing. Ink did not try to pull away, but he did plant his feet to prevent Killer from pulling him behind him again. He spoke up, knowing his voice wouldn't carry. We'll have a better chance of helping the gang if we work as a group. Okay. Like there won't be hundreds of guards waiting for us. Killer disagreed in a low hiss. After all the effort it took to get you out, do you really think they'll let us go? If they don't, we're still getting out, Ink stated. The light stinning in the codes that represented the Omega timeline grew in intensity. Killer, please. Dream and Nightmare's corrupted forms are fighting each other right now. Killer tried to remain cold, but couldn't stop an agonized expression from crossing his face. Ink understood his fears. Truly, he did. He understood they were vulnerable and could easily be left at the Omega Timeline's mercy once the battle was over. But the Omega Timeline would not be there anymore if they didn't help. Despite how much certain parties hurt him and wanted to hurt the gang, Ink was not about to let them all fall, and he certainly wasn't about to leave the others to suffer. Killer looked away from Ink and nodded. We're saving the others, Ink declared, looking towards Core Frisk and Color. All I ask is that the Omega Timeline lets us leave again in peace. No restraints, no attacks, no attempted arrests. He felt his glare quite literally darken. I will not stand by if anyone tries to hurt my family. At his back, Broomy gave a low, menacing snarl, as they agreed. They would not kill, it would make Ink sad, yes, but they would not tolerate any attempts to recapture Ink. And the gang too, they supposed. And even the icky Overright's creation too. Ew. Agreed, Color said instantly. We have bigger problems now. I wish you'd noticed sooner, Ink muttered. Killer's glower was much more malicious than Ink's. Fair warning, I don't give a damn about the Omega Timeline. I'm saving the game. If we have to fight our way out after, we will. We understand. Blue rasped. He still appeared shaken, particularly as he glanced at the destroyer that had silently observed the exchange. Era observed them all coldly. He'd been watching the proceedings with unsettling patience. The fact that the destroyer could kill a majority of them hung over the group, but Ink wasn't worried. Era would not hurt any of them. He had had plenty of opportunities while Ink was busy healing Blue. Will you help us? Ink asked Era. Color's eye socket widened in panic. Era noticed and gave him a grin that made Killers look absolutely friendly in comparison. I'd love to fight in the Mega Timeline itself, but even without the corruption, his smile was vicious. What if I decided to destroy it after? You won't, Ink said confidently. He held the Destroyer's gaze without an ounce of fear. The corruption wanted you to find the Mega Timeline, didn't it? But you refused. Era's smile dropped. He held Ink's gaze for a moment, expression stony, but looked away first. I don't care about casualties. Well, I do, Ink retorted sharply. No killing. Era's eyelight locked onto him again, glinting with malice. You think you can stop me? Killer tensed. Red stepped back while Edge stayed still. Color tried not to look alarmed, as he seemed to brace himself. Ink raised his chin defiantly. Yes, killing is not necessary. The corruption is like a virus or an illness for the multiverse. The people it has affected are not beyond help. They need healing and repairs, not more death and destruction. Era considered him silently. Even after the corruption was removed from him, a sense of deep malice hung over the Destroyer. Brumi was tempted to hiss, not pleased with Era, but Ink knew there was more than that to him. What do you plan to do? Era asked eventually. How are you going to repair them? We probably won't be able to sneak up on any of them. Corrupted knew my mission to find the Protector. Either he used Nightmare's powers to detect my emotions, or the corruption is linked, or both. He may have been spying on your movements through dust. I understand, Ink said shortly as his soul twisted with guilt. I wasn't there to scan the gang for corruption after Dreamtale. I'm not sure I'd be able to heal them like I did with you anyway. That's what Cyan and Gold are for. And this. He locked in. My wife, he's so hot. Yes! Yes! He can actually, like, feel now and, like, talk and stuff. My fan just fell. God, he's so dreamy. And now he has an epic scar. Wow. I love him. Oh wait, okay. Back to it, sorry. Ink stepped forward and held out the syringe filled with the leftover positivity magic to Blue. He instinctively took it, recognizing it instantly. Will it help? He asked softly. Oh, that was Blue. Will it help? He asked softly. I hope so. Red inhaled sharply and let out a breath that was too strained to be a laugh. This is finally it, isn't it? Either we win here, or we all die. We're gonna die if we stand around talking. Ink interjected firmly. Fuck. Okay, I thought that was Eric because he stutters later. We need to heal everyone, but the priority has to be Nightmare and Dream. I can heal the others too, but Corrupted might be able to take them again. He peered at Killer, who still had not lowered his guard. Maybe. I'll fight Cross, Air offered darkly. Ink recalled the dogged way in which Air had gone after Cross and shook his head. No, you will not. I will attempt to avoid other casualties, but Cross should be destroyed. Eric growled. Between the corruption and Override, he's too dangerous. Cross isn't the one that corrupted you, Ink said curtly. Misplaced revenge won't help anyone now. If I may? Corvus spoke up and smiled tremulously at Air. You can help hold off Corrupted if you want. You're certainly strong enough. Air stared at them, unimpressed by their attempt at distracting him. Trust me, I'd love to. Please don't kill him, Ink reminded him softly. Air did not even look at him. All Ink could do was hope he'd listen. Just as Ink turned back to Corfrisk, he heard Air speak. I'm not at my strongest. Corrupted is. Air said the warning so quietly that only Ink heard. Ink was quick to put together that his low volume was intentional. He did not glance Air's way and only indicated that he heard his warning with the smallest nod. Air may put up an unstoppable front, but his vitals told a different story. The corruption had been hard on him, and he needed time to recover. Corfrisk flinched violently, flickering, before they reappeared. The door area is impassable. I don't need it to get back in, Ink replied calmly. Corfrisk did not ask if he was sure. They merely nodded, sadly. Rosa, I'm so sorry for being late. I was playing Pokemon Go. It's okay. Don't even worry about it. They quickly hashed out what could barely be considered a plan. They had no time for further discussion. As they tried to organize themselves, Ink went to each of them with some of his healing food, most accepted, even Killer, who continued glaring suspiciously as he shoved the butterscotch pie into his pocket. Only Error tried to refuse, giving Ink an incredulous look. Ink simply stared him down as he put the healing item in Error's pocket for him, daring him to try to give it back. Error did not try, though he still appeared perplexed. In the end, it was decided that if the combatants were separated, Color and Killer would face off against Cross, Gino would fight, though in his words he was more likely to distract or delay, Dust, Edge, and Red would try to get through to Horror, Blue and Corfrisk would try to help Dream, and Error, Broomy, and Ink would try to reach Nightmare. As Ink raised his hands to summon a portal to the Mega Timeline, Red's comment that this may be their last chance ran through his mind. His hands quivered slightly, but Broomy remained a reassuring presence on his back, reminding him both of who he had with him and what was at stake. Ink lowered his hands and turned to Killer, giving him a fierce hug. Killer did not startle or seem surprised. For a moment, his guarded expression dropped, and he hugged Ink just as tightly, like he was afraid to let go. Gino stepped closer, and Ink lashed onto his sleeve for just a moment. Gino did not pull away and simply stood in silence, staring off into the distance. Ink knew they were all hoping this would not be the last time they saw each other. It was now or never. They were out of time. Swallowing roughly, Ink released Killer and Gino. He raised his hands again. "Here we go," he whispered to himself. Ink opened the portal. Yay! Yay! Okay. Let's get into it!
Let's get into it. Let's get her done.
This is where the violence starts, guys, so prepare.
Yippee!
It's gonna get bad. Okay. Killer was on the lookout for a trap from the moment he stepped through the portal and into the Mega Timeline. Many would take a moment to examine the world his boss had been hunting down for so long, but Killer's only concern was any potential ambushes or squads of guards that laid in wait. Killer's attacks almost went flying when Ink staggered the moment he stepped through the portal. He held onto Broomy to steady himself and took a few deep heaving breaths. "I'm okay," he rasped. "The corruption is everywhere. I won't be able to track anyone." Killer did not really see the problem at first. It was immediately apparent where Corrupted Nightmare and Ignited Dream were. Their boiling hot and chillingly cold auras writhed through the air like a toxic cloud, oppressive and sickening. The explosions of fire and shadow were another clear indicator that they were locked in combat. Cross's location was revealed a moment later as purple light flared over the town they had appeared in. Then Killer saw Blue's hand twitch towards the slash in his shirt and put the pieces together. If Ink could not track them, he'd be unable to tell they had been injured or heal them from a distance. He'd also be unable to tell if they died. Ink gave Killer a pleading look and one last brief hug. "Don't die. Don't be killed," Killer replied. Ink nodded determinedly and ran off with the destroyer and that creepy, malevolent murder world brush, Broomy. Leave him alone! He's amazing! Killer would forever deny that he had a brief burst of panic at that, but he had no choice but to trust Ink to come back alive. Let the broom win the game, okay? Color did not attack the moment the group split off, but of course he wouldn't yet. Cora and the others wanted to use Ink first. Ink was hopeful that the gang could leave in peace, but Killer wasn't. He knew the Omega Timeline and its allies would turn on the gang the moment Ink finished saving them. Killer had let his guard down before, and Ink nearly got a spear through the back as a result. He would not let his guard down again. He'd be ready for the inevitable betrayal this time. He, Color, Edge, Red, and Gino headed straight for Cross's location. Their guesses about the locations of the rest of the gang were confirmed as Dust Blaster appeared and fired down into the street, indicating that he and likely Horror were there as well. Ink and Core had warned them that using shortcuts would be a terrible idea, since Corrupted's presence may distort them, so they had no choice but to head over on foot. "Brief question," Killer said with deceptive casualness as he ran beside Color. "Did we destroy your world?" Color gave little reaction, though his flashing eyelight slid over to peer at Killer from the corner of his socket. "No, it was obliterated." Killer kept a vicious smile. "A shame. I'd love to fight you." To his surprise, Color did not sneer or give him a disgusted look. His eye lights and flames flashed to green before they shifted back to a rainbow of colors. Maybe we wouldn't have fought at all. Maybe we'd be friends. Killer had to snort at that. I doubt that. It's possible, Killer said. His bitter tone was reflected by his expression. I think I'm tired of fighting. They're gay! They're gay! Sorry. Killer tried to make a sarcastic retort, but it wouldn't come out. He should be annoyed that his nettling hadn't gotten the reaction he wanted, but instead his scowl faded slightly. Ink got through to you too, huh? He recognized the look on Color's face as one of regret. Yeah, I guess he did. The rest of the gang was exactly where they thought they'd be. The area might have been a town square once. Now it resembled little more than piles of broken concrete and mortar. Killer only watched out for the debris to see where he could duck for cover so he wouldn't trip over a rock. He focused on the gang and wondered if they felt just as horrified when they saw him enter his later stages. To those that did not know Cross, horror, and dust, there would be nothing different about the way they prowled through the town, tearing through the lingering guards and hunting down any that were left. There was an aggressive emptiness to their attacks, as though fighting was all they had left. Killer did not have time to linger on that, as Edge and Red immediately gained Horror's attention. They did not need to even do anything to make him turn towards them and charge. Gino made a small, wary sighing noise and went straight for Dust. This left Killer and Color with Cross by the remains of what might once have been a fountain. Two of the few living guards trembled as they spotted Killer, only to pause in confusion as they saw Color right beside him. Color raised his rainbow gaster blaster hand, but fired between Cross and the guards, disintegrating his purple knives before they could hit their targets. Get out of here! Color ordered. The guards fled. As they vanished from sight, Cross turned to Color and Killer, revealing his face to them. The glowing purple cracks on his skull looked like a gaster's scar. Killer felt sick just looking at them. He did not want to know how Cross would react when he saw his reflection. Please let Ink be able to heal that. Killer did not manage to get a word out before a gaster blaster appeared with its maw open wide. Both he and Color jumped to opposite sides as the blaster tore a crevice into the ground between them. Killer noted that while the stone beside his feet was stable, the stone by Color's was melted, suggesting the blast had been closer to him. Killer lunged forward and a giant purple hand filled his vision. It snatched his arm and tossed him aside like unwanted trash. Killer hit and fell over a broken wall with a swear and pushed himself up. A colorful blast of light lit up the debris-filled street, but Cross evaded it, moving so rapidly he appeared to teleport as he appeared behind Color. Color deflected a slash from a knife with a bone attack. Another blunt bone hit Cross in the chest, setting him flying, but he caught himself with a blaster and propelled himself off of it, swinging at Color's neck. Killer charged in, and Cross jolted, rolling in midair to avoid him. Trusting Cross's defense, Killer stabbed a knife into Cross's shoulder. He did not even flinch and brought his hand up with a slash that could have sliced Killer's face open from chin to forehead. Killer jerked back just in time and got a kick to the chest for his efforts. He hit the ground and felt a familiar pull in his chest, but stabbed his knife into the street, stopping his momentum just long enough for Color to dive back in and distract Cross, making him release Killer's soul. Killer would be offended if he wasn't so relieved. He knew Cross, he'd seen him fight, and he could recognize when Cross was holding back. A few more dodged attacks confirmed Killer's suspicions. Every attack was directed at Color, while Killer was blocked or batted away. As another purple knife was flung at Color, Killer took a chance and threw himself in front of the attack. The purple knife turned 90 degrees and hit Rebel instead. Killer's grin twitched, then stretched viciously across his face. I knew it. The feral joy in his voice seemed to confuse Cross, who ceased his attack to consider Killer warily. Killer stared right back, even as his grin grew tense. You won't hurt me, just like you won't overwrite any of us. That's what you promised, Dust. Cross stared at him expressionlessly, like he did not care at all. Killer did not know if he could care right now. He had no idea if Cross could even hear him. But possessed and corrupted or not, Cross was in there, and it was up to Killer to get through to him. It should be anyone else doing this. Ink, Dust, Horror, Nightmare, anyone from the gang other than Killer would be a better choice at getting through to someone. But there was no one else here to try. Only Killer. I won't tell you some heartfelt shit to try to make you gain control, Killer said bluntly. I know it doesn't work like that sometimes. You try and you try, but sometimes you can't fight it. Things get so screwed up that all you can do is sink. It doesn't mean it's your fault. So don't you dare give up, you hear me? Cross did not react. There was no flicker in his cold purple eyelights or shift in his expression. Killer did not really expect there to be one. All he could do was hope that Cross was listening. Color's gaze darted between them and his expression shifted slightly. Cross sighed. It was a low, annoyed sound like he thought all of this was a waste of his time. A chill went down Killer's spine as Cross settled with his hands behind his back. His posture unnervingly straight and arrogant as he glared apathetically at him. When Cross opened his mouth, it was not only his voice that came out. Underlying, it was the icy, precise tones that could only be ex-Gaster. I've had enough of your interference. Purple eyelight shifted, expanding into X-like shapes. Cross has already killed one brother. Shall we make it two? Something large warped around Killer from behind, pinning his arms against his sides and keeping him from moving as another open hand appeared right in front of him. It crackled with unsettling purple energy as its fingers twitched and a spike manifested in its palm. Killer flipped a knife into his hand, jamming it upward with a short, backhanded thrust, and yanked his arm free enough to slash through several more fingers and free himself. The disintegrating purple hand released him faster than he anticipated, and his body fell forward as the other hand shot forth to meet him. Color grabbed Killer's sleeve, barely catching him by it as he fell onto his knees. A Gaster fired in their intended path, and Color planted his feet as he pushed himself back to try to dodge. He raised his other hand to shield himself and Killer with a blockade of bone attacks and a blaster. He might as well have raised a sheet of paper to try to defend them. The hand tore straight through Color's defensive attacks as if they were empty air, but rather than release Killer, who hadn't gotten his footing, Color moved in front. He could have pushed Killer into the blaster fire or dropped him like hot coal to get him to safety. He didn't. The spike pierced right through Color's soul and chest. It vanished the moment it hit its target, leaving Killer to stare at the bleeding hole it had left in Color's back. Color did not scream or make a noise of pain. Sanses like them were used to seeing and experiencing injuries like that. Killer had gotten and made his own share of chest wounds. Cross had delivered his fair share too. He didn't even watch as Color silently fell, his gaze already turned towards the horizon, where fire and shadows battled. Killer had been in enough battles to know he should leave Color to fall, yet he dove for him anyway, catching him just like Color had just caught him. Killer did not need sensing abilities to know this was more than a physical attack. Cross's attack had broken more than what could be seen. He knew better than to hope that Color could take the hit. Killer was proven right as the wound began to slowly grow larger. The rapid loss was unnaturally quick, like Color was rotting from the inside out. His breaking bone crumbled similarly, Error's much more gradual decay. But this wasn't corruption. This had been more than just a magic attack, but it wasn't that. There had been something else in it, something that bypassed Color's defense and durability, like it did not even matter. One hit. It had taken one hit from a corrupted ex-Gaster-controlled Cross to bring Color down. And that attack had been meant for Killer. This wasn't Cross. That wasn't Cross. Even when he's corrupted, he's not that malicious towards us. That's from ex-Gaster, it has to be. What else can ex-Gaster do? Cross did not take the opportunity to attack Killer as he uselessly held Color. He stared at the column of flames and shadows, transfixed. When his eye sockets narrowed, the scars pulled on his face, cracking further along his skull. He vanished before Killer could stop him, leaving him with a stupid, reckless, infuriating Sans dying in his arms. Why? Color screamed. Killer screamed at Color! He did not wait for an answer as he laid Color on his back and pressed useless hands over the wound. Applying pressure wouldn't help. Like with Blue, the attack had gone through Color's soul. He needed a healer. He needed ink. But ink wasn't here this time. The healing food he'd given Killer and Color wasn't enough. Killer grabbed the pie to try anyway, but Color grasped his wrist, stopping his hand. When he tried to speak, more blood dripped down his chin. It won't— Shut up! Killer snapped at him. You don't get to pull some heroic bullshit on me like this, you hear? Screw you! Screw you for shilling me like that! Screw you for— Killer did not cry. There were few he would cry for, and Color was not one of them. His hands curled over the widening injury. They were no longer holding anything. There was nothing they could hold there anymore. Why? Killer demanded. Why? You hate me! I don't hate you, Color rasped. Hate is a waste of energy. He took a rattling breath, and his exhale caused more blood to drip over his chin. As for why, I don't know. My body just moved on its own. Thought I could take the hit or get us both out of the way, but I guess not. Every Sans runs out of dodges eventually, I guess. The flames in Color's skull sputtered, then extinguished, leaving a dark hole in his head. The revealed broken edges of his skull chipped away as it slowly crumbled. Color's ribcage dusted even faster. He made a low, gasping sound, and Killer grabbed his hand, holding on. He had seen so many Sanses die. He had killed so many, and he'd been killed before himself. He couldn't leave Color to die alone. That was a lie. Color confessed breathlessly. I know why. Killer did not. He did not understand how Color could put himself between a murderer and his murderous and mind-controlled brother. He could not help Color in return. He could not save him. He could do nothing but watch as another life faded before his eyes. Color's eye light flicked between yellow and purple before they eventually shifted to deep blue and green. He had the gall to smile at Killer. He smiled at him with genuine warmth, like they were old friends, like he joked about. I lost my family long ago. I hope you save yours, like they saved you. The last bit of light in Color's sockets faded. His hand went lax in Killer's before it and the rest of his body crumbled away. His dust stained Killer's sleeves. Killer's fingers twitched, then slowly lay down on his knees, his palms facing upward as he stared at the dust on his gloves. He got to his feet. He did not cry. He did not grieve or rage or once again ask why, but for a moment, he mourned a friendship that never had the chance to be. Yay! He's dead! Yay! I will say, when I first read this chapter, I was like so shocked. Fun fact for people who weren't there when this was updating at the time, Buddy added the character death tag just randomly, like a couple chapters before this happened. So you go in not expecting the actual character death, but then you see that and you're like, wait, who's gonna die? But you don't know who to expect, and then boom! Boom! It's Color! And I was like, what the fuck? What? Because you go into the fic not expecting it to happen, and then it happened!
Don't we love Color, guys? Guys, don't we love Color? Isn't Color such a great...
My lisp came out there when I was reading Killer, so I think that ruined the scene a little bit. Killer just gets a lisp when he's upset. Yeah. R.I.P. And cause I was like gaslighting myself. I was like, oh, Ink's gonna bring him back. Later on, like, yeah, he's gonna, no, he doesn't. I need y'all to know that, like, yeah, Color's gone. He's gone.
Like, goddamn!
Like, he's dead. He's not gonna come back. And I'm not lying to you guys. This is slash serious. He's dead. Don't try to have hope. I'm sorry, guys. He's dead. Because again, I gaslit myself, and I was like, no, he's gonna come back. I'm like, no. They're gonna bring him back. They're gonna bring him back. Like, come on.
I wanna switch. I wanna switch.
Like, he's gonna come back. What do you mean? He didn't come back. He's not coming back. He's not coming back. Yeah.
He's not coming
He's
back.
not coming back. Okay. Let me finish out the chapter.
My guy is not making a comeback.
Bro is
Unfortunately,
dead.
The band has broken up.
Bro died in his, like, future boyfriend's arms. So sad.
That's so sad.
Killer will never get his yaoi. Okay. Hey! Gino greeted casually. We didn't really get to meet before. I'm Gino. You're Dust, right? Dust responded by flinging an indigo-shaded bone attack at him. Gino dodged, then dodged the second bone and landed lightly on top of what might have been a low stone wall. Its shape suggested it had once been a place where people could sit and take a rest. It was broken now, but Gino could feel that it wouldn't crumble beneath him. There were also piles of dust and other bits that would cause many monsters to shudder, but Gino had witnessed too much to feel ill. We have matching scarves, he commented, as though Dust had not just attacked him. But I suppose how we got them is different. I won't judge you for that. I've made my fair share of questionable decisions too. Gino's foot barely hit the ground before he moved again, evading a blaster's shot with apparent ease. He was used to dodging, but he kept an eye out for anything that might trip him up. The broken town square had bits of debris and other hazards that a judgment hall didn't. Dust's attacks followed him, peppering the broken buildings and rubble with attacks and melting concrete and mortar with blasts of indigo light. Dust's expression was hidden by the shadow of his hood, which was so dark it looked like he did not have a face at all. Even the cold smile he had worn when Gino first appeared was gone, leaving him cloaked in darkness. Your family's gotten bigger since then, huh? Gino continued his commentary. Sometimes that makes you feel guilty, like you're leaving your bro behind. His smile faltered. I get that. Gino landed and summoned a line of diagonal bones, diverting Dust's bone attack just enough that it flew by his skull and impacted the remnants of a broken building. The side was mostly gone, but the last couple letters suggested it had been the town's Willoughbys. Gino kept his head in the present day. Look, I know I'm no one to you, but we're both someone to ink. That makes me invested. Gino kept dodging. Dust didn't move. That could indicate a few things. Either Dust thought he could take the hit, he didn't care if he was hit, or he wasn't giving it his all. Gino suspected it was a mix of the three. No matter the reason, Gino could use this. And we both know you don't want this. Bones extended diagonally over Dust's feet, holding them and him in place, and his dismissive apathy became panic. His hood fell back slightly, revealing clenched teeth and wide eye sockets that glowed with terror, and he swung his arms wildly. Gino jerked his head to the side, avoiding the glowing bone, only for the glow to intensify. He dodged frantically and took cover as the bone exploded into sharpnel-like shards. He heard them pepper his shelter. In the following silence, he heard a soft sound. Gino peered cautiously around the edge of the wall, but heard Dust before he saw him. The sound of the soft, desperate breathing that accompanied pure panic was uncomfortably familiar. It seemed like Dust had a problem with being pinned in place, considering the fates of many Sanses. Gino understood completely. He stepped out of cover, and Dust's gaze locked onto him with such fear that he knew he was seeing someone else. Maybe Kara, or Frisk, or even Papyrus. Gino stepped forward, his scarf rippling behind him, and Dust screamed. The sound that tore from his throat was so raw and agonizing that Gino froze in place. Dust hunched in on himself, gaze still locked onto Gino with terror. Boss, Nightmare, please, please. Gino's scarf swayed behind him, its ends flickering slightly as they shifted in the air. He watched Dust beg, and his melted eye socket itched. The pixels over his right eye socket flickered as his fingers brushed against them. His soul felt heavy, like a stone in his chest. He looked practically nothing like Nightmare, but the corruption made Dust see his boss anyway. I don't think that's necessarily true. He has a melted eye. And the same area as Nightmare. He looks nothing like Nightmare? I feel like that's a pretty big indication. Okay, whatever. Gino, you're insane. Dust had said boss and Nightmare not corrupted. Gino was not equipped to deal with this. Ink hadn't told him all the details of Corrupted's violent attack in Dreamtale, but he'd implied enough. Gino didn't know exactly what Dust was seeing now, but it wasn't anything good. He wondered how long Dust's near-death experience at Corrupted's hands had haunted him. He suspected he kept it to himself. In his desperation to get free of whatever he thought was holding him in place, Dust tore his shoe off and unbalanced himself, falling to the ground. Gino almost reached out to help him up, but remembered himself just in time. Dust did not even try to attack him again. Other than the small, ineffective movements he made to try to get his other foot free, he did not move at all. He remained still, like he was waiting for death to come for him. He finally wrenched his other foot free, but did not attack again, remaining frozen. Like Gino's scarf, Dust fluttered and moved with the soft wind. As easy as it would be to see that scarf and hate him, Gino couldn't do it. Just like he couldn't judge him. I'm Gino, pal. Just Gino. I'd never hurt one of Ink's big bros. Dust stared through him like he was not sure Gino was there. He slowly moved into a position like he was going to push himself, but instead he remained on his knees. One hand dug into the cobblestone beneath him, clawing at the stone in a way that had to hurt, while the other clutched desperately at the collar of his scarf. Perhaps? Dust called out feebly. For the briefest moment, Gino swore he saw red gloves and another scarf behind Dust, with ghostly limbs wrapped around him like a hug. Dust's hands went through the glove and trembled. He looked up at Gino, his hood far back enough to reveal all the desperation on his face. Help? Dust asked him. There was a lot of monsters that would see the gang members kneeling on the ground, practically crawling as he reached out for assistance with desperation on his face, and would kick him while he was down. Dust was vulnerable, his defenses were down. It would be a lot easier for monsters to do more damage, especially if they had malicious intent. Gino was not one of those monsters. There was already too much hatred and disdain in the multiverse. Gino was no saint, but he decided that he'd do his best not to add to it. He took Dust's hand and pulled him up, supporting him with an arm across his back when his legs shook. Yeah, Gino said softly. Let's get you help. Yay! Dust is okay. Dust is okay, guys. He's okay. No, damn it, you get the scene back! Oh well, you can have it. I'm taking the other one.
H-E-H /. Exactly.
What?
All right, gang. You don't get it. You
No,
just don't get it.
What?
You don't get it.
Hold on, someone said they have a question for the end of the chapter, so I'm waiting to see what that question is.
Mm-hmm. In the entirety of you reading that chapter, I created an entire watercolor painting.
Void came in and was like, I feel like I just skipped 20 seasons ahead in a show right now. What the heck? Yeah, you missed some stuff, Void. So before we start, can I ask a question? Sure. What's the question? You reading that entire chapter allowed me to pull Silent Salt Cookie. I forgot he was out. And I also forgot they made him a man.
Didn't you used to make fun of me for playing Cookie Run Kingdom?
Me?
Doodler?
Oh.
Doodler? That's right, I'm calling you out on live.
Mito, do you know what today is?
What's today?
November 16th?
It does feel important. I don't remember.
You need to think deeply and hard about this one. What happened on November 16th?
I have to give me a second. 5 years ago.
Why do you think Doodler's
5 years
reacting that way?
What'd I do?
What happened 5 years ago on November 16th, chat? I'm not talking about real life.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm like, what are you talking about?
5 years ago today, Lemamberg exploded.
Oh, my god, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I remember cause recently the anniversary for, oh my god, what was it called? Whatever the war was called. Oh my god. I just killed myself 3 times in my brain. I'm jumping. Skashu, I don't know if you're here or not, but draw me up something. Something in remembrance. Something in remembrance. I think we need some more Rambo drawings.
Well, I would love to help you out with that. Because I just don't know you and your life experiences, I'm not sure if there's a lot of advice I could give for that. Especially in a stream where we're reading FTFO. That's a topic I'm not sure I'll be able to discuss in this stream, unfortunately. But there's no rush to ever figure out something like that.
I'd say write each one down on some paper, shake it around in a bowl, and then just pick it up and see what you get.
Alright, Doodle.
Because honestly, it doesn't matter.
Doodle, go ahead.
Whoa. Oh my god. Right as my headset is dying.
Read it!
Hold on, I had to switch my buds because I only have one in my ear at a time because I know my shit dies. Read. I'm reading. Dang. Why don't you just beat me with a hammer? Anyway.
I should.
What? Oh, beat me with a hammer? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'm scooting in now. For the Forgotten Ones. Chapter 39. Burning Down. The battle was exhilarating. As Ignited Dream and Corrupted Nightmare fought, shadows and fire consumed the sky. Light and darkness cloaked with the infinite white swirling together into a hellish vortex that threatened to rain down upon the people below. Not that there were any people below the combatants. If there had been any, there weren't any more. The beautiful greenery that had once been a forest was nothing more than ashes. The pretty gold fires left behind were even better, though, in Ignited Dream's opinion. They'd be the best if Corrupted Shadows did not keep ruining them. Ignited Dream giggled to himself and kept smiling through the clenched teeth as he threw a torrent of flame at Corrupted Nightmare. As oily tentacles were set alight, he wondered if his opponent felt pain. Ignited felt pain whenever shadows struck him. He also felt pain when Corrupted tore one of his wings off, though he felt pain all the time, to be honest. Honesty was a good thing, except when it made others sad, so it was better to just repress all the sadness and pretend it didn't exist. Burn it all away. The constant burning in what had once been bones and an apple soul told Ignited Dream about his time limit. It ticked steadily down as everything turned to ashes. That was why he burned and everything within reach needed to burn with him. Corrupted Nightmare included. Ignited Dream needed to win so that when the end of the multiverse came, everyone would not be sad or scared. They would feel happy. They would feel peaceful. They would feel content. Then they would feel nothing at all. It would be the most beautiful kind of mercy. Flames formed above Ignited Dream's hand, extending into arrow-like shapes, and he fired upon Corrupted Nightmare. Many of the attacks passed through him like he truly was made of shadows, but some hit, causing him to lash out as he tore the flaming arrows from his body. Ignited Dream evaded the snapping shadows with a beat of his wings, wobbling slightly as they burned. He faltered, but he did not fall. He would not fall. Not yet. A beat of his wings sent hundreds of fiery darts at his enemy. Corrupted managed to dodge them this time. He seemed surprised by his brother's ferocity. He was used to Dream holding back. Too bad. Ignited Dream didn't feel like holding back. He would beat Nightmare at last, as Dream should have ages ago. I make up words.
Me too.
At the time, Dream wasted trying to reason with his brother. Nightmare listened. All those lives lost because Dream did not fight with everything he had. What misplaced, undeserved mercy. Ignited Dream refused to make the same mistakes as Dream. Not now, not at the end. Everything would die soon, and Ignited would love to see them go happily. He would make it happen. They would look upon their inevitable deaths with relief and joy, not fear. Movement caught his eye as something brown and something blue appeared in the sea of blackened ashes and cinder that had once been a forest. It was ink. Ignited Dream was so happy to see ink, but so sad to see ink at the same time. He focused on the happy emotions because he did not want to be sad. Just like everyone would no longer be sad or have to repress their own emotions. Ink had repressed his emotions when he was Ark back in the possession, right? Correct? He hid his fear. Ah, right. Ignited Dream remembered that Ink would remain immune to his gift. That was perfectly okay. Ignited knew what to do. He would hug Ink gently and soothe him, just like Ink had gently soothed him. Once he'd calmed down, Ignited would make the end quick and painless, using a fire blade straight through the chest. There would be none of that sadistic, prolonged abuse like Corrupted Nightmare utilized. Ink would not have time to be afraid. There were other people with ink, Ignited noted. It was the grumpy-looking destroyer, the sad-looking monochrome child, and something blue. Ignited Dream wanted to ignore it, but the blue was too bright against the backdrop of ashy grays. Something in his chest stirred. A shadow latched out at Ignited Dream, tearing through the fire that formed his skull, and his happiness was twisted with hatred. It was dangerous to fight fire with fire, but Ignited did exactly that as his wings opened and he dove for his brother. He slammed into Corrupted Nightmare, the sharp feathers of his wings tearing into the shadowy tar as shadowy tar similarly sliced into Ignited's fire. It was painful, but he would endure. There was no other option. He had nothing else left. Far below, a familiar shout. "Dream!" Ignited Dream looked back down. Something inside him despaired that the hallucination of blue was there. He wanted to stop seeing it, but he could not tear his gaze away. He grabbed Corrupted around his middle and launched them both upward, letting off another flare of flame and causing Corrupted to smile viciously, rake his claws-like hands across his face. It hurt. Everything hurt. Ignited laughed. While the two Corrupted guardians grappled in midair and tore into one another, Ignited kept an eye on Ink, Core, and Error, and the hallucination. Watched as Ink said something and clasped the blue hallucination's hand. Ignited Dream thought he saw something dark move between them. Then they separated, and black chains latched around Corrupted Nightmare, yanking him away from Ignited Dream and Error. That would not do at all. He raised his hand to burn the chains, but there was blue in the way. The flames diverged, shooting past the blue, and Ignited Dream scowled. Huntings and ghosts was Corrupted's kind of demon, not his own. He was happiness. He was warmth. He was fire. He was the joy of peaceful serenity before the kind nothingness of endless silence. The image of blue seemed to understand that. He must understand because blue always understood. He would understand what Ignited needed. So why did he look sad? The hallucination of blue wasn't real, but its sadness was still a problem. Ignited Dream tried to make him happy, with his aura only for his flames to sputter, as rejection tore through his chest like a vehement no. The rejection felt like it came from inside, but that made no sense. Corrupted Nightmare must be the one that was preventing Ignited from using his aura. That must be it. It could not be anything else. Dream had given up. Dream had burned. Why would he fight now? Ignited Dream's chest hurt. He laughed. Hi, Blue! My hallucination of blue. I just skipped over 2 words. Ignited said happily and waved. I need to go kill my brother.
I thought Ignited Dream was scary. This is not scary. That's a
Shush.
homosexual.
He is a homosexual. Fine. Hi, hallucination of blue. Ignited said happily and waved. I need to go kill my brother, so please excuse me. I sound like Brendan Rodgers,
You did.
President.
So
okay. Please excuse me.
They're both gay, so it works.
They're both gay. I mean, I don't know how else I could make them not gay, but
he was
it is
so
what it is.
hyped up. I'm sorry. I'm just laughing. How it turned out. Just keep going. Just keep reading. We'll talk about it after.
Where am I? Ignited Dream intended to fly off, only the vision of blue to summon a Gaster Blaster and fly straight up to him. He got between Ignited and the shadows that roiled in the distance, face set into a look of determination. You don't want this dream. He was blocking the way. Ignited Dream could burn him to cinders with a touch, yet he still blocked the way. That was such a blue thing to do. So loyal, so brave. The hallucination of Blue was very realistic. Ignited Dream would give him that. Ignited Dream was pulled from his thoughts, not brooding, because there was no sadness, only positivity and happiness. Everything was fine. Everything was not fine. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt, and registered that Blue's hallucination had said. He was speaking to Dream. Ignited Dream wanted the hallucination gone. He giggled like he had just been told the funniest joke in the multiverse. Oh, no, no, no. I really do. So get out of my way. Ignited Dream smiled joyfully as he threw a wave of fire at the fake.
I'm gonna take a sip of water because my mouth dried out.
So loyal, so brave, so amazing. Shut up! Shut up, dude. It's like turning corrupted made him more gay. Like it brought him
Exactly.
It literally brought him out of the closet. Like that's his like evil form, him being
I got you
gay.
a cake, gay and stuff.
Oh
All
my
right.
god. Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, corrupted nightmare. Oh, it's ink. Okay. Corrupted nightmare and ignited ink. Corrupted nightmare and ignited dream reeked of the corruption. Their wrongness permeated the very air of Omega Timeline itself, warping the codes and giving them a stale, sickly tang that ink could only associate with decay and infection. The air was so thick with it that ink could not sense any of the others. He could only hope that they were all right. There was no time for doubt or second guesses. Gold emerged from Ink's scarf and slithered down his arm. He held his hand out to Blue. Core, get everyone you can away from here. Blue, help Dream. I'll assist when you're ready. Blue clasped his hand, and Gold did not even pause as they slithered over to him. Cyan remained in Ink's scarf, waiting. Core Frisk vanished to seek out any survivors while Blue lingered for a moment longer. See you soon, Blue said firmly. Ink nodded sharply and launched himself forward, propelling himself with magic on his bare feet and grabbing Corrupted with his chains. Air and Broomy followed behind as he yanked the brawling guardians apart. I don't know why. Every time I start reading, I yawn. Ignited made as though to give chase, only to be stopped by Blue. That left Ink and Air to face off against Corrupted. Ink dragged him as far as he dared from the opposite direction of Ignited's fires, and hopefully away from any more people. They halted over the burnt remains of a forest. The air was so thick with twisted codes and black smoke that Ink could not see the remnants of Old Town. Cyan was a secure reassurance in his scarf. Broomy was a comforting presence at his back. The moon circlet was a heavy weight in his satchel. Ink summoned more chains. Remember, restrain, don't kill. Aaron acknowledged Ink with a roll of his eyelids and a curt nod. Not moving his gaze from Corrupted, who watched them with an arrogantly amused expression, Ink grasped Broomy's handle. How do I use your power, Broomy? Broomy told Ink not to worry about them. As long as they were here with him, they would defend them both, and Air, they suppose. Did they have to defend Air? He destroyed a lot of pieces of them, and Broomy was rather peeved about that. Could they smack Air over the head again, just once, or twice, or 5 times? Please don't smack Air. Ink couldn't help but huff a soft laugh at Broomy's commentary. They brightened, and he silently thanked them for a bit of positivity in the face of a foe. Cyan remained in Ink's scarf, still and silent. Corrupted tore through Ink's chains and smiled at him, showing far too many teeth. Are you prepared for a repeat of Dreamtale, Ink? Not going to happen, Ink said firmly. You're right, Corrupted agreed. It won't be a repeat. Your brothers aren't here to watch you die. Ink had a shield held up before Corrupted even started moving. Shadows smashed into the shield, spraying out upon impact. and Ink jumped back before they could try to enclose him. He had to get close enough to Corrupted to use Cyan, but all of the shadows that he had summoned would make it difficult. While Ink's black magic was like flowing paint, ready to harden and provide shields or steadying support, Corrupted shadows were like a poisonous fog, gaseous and toxic, as it threatened to burn and suffocate everything it touched. Past tense. There was so much darkness surrounding Corrupted that it was becoming difficult to see him within it. Air's strings sliced through the shadows, seeking Corrupted's solid body, but he might as well have been trying to grab smoke. Even when the strings touched Corrupted's tar-like frame, they simply disintegrated. A glitching blaster appeared and fired, burning away a bit of the shadows, but Corrupted did not even flinch, as more shadows curled around him. Oh, that didn't even sting. Are you not feeling well, Air? Corrupted asked the question with fake sympathy and an outright malicious grin. Here, let me assist you. Shadows snapped close, but Air ducked just in time so they could pass over his head instead of through his neck. Air responded by grabbing Corrupted. Oh, fuck. I'm being attacked by my diaphragm. Air responded by grabbing Corrupted with strings and slamming him into the ground. Corrupted barely flinched as he broke free and charged for them, but Broomy twisted at Ink's back, firing off shots of yellow paint, perhaps mistaking them for Ignited Dream's fiery arrows. Corrupted dodged. Air took a moment to catch his breath as he eyed Corrupted hatefully. If it wouldn't mess up the balance irreversibly, I'd kill him. I would stop you, Ink reminded him quietly, in not that tone, but I, couldn't breathe.
Honestly, I feel like that would work. I would stop you.
I would stop you. I would stop you, you silly goober.
You silly. You silly old goose. I would stop you.
Anyway. He did another passive scan of Air, noting how exhausted he already was. Could he feel Corrupted's aura, or was he immune like Ink, and was simply drained from having fought the corruption in his body for so long? His slight tremor suggested the latter was the case. Ink could not help with that, so he focused on what he could do. I gotta look it. Look, I know you're angry. The corruption hurt you, but you beat it. Shut. You're free. Air only paused a moment to grumble at him. Quit it with the pep talk. I'm not a stupid optimist like you. That comment might have stung in another context, but Ink had a feeling Air was just snide like that. Rather than keep trying a pep talk, Ink stuck his tongue out at him. It's nicer than being grumpy pessimist like you. Air scowled back. He launched himself at Corrupted, avoiding a stabbing tentacle as he slashed string-covered hands in an X, attempting to grab their opponent again. Ink's chains wove through the strings, giving them extra strength, and his black magic swirled around Corrupted, severing several of his shadows and making them fade. Corrupted's smug expression twisted for the first time. His dark aura flashed, and although Air's strings broke, Ink's chains held him firm. Ink took the opportunity to call out, "Nightmare, I know you can hear me!" Shadows slashed at him with such rapidity that he didn't raise a shield in time. Broomy reacted quickly and twisted around Ink, cloaking him with their own brownish-black paint. Ink held onto them and they yanked him upward, avoiding the shadows that tried to latch onto his legs.
Beetle, lock in.
Corrupted,
Stop.
I can't stop yawning. It's because of, I'm breathing a certain way, and it makes my brain go, oh, we need to yawn now.
Well, you don't usually
Does
do
that make
this.
sense?
Lock
I don't
the
know,
fuck
man.
in.
I just work here. I'm trying my best. Anyway. Corrupted dropped all pretense and snarled up at Ink, his eyelight so thin it was almost gone. The first thing I'm going to do to you is slash your throat. It might finally make you shut up, though it will be disappointing to not hear your screams. Broomy vibrated with anger and snarled. Air's streams caught Corrupted. Strings caught Corrupted, yanking him down, and Broomy splashed the shadows with blue paint. Corrupted screeched, unable to stop his momentum as he was thrown down to the ashy surface below. Ink did not balk at the sounds and forced himself not to wonder if Nightmare could feel anything. The negativity in the air was so potent that even he could tell it was there. Ironically, Ignited Dream's presence held it back a little. As he watched Corrupted shift his body to rid himself of Broomy's paint, Ink came to another worrying realization. Corrupted may resemble shadows, but he had a physical form, just like Nightmare did, and the tar that covered him was too thick. Cyan would not be able to get through to reach Corrupted's soul unless they burrowed inside. Ink exhaled slowly and put his emotions aside, observing the situation clinically.
Image. I'm sorry, that is such a
Of a snake just slithering inside your body?
until they burrow inside. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ew.
Like one of those, like, oh my god, like one of those, like, maggots that, like,
Stop!
the flies,
Ew.
like, lay
That's
eggs in your
so
head,
gross.
and then the
That's
maggots, like,
genuinely so
dig
gross.
down, and they're like in
You're
there.
making it
They're, like, in there, and
worse.
they look like pimples, but they're not.
Ew, stop.
Blight fly. Blight or blout? One of those two words.
Ew.
I'm
Shut
sorry.
up.
I had a little itty-bitty interest in them when I was younger.
You
If you couldn't
disgusted
tell.
the whole chat. That wasn't part of the trigger
I'm
warnings.
sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, trigger warning, the description of a bug. Slash negative.
Just keep reading.
How was that? Okay. Okay. Where am I? Oh. As he watched Corrupted shift his body to rid of himself of Broomy's paint, Ink, I already read this. Ink exhaled slowly, and put his emotions aside, observing the situation clinically. Air, can you hold his soul? Air's gaze was sharp and almost predatory. Not usually, but with all those glitches, I might be able to make an exception. Ink held onto Broomy's handle to calm himself. He held out his other hand. I'll be the distraction. He really wants to hurt me. Cyan curled around Ink's hand, glaring up at Air, and he sneered back at them. I trust you, Ink interrupted before he could say anything. But if anything happens to Cyan, I'm tying Broomy to you for a month. Broomy would be overjoyed to accompany the Destroyer and experiment whether Ink's chains would help him keep their powers and mobility. They would also accidentally smack Air on the head, frequently, by complete accident, not intentionally at all. Would that make them friends? Broomy never had friends, as the Doodle Sphere. What? Broomy never had friends as the Doodle Sphere. They would love to make friends with Air by smacking him on the head, accidentally on repeat. It would be a lovely experience, certainly. Air seemed to realize that Ink was serious about his promise. I'll make sure your annoying pet doesn't die. Cyan showed their great self-control and refrained from biting him. Corrupted finally freed himself from the painful blue paint that caused damage whenever he moved. He summoned a wave of shadows that blocked out the fire and darkness that filled the sky. Ink stepped in front of Air, shielding them both as the chains and Air's blasters tore a hole through the attack. Trusting Broomy to watch his back, Ink threw himself at Corrupted, blocking several tentacles with a liquid shield. The shadows that surrounded Corrupted writhed, trying to snap at him, but Broomy beat them back with their brush and small bursts of red paint. Ink purposely pushed forward rather than retreat, hoping that Corrupted would see it as out of character and react accordingly. Corrupted's desire to get his tentacles on Ink was overcome by caution. Like Ink expected, he was swiftly grabbed by the waist. Unlike what he expected, Corrupted threw him as hard as he could. The rapidity of the descent meant Broomy was pulled out of Ink's range, and their colors dulled, turning a pale brown and a dull gray as they fell to the ground beside him. Slowly, their colors began to fade completely as they gradually turned white. Ink landed hard in the ashes of the burnt forest and yelped as pain shot up his right ankle. The half-melted cuff of the manacles stung his bones, but thankfully it did not go off. Ink still needed a moment to breathe through it, grimacing as Broomy landed beside him with their brown color so pale that they were almost white. Ink's hesitant was not because of the pain, but because he knew the fight would only become harder if he was afraid. Above Ink, Corrupted roared in fury as Air managed to stab a bone into his shoulder. Ink flinched instinctively, reaching out with his green magic, but it could not pierce through the corruption to reach who truly needed to be healed. The air distorted and the shadows swirled, crackling with codes, and Ink watched in horror as cracks appeared in the air, widening. Familiar lurching, glitching figures stumbled through. Ink and others had considered that Corrupted might use other virus-like glitches to his advantage. They had not considered that he'd open a path straight to Horrortail's sealed-off ruins, allowing its frisk-like soul-destroying Corrupted to come through. Before, Nightmare's negativity imprint had destroyed them. Now that he had fully corrupted, Ink suspected that Corrupted had used that negativity to make them stronger. Stay calm, Ink demanded of himself. You have to stay calm. You can't afford to be scared for anyone right now. It was difficult to not be afraid. Air clashed with Corrupted, practically grappling with him as their sharp claws left tears in each other's bones. Tears in each other's bones. The longer the fight went on, the more the already exhausted destroyer would become, and the more likely he was close to losing control and start fighting to kill. Ink stared at the emergency horde of corrupted glitches and did not let himself despair. I think we might need more of a distraction. As though on cue, there was a soft sound like something being hit by a bat, and something flew at Corrupted's head. He caught it with a snarl, and both he and Air stared at the brightly colored bird toy in confusion. That boy turd, oh my god! That boy turd gave a deranged sounding static noise and exploded. Oh, I fucking hate this guy. Exploded into a rainbow of colors.
Yay!
Yay!
Ugh.
You have to read him.
Yeah. You hate me. Everyone here hates me. This fic hates me. Let me take a sip of water so I can cool down this deep, intense hatred I have for this colorful man, this colorful buck.
Here you go, Fresh Sands. He's here.
He's a dweeb. In the most negative way possible, he's a dweeb. Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
Beetle has to read him.
Don't be happy, Fresh, my beloved. Fresh Sands, my beloved. Don't be happy.
Why
Because I will
wouldn't
slander
That's like
his name.
literally their whole stick.
Shush, 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 shush.
Not yet. We're not. We skip a scene.
No, I mean, no. I was trying to clear my everything.
Y'all, stream's over.
Yeah, guys, stream's over.
I like how I drew Fresh in my most recent post and Doodler didn't even comment on it because they just hate.
They hate
so
him.
much.
We have a mutual understanding of our hatred.
He's cool
towards,
in Roseverse. He like Gino's like senile, so he basically he takes care of Peepaw.
He is okay.
He
I'm
takes
not
care
saying
of, like
he's
senile Peepaw Gino in Roseverse at least. That's a redeeming
tolerable.
quality.
He's one of the good ones. How about that?
He's
I'll
one of the
allow
good
it.
ones.
All right. Although Red and Edge lived in the Omega timeline, they did not spend a lot of time in Old Town. The Omega Timeline Council building and guard helper headquarters weren't too far away. While the skyscraper labs and their home were practically on the other side of the Omega timeline, it didn't give them much reason to go into Old Town, especially since its Grillbees reminded them far too much of Undertale. That Grillbees was gone now. It was attacked and broken, just like so much of the Omega timeline's original town. For all their planning and preparations for an inevitable attack by Air or Nightmare's gang, their defenses were useless. Air knew without needing to ask that there had not been time to evacuate anyone to the much more fortified council building. The doors area was now inaccessible, trapping the remaining residents inside the Omega timeline. So many were already dead at corrupted gangs' hands. It was weird for Ed to think that Horror would hate that. The sweat that ran down Red's skull had little to do with his frantic dodging as Horror swung at him with his axe. He wondered if the others felt the immense pressure from corrupted Nightmare and Ignited's dream battle. The air shifted rapidly between boiling heat and icy cold, making the already oppressive atmosphere feel like it was trying to tear itself apart. Red could only hope that Air did not lose it again and add to the chaos. He couldn't worry about the destroyer's presence or the motives too much though, as he deflected another swing from Horror's axe with a bone attack. It was times like this that he wished he'd joined Blue for his training with Underswap Alphys. Thank the stars, but Horror was much more hesitant to attack Edge. Edge was no twin of Horror's brother, but it seemed he resembled him enough for Horror to balk whenever an attack came too close to harming him. Edge would normally grumble about not being taken seriously, but this was no theatric fight with low stakes. He was silent and focused as he dual-wielded two long bone attacks like staves. Red could not call them swords or spears because the ends were blunted, even though he knew Edge was capable of summoning bones with broken edges as sharp as a blade. So many monsters back in Underfell hadn't seen the truth of why Edge held back. They believed he kept his attacks... What?
Underfell. That's how you said it.
Underfell? Ugh! Okay. I see how it is. Anyway. They believed he kept his attacks blunt so his enemies would suffer for longer. For Edge's safety, Red didn't correct them. Now he could only pray that his brother's mercy would not be another mistake. Please stop, Horror, Edge requested, his voice slightly too tense to be casual. He parried a strike that would have taken his arm and threw an attack at Horror blocked with his axe. Red summoned a blaster, firing upon Horror, but he did not even dodge, and emerged with barely a singe. Was he confident that he could take the hit, or did he not care if he did? Red had guessed it was a bit of both, as Horror recklessly charged right for him. He ducked beneath a strike, twisting his body to the side, so the blade sliced his coat. That would have been unfortunate.
Yeah?
His major character death again, I guess. Oh shit. That was unfortunate. Anyway, I guess he's dead. Twisting his body to the side, so the blade sliced his coat instead of him. Any annoyance at the damage was immediately snuffed as Horror switched angles and nearly jammed the axe up into his ribs. Red blindly flung a bone attack at Horror's face and rarely got away. His breathing sharp as a bit of his jacket hung loosely, showing just how close the attack had been to hitting him. Edge's tense expression grew tenser, but he resolutely held back as he summoned a Gaster Blaster, forcing Horror away from his brother. Red's own anxiety spiked as Horror threw one of his axes at Edge's head, which he barely blocked, and immediately summoned another one. Seeing his brother nearly decapitated triggered something in Red, and his anger and desperation overcame his fear. Stars, damn it, Horror! Red exploded. What the hell are you doing? Don't you remember what you said to me? Your brother wouldn't want this. Both Fell brothers' surprise, Horror stopped in place. His lights flickered briefly, going dull, before they glowed madly once again. It doesn't matter what Ink and Pap would want, Horror said emptily. His dull tone was a sharp contrast to the wild and vicious look in his eyelights. They're gone. They're dead. Undyne killed them. I couldn't save anything. His wild, crazed expression crumpled into something much more broken. Watching Horror break down was even worse than seeing him rampage. Suddenly, the fact that Horror had not bothered to check on Ink after he was apparently stabbed with an Undyne spear made a lot more sense. Red could picture Edge crumbling to dust before his eyes so clearly that he had to shake his head to vanish the vision. Corrupted Nightmare seemed to be focused on fighting his brother, but that did not mean his aura would only focus on him. Red had to keep a clear head because Horror clearly couldn't. It wasn't real, bud, Red said carefully. Corrupted was screwing with your head. I can't show you your other brother right now, but Ink's alive. His words had the opposite effect he wanted, as Horror's face twisted with rage. Give him back, he snarled, the demand lacking any of the vulnerability he had previously shown. I won't let you hurt him anymore. Give him back! Red felt the pressure in his chest. Oh, I dropped my phone. Red felt the pressure in his chest and did not have time to react as Horror lifted him by his soul and threw him. His head struck the edge of what might have become his egg. I need a second. Let me drink some water quick.
This is why I'm reading the next 2 chapters. That's a lie. I'm reading the next 2 chapters because I need to read the last one. It's not even a debate. If I need it, it's mine. It's my chapter.
I need it.
Speed, please. I need this. My
My
mom
mom's
kind of
kind of
homeless. My mom kind of corrupted.
Timer's kind of corrupted.
Timer's kind of corrupted. Please, Speed. Please, Ink. I need this.
Breathe with me, chat. Egg. This is not excellent. I agree. Guys, I'm kind of having a bad time, just like you guys. Anyway, it's just like Ink Sans, Red, everyone, in fact, in this chapter.
All the
yeah.
people that are like
Everyone
dying.
ever. Just everyone. Red felt pressure in his chest and did not have time to react as horror lifted him by his soul and threw him. His head struck the edge of what might have been a drinking fountain and he crumbled beside it. Unlike the last time in Dance Tale, Red last time in Dance Tale, Red remained conscious. Oh wow. His vision swam and the ground lurched beside him sickeningly as he struggled to rise. When Red looked up, Horror had Edge on the ground. His brother's breathing was ragged and his skull was even more cracked near its right eye socket, like someone had slammed the handle of an axe into it several times. Not enough to kill, but enough to bring him down. Horror stared darkly at Red as he held his axe to Edge's throat. Any conflict and mercy was gone, leaving only the horrifying monster that so many in the multiverse feared. Red tried to say something, but anything, but his voice remained trapped in his throat. You made Ink pay for our mistakes. Horror bared his teeth in a sharp, twisted snarl. It's only right that I make him pay for yours. Fell. A knife jammed itself between the beard and the handle of the axe, holding it away from Edge, and a gloved hand gripped the oh my god. And a gloved hand grabbed the axe handle, pulling it sharply back. Killer got between Horror and Edge, shielding the latter with his body to further discourage an attack, and pushed Horror away. Horror stumbled and then retreated further, tense and prowling as he studied Killer like he was not sure that he recognized him. If Killer was unnerved by his teammates' lack of recognition, he did not show it, as he stoically took a defensive position in front of Edge. Red saw the off-white powder and blood on Killer's sleeve and shirt, his soul seized in his chest. Where's Color? Killer didn't look at him. He saved me. Some would see dust on Killer's clothes and call him a liar. They'd believe Killer had betrayed Color and killed him. Red knew better. He could see the guilt and confusion. He could see the guilt and confusion Killer tried to hide and immediately knew that what Color had done. Color had gotten Killer to care. Not for Color specifically, but just enough that Killer might hesitate to attack the moment the battle ended and their fragile alliance fell apart. Just enough that Killer might fight a bit harder to keep the others alive. Maybe that hesitance would allow their sides to separate in peace. Or maybe Color had a bit more hope for that peace than Red thought he did. Red would be impressed if he wasn't heartbroken. Paprika and Ink are still alive, Horror Killer told him. His gruff voice held just a bit of gentleness that he'd never freely give otherwise. I can bring them to Ink. I can bring you to Ink. Maybe Horror listened because it was a member of the gang that said it, or maybe he listened because it was Killer that did. No matter the reason, Horror hesitated. Then he turned and threw an axe straight at Red. By the time anyone saw the axe coming, it was already too late to block or dodge. Red could only flinch, eye sockets instinctively squeezing shut. The axe wielded over Red's shoulder and struck a corrupted glitch. Straight... Oh my god, my phone's bugging. It crumbled and disintegrated, leaving Horror's axe to clang loudly as it hit the cobblestone below. Red, Edge, and Killer all stared at the axe, the two brothers with disbelief and the gang member with morbid curiosity. So that's what Corrupted had planned for Horrortail, Killer noted flatly. Red shot him an alarmed look. These were in Horrortail? Horror did not seem to hear him, or if he did not care enough to comment. He lowered his throwing arm, which with a satisfied, bone-chilling growl. Deep within the corruption, despair, and madness that had drowned him, a spark of hope had reignited, and he turned back to Killer. Show me ink.
Water break. Water break.
How are we feeling, chat? I love Horror. I love him dearly. He is my baby girl. Oh my goodness. I had two baby girls that I was just reading, and they were both fighting. My wife, Edge, and my wife, Horrortail Thanth. I love them. Anyway. Let's see.
Ella Gamer, I'm sorry, this is not the stream for that type of question. I'm also not a great reference, because I don't really know. Keep the conversations about FTFO, please. If there's another question asked off topic about that, I will have to time you out for 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Continue.
You could use Reddit.
Yeah.
Google. There's a lot of spaces that talk about it. Even TikTok, like, shoot.
It took me a while to figure out that I was even demi because I am not an expert in those topics. I'm not the person to ask. But there's a lot of articles out there that I would suggest looking into instead.
Yeah.
Okay, Beetle, continue.
Yes, ma'am. For the first time since its construction, the Omega Timeline Council building was used for its additional purpose as its final stronghold. Its shield was activated, covering the fortress with an eerie white globe of light as the residents of the Omega Timeline rushed into its fortified halls, desperate to get inside before the cloud of darkness and fire reached them. Too many had already fallen, with the majority of Old Town having been completely wiped out when Corrupted Nightmare and his equally corrupted gang first arrived. The guards that had rushed to their aid had fallen just as quickly, with only a couple stumbling back that confirmed Core Frisk's word that Killer of Nightmare's gang was assisting them. There was no time to ask why, nor was there time to mourn the dead. All they could do was focus on the living. Judge Felendine ushered a dreamer family through one of the entrances to the fortress as the young Azrael cried in his mother's arms and Kara clung silently to their father. He glanced back at the darkened sky. They weren't even that close to the battle, but she could feel the coiling chill of Corrupted Nightmare's presence. It pressed on her from all sides, seeking any... I lost myself. She glanced at the back of the darkened sky. They weren't even that close to the battle, but she could feel the cloying chill of Corrupted Nightmare's presence. It was pressed on her from all sides, seeking any weak points to break in and drown her from the inside. She refused to fall. She had been the captain of her world's royal guard before it fell, but she had also been a judge. The role came with different responsibilities and hardships. Judge would never claim that she always made the right call, but she would like to think that she tried her hardest. She didn't let her doubts pierce too deeply. It was already too negative here. Judge, Core Frisk appeared before her, calling her name. Corrupted Nightmares summoned a horde of corrupting glitches. Some are headed right for here. What type? Judge demanded. They're the kind that consume souls and use that energy to increase their numbers. They look like Frisks with no eyes and sharp teeth. Core Frisk warned. They shuddered with such a repulsion that their form flickered. They look like me, except glitched red and blue. Of course they do, Judge said tersely. She squeezed her right eye shut and made the tough decision. I'll tell the guards to shut the gate in 2 minutes. If a corrupted glitch gets in here, it'll spread like wildfire. Core Frisk's determined expression faltered slightly, and they fought to not let it crumble. This was not the first time the Omega Timeline had to make this kind of call. That did not make it hurt any less. Judge jogged back to the outer gate and spoke quietly to the squad of guards there, passing on the message to them herself. She glanced up at the shield and bitterly compared it to the barrier that held so many monsters trapped below ground. Now they had to rely on similar magic and technology to keep their enemies out. At least this shield did not require the sacrifices of any souls, not like in the underground anyway. This shield was meant to hold up against Nightmare's gang and maybe delay error, not the corrupting glitches like this. We all thought an outbreak was impossible here. We should have known better. There was no use in lamenting over the past mistakes. In the distance, what appeared to be a wave of flashing red and blue glitches emerged into view. Glitch. Judge fell undying, summoned 2 of her red spheres, and stepped out of the shield. Before she could order the guards to close the larger gate behind her, someone else joined her. You should be inside, Judge said steadily. Caretaker Toriel smiled forlornly. What? Caretaker Toriel smiled forlornly down at her. Markings on her sleeve glowed with fire magic, and flames rippled over her fist, much like the flames of fire that swirled with the darkness above. We may not be the strongest monsters, but I believe we will be better use out here. We can help hold the line to get as many citizens inside as we can. The corruption looks simply garish, Emperor Metaton complained. He removed his flowing pink coat and letting it drop to the ground as his arms transformed into chainsaws. I believe these glitches needed a makeover. Maybe a bit off the top, as they say. Wouldn't you agree, darlings? Oh, I fucking hate G. Personally, I am tired of being holed up and wanting to die, G drawled.
His original AU wasn't friends, by the way.
Either way, I still don't like him. Like, his character in general, I've never liked it. I didn't even know about his AU before I didn't like it.
In his old AU, him and his papyrus were taking care of Frisk. Like, that was their baby. But then they, like, the creator of Echo Tail took him and created Echo Tail and made it a Friends AU. And he was not their Sans. But they're probably basing off of that Sans because that was the one that was most popular. And Buddy, I love Buddy so much, but they admit themselves they did not do research on Cross's backstory. I don't think they did research on G as well. I love them though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Buddy.
I'm sorry, Buddy. It wasn't even a diss. It was just facts. Alrighty. After Tail King Asgore said nothing, he simply summoned his trident. From behind him, there was a rumbling roar as Goner Elfies and her team powered up the council building's heavy artillery. Judge watched the approaching horde of humanoid glitches and grinned fairly. Bring it. Bring it.
Could I ask something real quick? Is Goner Alphys from the Goner world where Ink got the flowers?
I think mayhaps.
I don't think they ever say it. But I think that's what's supposed to be implied?
I think so. That makes sense.
I mean, I would be very confused if they were from different areas. Maybe Goner Alphys is just a Goner character, but like, I don't know.
What if we have fun here and headcanon it and just be like, yeah, they're from here.
They're from the same thing.
Guys, I have an idea, a theory, and they're from the same world.
Well, this is the scene.
Yo.
Fun!
Cause you're gay and stuff.
Because you're gay and stuff.
Be who you are. Your
Pride.
I don't hide.
Go ahead.
Locking in time.
Lock in, Beetle. This is really important. You need to lock in here. This is the scene that you need to fucking lock in. Do you understand?
Okay. I'm scared. I'm
Lock
scared, Rosa. Please don't hurt me. Okay. The hallucination of Blue would not go away. He followed Ignited Dream no matter where he flew, flying behind him on a gaster blaster or even blocking his path if he headed towards a populated area. Every attack Ignited Dream flung at him missed. Every single one. Even the wall of fire he had thrown between them did not so much as a single singe did not so much as singe his pursuer. The attacks must have passed through the vision that was not really there. That must be what happened, because Ignited Dream would not miss the opportunity to burn the hallucination to cinders. His aura would not work on the blue hallucination either, to make him happy and unresistant. Which must be because of Corrupted Nightmare's proximity. The hallucination kept distracting him. It was keeping him from defeating Corrupted Nightmare. So why couldn't Ignited destroy it? Ignited gave a powerful flap of his 3 remaining wings, leaving a trail of fire in his wake as he swooped over the ground. But when he rose up, the turbulent gold fire and black shadow sky, the hallucination of blue was there, waiting for him. "I'm not giving up on you, Dream," the fake blue shouted at him, his eye lights as vibrant as his name. "Leave me alone!" Ink shrieked back at him.
That's not ink.
His attacks... Fuck! Ignited screeched back at him. I'm sorry. His attacks missed again and his chest burned. He summoned as many fiery darts as he could and released them all at once, filling the air with so much golden light that he could not see. When his vision cleared, the hallucination was perfectly unharmed. It was also right in front of him. He saw Blue die. He felt Blue die. He burned to fiery cinders and could not still feel the stickiness of blood, the stickiness of blood and powdery dust. Yet Blue was so close that Ignited felt his breaths on his cheek. "I won't." The hallucination reached out. Darkness curled around his arm. A trick. Ignited flinched back, but the thin streak of darkness did not care about the empty air between it and its target, except it was not darkness at all. Gold launched themselves at Ignited Dream, unbothered by the perilous distance between them or the roiling flames of his clothes as they landed on him. The golden-eyed snake immediately twisted between burning lips and latched onto the rotting golden apple trapped within. Purified positivity magic sank into the rotting core, and it shimmered with energy, restoring some of the pieces that had been lost. Warmth tore through Ignited Dream's body, soothing rather than burning, and he froze. With their fangs gone and eyes now a softer shade of gold, the black snake hastily escaped the flames, coiling around Blue's arm again, and Ignited realized that the skeleton standing in front of him was alive and real. With that, Ignited Dream was not faced with another haunting failure of his. Instead, he was faced with a friend. He was faced with a friend and lover that he kept fighting for and worked so hard not to hurt. Why was Blue so close to him? He needed to go away. Ignited Dream burned and destroyed and hurt everything he touched. Why was Blue so close? Blue needed to leave. Why didn't Blue leave already? Why was he here? Why? Ignited Dream snarled at him. "Why don't you let me go?" Blue's eyelids were glassy, but he did not let any tears fall. "Because I won't let you destroy yourself. Not for anything, Dream." "I don't care!" Dream screamed at Blue. "Just let me die!" Blue still did not cry. He did not falter or whimper or crumble like Dream had. He fearlessly reached out and grasped his hands. Ignited Dream flinched, but the flames did not burn his friend. They never could. "I won't," Blue whispered to him. He took out a syringe and held it tightly. It glowed with a magic identical to what had shone in Gold's eyes and fangs. "I know you're so tired of fighting, but I can't let go. Not because you're a guardian, but because you're my friend. I want to see you feel better. I want to see you live your life in peace. You can do that. I know you can. You can be happy." My Dream's core hurt. He wanted to be angry that he had lost before he could bring internal peace, but he was already too weak. There was too much positivity. It was too warm. Not like burning flames. It was painful in a different way. He did not understand. He was supposed to make everyone positive and happy before the end came. He could make everyone happy and content and positive so they would not be sad, overwhelmed, or afraid. Everyone except himself. Gold tears streamed down flame-colored cheeks, extinguishing bits of golden fire and revealing uncharred white bone beneath. Help me, Dream begged. Blue nodded firmly and jabbed the syringe directly into the apple. An injection like that should be painful. In hindsight, Gold's bite should have been painful too, but neither was because it wasn't some foreign element that was administered to Dream's waning soul. It was his own magic, his own life, gently healed of sickness and gifted back to him. The first dose of positivity kick-started the process, and the second dose was enough. The air shifted. A green glow surrounded Dream's apple soul and announced Ink's presence. It curled protectively around the golden apple soul, enveloping it with its serene neutrality and cradling it like it held something precious. Feelings of hope, joy, and compassion nuzzled at Dream, enveloping him with a warmth that he'd almost forgotten. As the green magic pulled away, more warmth rushed in, supporting Dream with the same joyful gentleness that he never thought he deserved. The warmth was blue. Of course it was blue. The burning flames weakened and gradually extinguished, revealing uncharred yellow cloth and unburnt bones. Fiery wings disintegrated feather by feather, shimmering away into harmless sparks and gently floated up into the cooling air. The fire in the sky faded, leaving only the shadows to threaten those below. Tears replaced the fires that had consumed his eye sockets, washing away the last of the corruption that ignited him. Falling to his knees atop Blue's floating blaster, Dream threw himself into his arms and cried. Claps my hands joyously and gaily. What a chapter!
Hold on,
What a chapter!
We're having a brief intermission. Let's rewatch real quick. Let's watch again.
Watch what? What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness, dude.
I'm looking. I'm so. Let me see here. Let's see. Well, it's not even at.
One more
Fuck
time.
off.
One more time. One more time.
Fuck off.
One more time.
Stop it. This is painful. Why do you want me to hurt? Why do you want Chad to hurt? Why do you want everyone to hurt? I remember when you first showed me this too, and I was like, ugh, ugh, pain and suffering.
Sorry, chat. We had to watch it. Buddy had it linked. It was too perfect. Yeah, it just had to happen. It just had to happen. Officially, there are only 10 chapters left of FTFO, and I'm gonna be reading the next 2.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I think both of them were gay for each other. No, really? I think so too.
Hey guys, I don't know, but
I think
I have a theory.
I think they are a little gay.
It was weird drawing Dream as a boy for the time in a long time. I just canon him as a girl at this point. He is just a lady. He is a sweet lady. I just
Honestly, we might
She's a
read
wonderful
5
little
today just because I really want to read chapter 42.
Damn!
And I'm gonna read all of them.
You're gonna get so tired by the end of this chapter. You are not reading 5 chapters. Your voice is gonna give out. You're gonna damage your vocal cords.
You're testing it. Like, you don't know. I'm powerful. Because I thought
She's gonna
41
do it out
was
of
the
spite.
chapter was that I wanted to read, but no, I was wrong. It's 42.
No, it's 42. Is that why you're reading 2 chapters? Because you just want to read?
Yes.
I was wondering, I was like, man,
Yeah,
she's gonna read 2 chapters?
You can read 41. I'll read, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna read 3. I'm gonna read all of them.
Okay.
Darker yet darker! As the burning presence of these chapters are also quicker. If you've noticed, they're shorter than the other ones that we've been reading. As the burning presence of ignited dream faded, Ink was finally able to breathe. The pure rawness of the corruption receded enough that he could sense the codes floating around him, and he instinctively latched onto any broken pieces he could, preserving whatever he could reach. His shield had served him well, protecting him where Broomy could not, as he quickly assisted in Dream's healing. The corrupted glitches closest to him had not fared nearly as well, as they were blown apart by the colorful explosion. Error was mostly unharmed, except for a couple singes on his sleeves. He did not hesitate to launch himself back at Corrupted, tearing through shadows and glitches as he fought to get to Nightmare's body. Ink quickly healed Error as he kept his attention split between Corrupted Nightmare, the corruption glitches, and the newest addition to their fight. "Now you decide to show up?" He could not help but ask dryly. "We're all about to die, yo," Fresh said. He shifted his weight and balanced his whipple bat on his shoulder. "I don't gotta choose anymore. Neat brush." Broomy snarled at him and described several ways it would gladly tear his parasite to shreds if he ever thought about touching Ink. Broomy would know if Fresh thought about it. Broomy would know. They let out a whip-like lash of red paint, disintegrating several glitches on contact just to make a point. Fresh's glasses said "Yikes" as he scooted further away from Broomy. This is what you've been waiting for. Ink was a bit confused by Broomy's hostility until he remembered the kidnapping incident with Fresh and repressed a sigh. "No killing Fresh, please." Broomy considered that pesky conundrum. On the one hand, killing Fresh would eliminate the potential threat he posed. On the other, it would make Ink sad. Broomy had a new idea. "And no tormenting him either?" Ink interjected before they could try their new idea. "Yes, that includes linking two portals right above and below each other and sending him through them repeatedly in an endless loop." Broomy hissed in disappointment. Fresh took a large step sideways, putting a bit more distance between himself and the murderous paintbrush. "Very neat brush. They seem like a biter." "They don't have teeth," Ink explained patiently. "They do have eyes, though." Behind him, multiple eyes formed on Broomy's handle, and they stared at Fresh judgmentally. Each one was a different color, but all of them had the slit-like pupils of a predator. They did indeed not have teeth, and saw limbs as a waste of time when their bristles were available to grab things, but they might just see if those bristles could break a skull. "Leave him alone, Broomy," Ink said out loud for Fresh's benefit before returning to the matter at hand. "Have you been watching this whole time?" "Mostly. I tend to steer clear of the Omega timeline. But I saw the party in Zephyr Top." Fresh gave an exaggerated glance towards the cuff on Ink's right ankle. "What's with the new bling?" "It's a bomb," Ink said flatly. The words on Fresh's lenses shifted into ew. "Not cool. They didn't have dose when I was caught." "Good for you," Ink muttered with only a hint of sarcasm. He registered what Fresh had said and froze. "You are—" "Nah," Fresh interrupted brightly, as his glasses changed to show nope. "I'm not ready to face my demons yet." "Right. Broomy, remind me to chase him down later to see if he knows where Ex-Gaster is. Will you help distract Corrupted?" Fresh's grin was too sharp to be fully considered friendly. If it gets better. If it gets bad, I'm outie." They both knew that if it got bad, the multiverse was probably screwed. Ink would accept any help they could get. "Thank you for helping." Fresh gave him a perplexed look. Ink ignored that and hesitated a moment longer. In contrast to their earlier ire at Fresh's presence, now Broomy was calm. They understood that Ink was afraid to use their power and his own, but Corrupted could not be reasoned with. He could barely be restrained. He needed to be stopped before he hurt anyone else even more, Nightmare included. Ink silently grasped Broomy. They whispered their colors for combat to him. Black for portal creation, which would be useful if Ink's own magic was blocked off again. Brown for shielding, simply because Ink liked brown, yes? Purple for enhanced durability to allies, cyan for non-harmful entanglements, blue for damage to moving targets, green for Broomy's own regeneration capabilities only, unfortunately, yellow for precise distance shot, orange for damage to targets that were still, red for purely coercive splatters that could melt through flesh and bone, and corruption. These were the colors of paint that some versions of Ink wielded, given to the Doodle Spear by the ones that watched. This was the power Ink's Broomy had in his steed, crafted from those very same pains within the digital spirit self. Ink was not ready for this kind of magic. He did not want to have it, not even close. There was little choice now. Ink pushed down his sorrow as much as he could. Don't use red on Corrupted. Corrupted Nightmare, I mean. The boss would be hurt too. Broomy agreed to his terms. A little reluctantly, yes, but agree they did. Ink gripped the paintbrush firmly, noting how light they felt in his hold, and twirled them above his head. Broomy's brush whipped through the air, bolstered by Ink's magic and codes, and blue paint rippled outward like waves in a pool. Corrupted glitches charged right into it, taking so much damage that they disintegrated on impact. Ink's chains swept through the blue, using them to grab more moving targets as he made his way back towards Error and Corrupted. Fresh was already butting in and causing chaos. Between the colorful explosions and poof of smoke, Ink could just see Error's agitated expression. He could only hope that Error would keep focused and would not start targeting Fresh out of sheer annoyance. With Broomy's assistance and Ignited Dream's defeat, Ink was able to pierce the veil of corruption and finally track the others. Dust, Killer, Horror, Red, Edge, and Gino were fighting through corrupted glitches, heading for them. Blue was still hugging Dream and soothing him as they both knelt on his floating blaster. Cross was some distance away, holed up in isolation on the opposite side of town. Ink couldn't find Color or his codes. Mindful of Corrupted's presence, he did not let himself wonder why, as he focused on those he could help. So many were hurt. So many were dying at the claws and teeth of the corrupted glitches. Ink's body moved on autopilot as Broomy released an arc of paint, keeping him safe while his attention was split between here and elsewhere. That's the name of a location in Roseverse. Ink sensed breaking souls and shattering codes, reached out with his green magic, and held on. The air around Ink shimmered with codes, with lines of data rippling into view. In his sight, they glowed the gentle green of healing magic as they encased anyone he could reach. Horror and dust among them. He pushed forward, seeking out Cross, and felt him stiffen wherever he was hiding. Much like Error and Horror Territorial had, Horror and Dust's desire to be helped sane through their codes, and they embraced Ink's healing magic, their presence clearing up like dispelled shadows. Cross was much more resistant as he clung to the corrupted codes, his hatred for himself fighting the green magic. Ink wasn't about to let him keep hurting himself like that. He pushed back against Cross's self-blame and reached what he could heal and protect, freeing him of the corruption. X-Caster's soul-deep influence remained, but there was nothing Ink could do about it now. Ink refocused in time to see Error slam into the ground near his position. He rushed over to him and threw chains at Corrupted along with a burst of cyan. The paint snapped closed around Corrupted like restraints, and Ink reinforced them with more chains, weaving them together like a net. Then he hesitated. Broomy did not. They twisted at Ink's hands and splattered Corrupted with orange. Unable to efficiently move due to his bindings, Corrupted snarled and took several more hits. Ink flinched with him. Error stared at the orange paint in shock and turned an annoyed eye towards Ink. Are you kidding me? Why haven't you been doing that? Ink's resolve faltered. As Error's snappish accusation washed over him, anger and grief bubbled up in his chest, so potent and overwhelming that his soul felt like it was tearing itself apart. He wanted to scream at Error that he hated this. He hated that he could do damage with Broomy. He loved Broomy's colors and knew what kinds of coding and repairs they were also capable of, but he despised that they could be a weapon. His weapon. The glitches were viruses that needed to be repaired and dissipated, but with Incorrupted was Nightmare. Ink knew without a shadow of doubt if he wanted to, he could use Broomy to completely obliterate Nightmare and Corrupted both. All it would take was a spear of coercive paint, encasing Corrupted and eating away at his shadows until nothing was left. So many would say that this was the more logical option than trying to use words and cyan to reach Nightmare. Ink finally had the magic the gang wanted him to have when Nightmare first recruited him. With Broomy, he could use different colors and offensive techniques. With Broomy, he could do damage. With Broomy, he could hurt. He had power that he could use to beat his enemies to a pulp and snuff out lives with ease. Ink still refused to do it. He would fight to protect, but he didn't want to harm, and he certainly did not want to kill, not even for a good reason. Nightmare needed help, not more violence. Why couldn't others see that? Ink watched Corrupted claw the orange from his tentacles, and his vision blurred as his breathing became sharp. I don't want to hurt anyone. To his surprise, Broomy floated up from his hand and smacked Error on the head. Then they pulled back and apologized to Ink for using the paint like that. It was their paint, but it was Ink that powered it, and they had used that energy to harm. Broomy did not think about how Ink would feel about their more violent capabilities. As a Doodle Sphere, they had hurt a lot of people, Ink included, but they hoped to do better now, so they offered an alternative. Broomy was an extension of the Doodle Sphere. The Doodle Sphere was an extension of the multiverse itself. Hearing them say that they wanted to try non-violence made hope swell in Ink's chest, pushing back his despair. I won't hurt him like that, Ink reminded Error, voice steady and unyielding. We're getting through to Nightmare, not beating him up. It was obvious that Error did not understand. Ink was used to being sneered at for his pacifism, so he chose not to mention his annoyed look or argue with him about it as he held out his hand. Cyan immediately slithered back over to Ink and curled around his arm, hiding under his black sleeve. Ink gathered his magic and launched himself up, back towards the shadows. Even if Error wasn't convinced to try, Ink would. Fresh's casual dodging had become something much more frantic as Corrupted's irritation became a desire to rip the annoyance to shreds. Ink's chain latched around Corrupted's ankle, reinforced by both cyan and purple paint, and he yanked him away from Fresh. As soon as they were far enough apart, he looped a chain around Broomy's handle and threw them. As he predicted, Corrupted easily dodged. He smirked and tried to catch Broomy like he had caught Fresh's bomb and several of Error's bone attacks. To the surprise of both Ink and Corrupted, his arm was jerked back and down like he'd tried to catch a moon instead. Ink did not need to use his chains to wrap around Corrupted like he had planned. The force of Broomy's weight yanked him downward, and he slammed into the ground just like Dust, Horror, and Killer ran into the ashy field. Dream and Blue appeared a moment later, still floating on a blaster, while Edge, Red, and Gino hung back. Crush should be here, Ink thought, but there was no time to focus on his dismay, and certainly not his anger at Xcaster. As Corrupted successfully pulled his arm out from under Broomy and stood, shadows writhing with rage, Error's strings entangled a rotting apple soul, pulling it forth. Corrupted stumbled forward, staring at the crumbling apple in shock, and Ink lashed out with the chain. The tip halted a mere inch from Corrupted's chest, but Cyan took the final lunge. Their magic-infused veins sank into the apple. A pulse of purified negativity flared through the shadows like lightning in a thunderstorm. In the darkness, a light flickered. Corrupted fell to his knees and howled. His body jerked and twitched, glitching as he tried to reach for Cyan, but they fled before he could grab them and slithered back to Ink. Gold peeked out of Blue's scarf, but did not brave the vast expanse of ashes and burnt wood to reach him. Error watched warily, but Fresh held him back, causing him to glitch and snarl. Fresh hastily took his hand away from Error's violently glitching shoulder as his glasses shifted to "my bad." As Corrupted Nightmare shuddered and twitched, Ink did not tie him down. No one demanded that he did or called out warnings as he took a few steps forward, approaching the fallen, shadowy form. He sensed the gang at his sides and felt warm even with Cross's conspicuous absence. Other than a brief hand on his shoulder from Dust and an even briefer pat on his skull from Horror, they did not focus on each other. The gang had all suffered. They had all been forcefully separated for too long, but Nightmare was the one that needed them most right now. We know you're there, boss, Dust called out defiantly, his voice tremulous from exhaustion but loud enough to be heard. You can try to scare us off all you want, but we're not giving up on you. You're not a demon, Horror growled at Nightmare. Like Dust, he was unsteady and exhausted after being held, but he stubbornly remained on his feet. You never were. You haven't gone so far that we won't reach you. Corrupted was silent as he seemed to stare through the gang. Off to the side where he was still supported by Blue, Dream made a small motion like he wanted to speak, only to cover his mouth and hold his tongue, as he suspected his input may not be welcome now. Everything was screwed up, but it wasn't your fault, Killer added. The corruption didn't do everything, but it got into your head. Corrupted did not move, even his tentacles were locked into place. Hovering in front of his chest, a black apple soul persisted despite the decay that nearly reached its core. We know you're hurting, Nightmare, Ink encouraged him quietly. We're here for you. We forgive you. Forgive? A cyan eye light was hidden by darkness as it gently closed. You forgive me. After everything I did, after everything I wanted to do, you still want to help me. You still care for me. Yes, Ink said firmly. You forgive me. You still love me. The form of Nightmare chuckled, softly and almost warm, as his tentacles curled behind him. How pathetic. The blasted negativity was so violent that the air itself screamed. Only Ink kept his footing as the other's legs buckled, with Dust and Killer being physically thrown back like they'd been too close to a bomb. Ink saw movement and yanked Horror out of the way, shielding them both, but Corrupted's tentacles tore right through his defenses. Ink was yanked aside by Corrupted so rapidly that Broomy was torn from his field, falling away like a magnet that did not have enough of a pull to connect anymore. As they fell out of Ink's range, Broomy's colors faded, and they turned a lusterless white. It's not gonna be that easy, guys. You silly goose. It's not that easy. Hold the line, Judge roared. Fuck. She threw a spear with enough force that it went through 10 glitches' heads, for it impaled an 11th, dispelling the lot. Several guards rushed forward and slammed their shields down into the ground, creating a temporary barrier as the corrupted glitches crashed into them. One squeezed through a gap and lunged for a doggo, ripping out his throat as it stabbed its hands into his chest. His soul was consumed in an instant, and the guards had no choice but to scatter and fall back, or risk adding to the corrupted glitch's numbers. Dust covered Judge's armor. She did not even know whose it was anymore. She did not know if someone had died in her arms, or if she'd been forced to finish them off before they could turn into another zombie-like Corrupted. All she could do was keep fighting. Judge twisted, slashing a glitch's head off before she stabbed another through the chest. Caretaker Toriel's fire cleared a vast swath in the ravenous sea of distorted red and blue, but the hole in the enemy's numbers was immediately filled. Aftertail King Asgore fought back with her, as he impaled a glitch through its chest and threw its fading body hard enough to dismember several others. G stood over Emperor Metaton, fighting with a ferocity that Judge had never seen from him before. Metaton himself had fallen, his body torn asunder when several corrupted glitches got their hands on him. Judge could not tell if he was deactivated or dead. Yellow bolts fired down on the swarm, announcing Goner Alphys's continued presence in the battle. Judge knew she was up in the battlements, having activated the defense system she had so painstakingly created at last. The council members, the guards, and the residents that chose to fight held on, but they were slowly being driven back as more and more of their defenses fell, or were corrupted and transformed into more zombie-like glitches. The shield still stood, but holes enough corrupted glitches had rammed into it to tear jagged holes into it. Misspelling there, I guess. They crawled through a few at a time, twisting the gate into a distorted pretzel of metal as they forced their way inside, while more of their number continued to claw at the barrier. The barrier strained, pulling further inward as it gradually lost power. The defenders prepared for the inevitable surge. Among the sea of red and blue glitches, souls that should have been consumed by now glowed green. For the second time, Ink found himself trapped by the tentacles around his ribs and throat. Unlike last time, he could not even grasp at the tentacles that constricted around him to try to free himself. While his body and limbs remained trapped, his fingers passed through them like smoke. Some distance away from him, his family, friends, and allies lay limp or shuddering on the ashy ground. Even Broomy lay in the dirt, colorless and powerless, their presence faint and feeble in Ink's head. The shadows that held Ink barely resembled Nightmare anymore. He had merged with the darkness, leaving only a toxic eye light visible as his presence expanded, forcing the others to fall back or instantly perish. Glitches and viruses wriggled in the black, tearing apart codes and forming deep cracks in the sky as the pure darkness of oblivion pierced through. It twisted through the breaks like poisonous smoke, curling and riddling with pure rawness that tore the breath from Ink's chest. This was the corruption at its strongest. This was the embodiment of the viruses that had gradually torn the multiverse apart. The darkness of the corruption grew and grew, cutting deeper into the codes. Cyan's dose of purified negativity had not been nearly enough. In hindsight, Ink and the others should have known that as soon as Dream was healed, it took 2 doses to begin to heal Ignited, and Dream was not nearly as corrupted as Nightmare. Corrupted let his smoke-like tentacles constrict around Ink's neck, leaving him with just enough air that he could still breathe. His toxic cyan iris swept over his crumbled and shuddering enemies, and his sharp-toothed smile, which was far too big to fit on Nightmare's face without breaking it apart, oozed with black sludge. "I'm going to kill you, Ink," Corrupted told him in a sickeningly serene voice. "Unlike the others, your death won't be quick. I'm going to carve over your marks and then break every bone in your body. I'm going to slit your throat so many times you'll never speak again. Then I'm going to see how much of your soul I can shave off before it shatters." Unable to get enough air to speak, Ink defiantly spat in his face. Corrupted wiped the spittle away and slammed Ink into the ground hard enough to force the remaining air from his body. He lifted him again with a disgusted sneer. "I have to wonder, will you keep trying to get through to Nightmare as he tears your soul apart? I suppose you will, unlike them." His cyan eye light locked onto Dust, who could barely raise his head out of the ashes. "Do you think I cannot sense how much you fear me?" Dust couldn't respond to defend or explain himself. He slumped fully to the ground and went still. Corrupted turned his attention back to Ink. "After everything he's done, you still think Nightmare is capable of mercy. I don't know whether I should call you naive or stupid. You should have known what kind of monster Nightmare was from the moment he killed your brother." Corrupted leaned close enough that Ink could smell the decay on his breath. Ink struggled briefly, shuddering in revulsion as Corrupted's sharp teeth nearly scraped the side of his head. "He killed your brother, not me. What he did in your pathetic world was all Nightmare. He did not even consider sparing your papyrus. He could have left him. He could have used him as an incentive or leverage. Instead, he tore your brother apart in front of your eyes purely to hurt you." Corrupted's grin was wide and vicious, and because he couldn't stand the thought of you having your brother. It was an act of pure malice and envy, and it was all him. Ink already knew that. It was something he had accepted over time and something he oh my god, that's such an easy word. Why am I stumbling? Subsequent? I can't say it. Okay. That's my first stumble. My true stumble. Set aside, knowing he wanted to speak to Nightmare about it when he was healed. That conversation was long overdue, in part because of Nightmare's corrupted state. He did not understand why Corrupted was bringing it up like it was some grand revelation. Then he saw Horror's expression. His eyelights were gone. Behind Horror, Dream had pushed himself back onto his knees. One hand was pressed over his mouth like he was trying not to gag. Corrupted's eye light glinted with malice. He did not need to say this. He did not need to taunt them. He did it anyway just because he wanted to hurt them all as much as possible before the end. Oh, that angers you, doesn't it? I'm honestly surprised you did not put the pieces together. Then again, Ink almost kept Nightmare's lesson from you as well. It's rather telling that his first instinct is to strangle the... It's rather telling that his first instinct is to strangle the only one that stood up to him in order to shut him up. Not that it will matter to you. Ink could feel the pulse building this time. He could feel the codes warping and breaking under the pressure of Corrupted's overwhelming rawness, which he sadistically merged with Nightmare's negativity. This blast would be more than deadly. It would infect and wipe out the very codes of the Omega timeline, and everyone in it. Only Corrupted, Ink, and Error would be able to withstand it, with the latter two likely left in a weakened state. The Omega timeline was out of time. Ironic. The game was out of time. Corrupted was done playing. He saw the game's attempts to reach Nightmare, and he refused to give them the opportunity to get through. With Ink and Error's probable survival, it would not spell the end of the multiverse just yet, but this world and Ink's family would be dead. The last remaining member would remain trapped by the corruption as his body was used to torture Ink until his last breath. Corrupted believed he had found what he needed. He thought his victory was inevitable. He was wrong. Ink managed to catch his breath enough to laugh in Corrupted's face. His reaction surprised him enough that his tentacle eased slightly, allowing Ink to keep laughing as he spoke in a quiet rasp. "It matters," he spat defiantly. "This isn't the end. The Omega timeline is a safe haven, but it isn't the core of the multiverse. You can destroy this place, but the multiverse will survive." Corrupted stared at him. His features were so dark that only his sharp teeth and the light of his eye remained, leaving him otherwise featureless. Once he realized what Ink had said, his blank expression morphed and the jagged maw of the shadows twisted into a snarl. "Where is it?" Corrupted roared. Knife-sharp flantages brushed against Ink's sternum, and he repressed a shudder of abhorrence as sharp, shadowy claws grasped his soul. He braced himself for the inevitable pain and kept silent. The corruption's stolen aura was so oppressive that Dream could not even lift himself off the ground anymore. Fresh was unnaturally still, while only Gino's hand twitched, reflectively clutching his scarf. Even air struggled to rise, forced back down into the ashes as though gravity itself had turned against him. There was so much rawness in the air that it was becoming harder to breathe. None of the gang members were moving. Ink could not even tell if they were conscious. He did not have the opportunity to check. Corrupted dragged Ink up by his throat, holding him off the ground as he gnashed jagged teeth. "Give me what I want, or I will start killing your family one by one." Ink did not need to fake his fear. "I can't." "7," Corrupted said coldly. His rawness roiled and snarled, begging to flare out and rip the crumbled bodies around it to shreds, code by code. The glitching black cracks in the world spread further, creeping outward as the air itself was slowly torn apart. 6, 5, 4, 3... Ink went silent. He did not try to beg for anyone's lives, knowing that Corrupted would kill someone out of pure spite. The only reason Corrupted hadn't yet was because he relished in the pain and suffering he could cause. He wanted to play with his victims first, especially Ink, and gradually break them until they longed for the death he would sadistically provide. He wanted all of this to end with the obliteration of the multiverse, like in the script that Ink saw in Horror Tale. But Corrupted did not want to simply destroy and slaughter his opposition. He wanted to utterly obliterate his enemies in mind, soul, and all so he could savor his victory before the end. If Ink had anything to say about it, that sadism and pride would be Corrupted's undoing. Ink did not agree to any terms or relent, relying on his pain and dread to mask his refusal to bow. He never submitted to Nightmare's more violent demands. He did not fall before error. He did not meekly follow Dr. Felgaster to a lab. Like hell, he was giving up now. Just as Corrupted said, "2," Ink raised a steady hand. His magic flowed from the joints of his fingers and dripped down to the ground, pulling by his feet. Corrupted watched the dark pool slowly grow, and Ink focused, making just enough progress that Corrupted would not think he was delaying. Hidden by the thick layer of ashes, Ink's chain slithered through the dusty ground. It was not the only thing that was moving. Cyan clung to the chain, hiding in the ashes, and Gold had vanished from their perch in Blue's scarf. Ink mentally tracked the movement in the dusty gray ashes, but brought no attention to it as the two snakes slithered over to Broomy. Color slowly swept across Broomy's white handle. They immediately understood what was happening and what Ink wanted. Ink trusted that the Doodle Spear would as well. Not the parent countdown. 1, 2, 3! Ink, give me the core of the multiverse! The black liquid that was Ink's magic shimmered, slowly widening. Ink was pulled from his deep focus as Corrupted grew impatient with his progress and smashed his skull into the ground. Corrupted did not release him fully, keeping the shadowy tentacle around Ink's neck as he grabbed his right leg with his claw-tipped hands. Ink couldn't muffle a scream as Corrupted broke the limb, leaving a macabre mess of white bone, black blood, and melted golden metal! It was a small mercy that the explosive inside did not go off. Other than a slight flinch from horror, the others barely reacted to Ink's pain. Corrupted purposely cut into Ink as he pulled his shadows back, tearing more of his pant leg off in the process. It was not the only thing that tore. Ink's satchel was ripped open and its contents spilled across the ashy ground. As a result, the small cooler that Underswap Asgore had gifted him tore apart, its ice creams falling into the ash in melting, multicolored chunks. Ink's shield clothes went with it, falling in the grime. Finally, a golden circlet slipped out, landing pristinely halfway on top of the purple cloak. Corrupted went still. His shadows stopped creeping towards the fallen game, leaving gouge-like cracks in the code mere inches from Dust's unmoving hand. His tentacles tightened around Ink, elicting a grunt of pain from him before he I don't know what that word is. Cautiously, or whatever the fuck, threw him to the ground. Then he started laughing. Corrupted's laughter was even more unhinged. than when he tormented the Gain, causing him to double over as he cackled breathlessly. The sound distorted the very air, making Ink's vision swim, and Error to release an agonized scream as he clutched at his skull. Corrupted kept cackling, caught between malicious delight and utter belief as he bared his two sharp teeth at Ink. I cannot believe this. You genuinely think Nightmare is still here? He plucked the circlet from the ash-covered ground and dangled it mockingly in front of Ink's face. Behind the shadowy mess that Corrupted had become, Dream feebly reached forward but couldn't manage to summon a single spark of magic. You are such an idiot! Corrupted mocked Ink. Haven't you put it together yet, Protector? Your little serpent didn't work because there's nothing left to save. There is only the corruption. Nothing else is left. Nightmare is dead. Corrupted grinned and his tentacles clenched around the circlet. It didn't break. Corrupted paused in confusion and stared at it. His furious expression dropped as his cyan eyelight shrank to a demonic slit. You! Ink pulled his chain and Broomy twisted, leaving a trail of black that shifted into a portal. The fake magic portal he had been summoning snapped around Corrupted's lower half, unbalancing him. Covering his soul with a black magic shield, Ink tackled Corrupted right into Broomy's portal. His chain pulled taut behind him, and although Broomy tried to hold themselves back, they were yanked out of the Omega timeline and into the abyss. There was an alarm cry from behind them, and Ink had the briefest moment to see Fresh grab Error by his scarf and pull him back before the codes closed around them. Oh. I didn't remember that part. Oh, he was reaching for his brother! The codes surrounding the Omega timeline were a complete mess, breaking and crumbling like weathered stone as Ink and Corrupted fell between them. The abyss of codes would not hurt Ink, but he made sure his soul remained covered by his magic, just in case. The corruption may be the embodiment of glitching codes, but it was still using Nightmare's body, just like in Horror Tale. He could do nothing to stop his and Ink's rapid descent through the codes. The streams of data flew by them, faster and faster until everything became a blur. Slowly, the white lines of data turned gold. Broomy shot downward, overtaking the chain they were attached to as they slammed into Ink's open palm. His mind expanded, filled with warmth and fullness and paints of all colors as the Doodle Spear made the connection and understood. The Doodle Spear sensed the corruption's presence and grabbed it, holding its host in place in the abyss between the Doodle Spear itself and other worlds. It did not open itself, it did not let the corruption inside. Within its golden sky, several of its papers and buckets floated together, illuminated with a prismatic rainbow of colors as their scripts rippled through the codes. Not scripts of any doomed timeline or horrific futures, but of the past. Broomy released their colors, letting the past guide them, and the two skeletons that lingered on the brink of the Doodle Sphere saw. A skeleton child desperately ran through a field of grass, calling out in confusion for his brother, but his young voice was lost below the villagers' angry shouts. Dream had no idea what was happening until he woke up from an unexpected sleep in his friend's home, and stumbled outside to see most of the village was empty. His sluggish mind and movements were instantly washed away when he spotted the tree and, even more importantly, the injured skeleton beneath its drooping boughs. Nightmare! Dream cried out in horror, the exact moment that tentacles ripped free of his brother's back. The closest villagers were dead before they had the chance to run. Those further back dropped their weapons and fled in terror, with one shoving Dream to the ground as they passed. While they all ran away from the tragedy they had caused, Dream ran straight towards it. After all, as always, his greatest concern was his brother. Nightmare had been alone that night until the mob descended upon him. He was alone as they beat him, calling him an evil demon that they thought had destroyed the tree. Neither Nightmare nor his twin got word of the villagers' plan to steal the apples they guarded. They got Dream out of the way and riled up the susceptible villagers with tales that it was Nightmare who harmed his twin and planned to destroy the apples. By the time Dream woke and tried to find his brother, it was far too late. He ran towards him, calling out his name as the trees shattered and crumbled to ashes, but it wasn't meant to be. The negativity was too much, and Dream turned to stone. And just like that, Nightmare was alone. Finding the sands was mostly an accident on Nightmare's part. He could not say what had driven him to this particular genocide timeline. Perhaps it was curiosity about the persistent negativity he could sense there. Maybe he was simply tired of creating dark papyri to do his bidding and wanted to try something new. The thought of recruiting monsters with their own individual minds and souls, so unlike the empty shells that Nightmare filled his ranks with, was an intriguing concept. That actually did happen in Dreamtale lore. Nightmare started with dark papyri first, but they were too kind, so we just ended up killing them and replacing them with Sanses. He made them, by the way. He didn't go get them. So, he tried papyruses first. When Nightmare stepped out of the shadows, the first thing Killer did was throw a knife at his face. Nightmare caught the knife with his tentacles and felt the elvian malice emanating from the blade. It was so much more than anything that Nightmare's dark papyri could produce. Much, much more. His tentacles curled in satisfaction. "Hello, Killer," Nightmare greeted cordially. "I am Nightmare, the guardian of negativity. Would you like to join me in the multiverse to experience something new?" Killer's response was to cackle and throw another knife at his head. It took several more fights before Killer agreed to join Nightmare. Like his new boss, it was curiosity that drove him to agree. He wanted to experience the multiverse and would gladly torment and kill other, happier and luckier worlds to do it. Though maybe it was a little more than only curiosity. Killer moved into Nightmare's castle. Nightmare's missions became much more successful. Instead of the dark halls being filled with empty copies of the dark papyri, all Nightmare needed was a Sans. But why stop at one? The first time Nightmare met Dust, his soon-to-be recruit, thought he was a hallucination. He greeted Nightmare with a smile, told Paps that he was not drunk enough to deal with demons today, and wandered off to the empty Grillabees of Dusttale. His only companions were the supposed hallucination Nightmare, the supposed hallucination of his dead brother, and the piles of dust. The next time Nightmare returned to Dusttale, Dust was much more clear-headed. His traps would have been deadly for many intruders, but Nightmare was no mere mortal. Dust's calculating integrity intrigued him and his power even more, so as he grimly stood before Nightmare in the infamous Judgment Hall, a rotting human corpse lay near the corner like it had been trying to crawl towards the safe point Nightmare knew was there. "Why the hell would I ever join you?" Dust growled at Nightmare, his posture and emotions defensive and snarling, and his voice straining from lack of use. "I have what I need." "Do you?" Nightmare looked around, tentacles curling with quiet disgust as he noticed the stains on Dust's clothes. "You may have defeated the human, but there is nothing left for you here. You killed your family and friends for the LV. Now there is nothing else to do with it. You aren't even living to honor their sacrifices." "It wasn't sacrifices," Dust snarled at him. He jabbed a sharp indigo bone in Nightmare's direction, his aura riveling with guilt and aggression. "Don't word it like they were in any way willing. I murdered them." "And now you can do nothing with your life," Nightmare informed him. "You are as trapped now as you were during the reset. The isolation is taking everything you have left. What was the point of it all if you lose yourself completely?" Dust flinched and looked over his shoulder. "And killing more people is better how?" Nightmare's tentacles shifted and swayed. "I'm not asking you to kill, only terrorize. As the guardian of negativity, it is my duty to help maintain balance. Currently, positivity is a far greater in presence than negativity. If that imbalance is allowed to continue, the multiverse will die. Like you, I must do terrible things for a greater goal, because someone has to. So you can stay here and waste the lives you took, or you can join me and make a change in the multiverse." Dust was silent. His aggression shifted from snarling defensiveness to wary intrigue. Nightmare turned away from him and hid a smile as he opened a portal. He stepped through. Dust followed him. Naturally, he and Killer immediately started fighting each other the moment they locked eyes. Nightmare was forced to separate them, left to scathingly wonder if he had recruited children instead of mature adults. It did not take long for Nightmare to find the mediating influence he needed in Horror, though it did take some time longer for Horror to fill that role. Horror was not like Dust or Killer. He did not live in a genocide timeline. He still had his brother. He did not have the dust of his underground's monsters on his hands. However, just like Killer and Dust, Horror was desperate. Everyone in Horrortale was starving. The last human to fall had long since perished, and unknown to the monsters of the underground, the surface was even more uninhabitable than under the mountain. The human race was dead, having killed each other in their final bid to get the last bits of meager resources they had left. The barrier was intact. There were no human souls left to use to break it. The monsters trapped below waited for a miracle that would never come and starved. Horror was so driven mad by hunger by that point that he had tried to bite into Nightmare when he first appeared. Nightmare easily avoided the weakened, starving sands and gave him meat to bite instead, pacifying him further with his aura. All it took was the promise that Horror's brother and world would never go hungry again for him to join Nightmare. Horror already had dust on his hands. Why not add a little more for their sake? At first, Horror was not a mediator at all in the group that was becoming known as Nightmare's gang. In fact, he mostly kept to himself or stayed in the kitchens whenever they were off at missions, refusing to interact with the two Sanses that killed their papyri. Nightmare did not know what changed, but one day, Horror started to cook for all of them, him included. His right eyelight returned with his health and his hope, as he looked fondly at the gang, though his socket remained dark and empty during battle, as his red eyelight glowed with the fever that he had been recruited for. Nightmare did not fully understand why Horror had changed, but he was pleased enough with his progress that he vowed to accept any food he brought him. He rationalized that it was better to have a calming presence off of the battlefield rather than the desperate, mad, starving monster he had first seen. At first, it was spite that motivated Nightmare to recruit Cross. Killer, Dust, and Horror were much more efficient than the Dark Papyri had ever been, and with Dream's reemergence from the stone more than a decade ago, the battle for the balance of the multiverse continued. Excluding the Destroyer, who was an entity on a whole other league than anything that Nightmare had encountered in his centuries of life, Dream was the only one who dared to stand against Nightmare now. Him, and eventually, the Sands of Exhale. Initially, Nightmare was puzzled by Cross's emotions. His cheery disposition made no sense considering what happened in his original world. There should be anger, or at least sorrow, because he'd killed his friends for nothing. Instead, there was so much cheer and positivity that Nightmare was utterly repulsed. It took embarrassingly long for Nightmare to realize that Dream had manipulated Cross like he supposedly manipulated the villagers into attacking him all those years ago. Even worse, Dream had supposedly intentionally used his aura to do it. From the moment that Nightmare realized what Dream had unwittingly done, he knew he wanted Cross. Not just because he was a powerful Sand that dared to stand against the Guardian negativity, but because Cross, too, had been betrayed. In the end, recruiting Cross was easier than Nightmare could have believed. All he needed to do was set him free. The source of despair was so great that Nightmare simply had to check it out. It was far from the first time that he had sensed such an emotion in the multiverse, but there was something about this entity's misery that caught his attention. Maybe it was pure curiosity that drove him to seek it out, or maybe he decided to find it when he realized it was completely by itself, with no other presence nearby at all. He emerged in an empty wide world to see a small skeleton standing alone. The unfinished sketches around him could hardly be considered companions, so blank and empty that they did not react at all as their only soulful member decided he could not take it anymore. The small skeleton cried out in pain and sorrow as he dug his fingers into his soul, so desperate to escape the endless loneliness of his existence that he would destroy the very essence of his being in order to break free. Tentacles wrapped around his hands, stopping him, and he looked up in awe and disbelief at his savior. Nightmare was no savior. He did not intend to save him, but when he heard that despairing cry and saw the soul breaking, his body moved on its own. If anything, his touch, which had become deadly long ago, should have dusted the skeleton in an instant. The small skeleton did not dust. He trembled, fearful and confused, and barely daring to hope. He was nothing like the others. He was small, weak, unknowledgeable, and non-violent. He whispered that he would never harm like Nightmare wanted, declaring his intentions with a surprising amount of stubbornness, and yet Nightmare did not leave him behind. Nightmare could have gone back on his deal. He could have killed the skeleton's brother and left him there alone, only returning to feed off his continued misery while dangling the hope for salvation in front of his tearful face. But that wasn't who Nightmare was. He was harsh, he was bitter, he hated and killed and blamed others for his mistakes along with himself. He struggled to see the good without suspecting manipulation and would not hesitate to turn violent. He caught Killer before he could fall to empty madness. He brought Dust out of isolation before he could drown in his depression and despair. He saved Horror's mind and his world, pulling him back from the brink. He freed Cross from the binds that neither he nor Dream knew he had and gave him a choice. He stopped Ink from giving up and destroying himself, giving him a name, a purpose, a home, a life, and a family in the process. Nightmare had done many terrible things, but that was not all that he did. He did so much more good than he could see. Because of Nightmare, the gang found each other. Because of Nightmare, they were no longer alone. And because of them, Nightmare would never be alone again. Deep within the darkness and shadows of the corruption, a cyan and purple light glowed. It streaked through the corruption like lightning bolts, crackling it open and disintegrating its shadows with a touch. Ink wrapped his arms more firmly around Nightmare's middle and held on tight, his entire body alight with his green magic as it wove through Nightmare's. Ink did not hesitate to let out his anger about what the corruption had done to his family, releasing it with a cathartic snarl as he tore the virus from Nightmare's codes. Together, they pushed through the corruption, peeling it from tentacles with green magic and freezing it with negativity. Gradually, it became so fragile that it shattered and faded away. As the glow of Nightmare's magic crackled down his arms, Corrupted made one last attempt and grabbed Ink's soul. Squeezing. The shield Ink had placed remained firm, not even crackling as Corrupted tried to stab its knife like phalanges into it. Seeing its failure to break Ink's soul, the corruption shrieked in rage and grabbed his throat. The sharp points of the fingers had barely brushed his neck before they twitched, glitching feebly as the glowing swirls of magic reached them, and the shadows disappeared like smoke in the light. A final pulse of healing magic expunged the corruption from Nightmare, and the rot and the black apple soul faded away. Nightmare did not revert back to the skeleton he had been in Dreamtale. He could never be that kind of nightmare again. As Nightmare's corruption was mended, Broomy trembled in glee, and the Doodle Sphere roared in triumph. Its papers and buckets illuminated, rippling with lights and codes, and through Broomy it urged Ink to repair the other densest source of corruption. The codes for the Omega Timeline freely scrolled past. Without the corruption's glitches, so many more codes were unobscured, their numbers in the hundreds of thousands, but Ink immediately knew what needed to be done. All it took was a command and a connection. Restore initiated. There was an immediate, painful sensation of pulling and straining in Ink's bones, but he did not shy away from it, as he gave every ounce of magic and power he had left. Yeah, we're not out of the woods yet. Inside the Omega Timeline, the glitch-like corrupted Frisk broke through the barrier over the Omega Timeline's last sanctuary. An exhausted Judge leaned on G's arm, pushing herself up as she defiantly raised her spears and faced the swarm in a last stand. Before the tsunami of red and blue glitches could reach the council, they were gone. The translucent bodies broke down and drifted like sparkles of light before they peacefully disintegrated, leaving the souls they had been unable to consume briefly hovering in the air. Much like during a reset, several monsters that had been off-world before the attack were removed from the Omega Timeline as part of the restore process. Ink intentionally made sure that Horror, Dust, Killer, Cross, Dream, Blue, Error, Geno, Red, and Edge, and even Fresh, were all safely deposited back in Zephyr-Top and out of the Omega Timeline's reach. Color's codes were identified as lost beyond repair. He, like many others, could not be returned. In the Omega Timeline, the sky cleared. Buildings were rebuilt, forests were regrown, damage was undone. Pieces of souls that had been caught in the corrupted glitches and held together by green magic reformed, regaining their bodies as they slowly sat up and stared around them in confusion. Those that had fallen due to collateral damage were the most likely to wake. Those that had been fully destroyed by the corrupted did not. The restored souls did not account for nearly all of those thought lost, but some could be salvaged and saved. Not everything could be healed and fixed, but some were. Buildings were rebuilt. Flickering codes of barely surviving souls were pieced back together. Before the stunned eyes of the survivors, a world was restored. It was an Azrael that put the pieces together, his joyful cry rising in the stunned silence that had taken over the shelter in the council building. "It's the Protector! He did it! He saved us! The Protector is real!" Mere moments ago, many would have dismissed Azrael's claim as mere fantasies. Now, those same people watched as souls on the brink of death were saved, and the smoky, glitching breaks in the sky were mended. The words spread quickly, with skepticism and disbelief fading away as the Omega Timeline was repaired around them. The cheers of joy were deafening, though a series of screams in a hidden-away laboratory. Fellow Alphas looked upon the world and the people that had been restored and trembled with rage. Like, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, Alpha! Shut the fuck up! God, so fucking annoying. Kinda sound like Michael Jackson there. The weightlessness Ink felt as he healed Nightmare and used Restore faded away just as Nightmare's eye socket slipped closed. Remembering Air's exhaustion after his successful healing, Ink held onto Nightmare as they both fell through the codes towards the Doodle Sphere. The subsequent jolting feeling was less expected than it should have been. The main source of corruption may have been gone, but the Doodle Sphere was still wary of the one that had caused so much damage in the multiverse. Ink could move forward, but the Doodle Sphere still would not let Nightmare in. A vague sense of unease was Ink's only warning before gravity shifted. Much like Cross had been during the first trip to the Doodle Sphere, Ink was pulled forward while Nightmare was yanked back. Unlike last time, Ink couldn't hold on. The force of the Doodle Sphere's rejection tore Nightmare from Ink's grasp. His panic cry was soundless in the abyss. As he scrambled to grab onto Nightmare's unconscious body, another jolt forced them apart. No! What are you doing? I can't leave him like this! Ink could not say whether he was talking to the Doodle Sphere, or Broomy, or both. The Doodle Sphere was adamant that Ink returned to it now that it was safe. Broomy was a bit more hesitant as they admitted that they had used up a lot of paint. Neither seemed to realize that Nightmare could not simply be left behind in the abyss until Ink made a desperate grab for him. Ink's chain caught Nightmare's foot and he opened a portal through the codes. Another impatient jolt sent him spiraling, but he managed to send Nightmare through the portal to safety. His chain caught on the edge of the portal, unexpectedly impeding his momentum, and Broomy was yanked from his hands. Ink managed to snag Broomy with another chain just in time and caught a glimpse of cyan and gold as they desperately clung to the paintbrush's brown handle. He launched them out through the same opening as Nightmare. The Doodle Sphere faltered, its presence growing faint. Before Ink's closed eyes, the codes began to fade. Fear gripped him as he understood why the Doodle Sphere was so insistent that he leave. If he stayed like this, he could be trapped in the depths of the abyss. Time was strange here, so it could take ages for him to get out. And that was if he ever got out. He could very well become lost in the codes like so many Gasters were. Like Aster was. Aster! Desperate, Ink rejected the Doodle Sphere's call and searched for Aster. The longer he fell, the fewer codes he could see and cling to as he plunged into the depths of the abyss. Ink struggled, staring at the lingering flickers around him as he tried to find signs of Aster. The darkness closed in around Ink, and he knew he was out of time. Even with all he had accomplished, he was not ready to safely traverse this deep into the abyss yet. Tears flowed around Ink's eye sockets, their droplets floating unstably as they failed to find the gravity needed for them to fall. I promise I'll find you, Aster. Ink opened one final portal beneath his falling body. He plunged into it and instantly hit something hard, eliciting a pained cry from his strained throat. He fell graciously through the tree branches, but caught himself with his magic before he could hit the ground. Exhaustion hit him like a punch to the chest, and he plunged the last few feet, dry heaving as the amount of magic he had used finally caught up with him. Ink curled up and rolled onto his side in case he vomited, fingers gripping the bright green grass below him. Ignoring the pain in his bones and his chest, he forced his magic out one last time and detected each of the others. To his relief, they were all back in Zephyral Top. Nightmare, the gang, Air, Gino, Red, Edge, Fresh, and the Star Sanded, oh god, that's a big group, had all been safely extracted from the Mega Timeline, avoiding another fight. Only Color and Corfisk were absent. Ink knew the latter had not been included in the mass departure because there was no need for them to be. He also knew the real reason Color was absent. Color is dead. Even with all the power he had, Ink still couldn't save everyone. Prism had warned him about that bitter truth, but it was still hard to accept. Ink's breathing hitched as he was caught between the euphoria of what he had done and the crushing blow of what he couldn't. He heard a voice in the distance and tried to call out to them, but ended up coughing instead. He forced himself up into a sitting position and grimaced, pressing one hand to his throat and the other to his broken leg. His green magic spluttered, and his soul gave a painful twinge in response, so he hastily aborted his intended healing session. It seemed his injuries would have to wait. He had barely closed his eye sockets to try to gather his energy before he heard a twig snap. He turned his head to see Fresh standing in the tree line. It was so dark that even his vibrantly colored clothes were barely visible, leaving only his frown and the letters on his sunglasses discernible from within the shadows. Sorry. The cuff on Ink's ankle beeped. Ink stared at the blinking red light and went numb. Although any emotion drained from his body, his mind acted on instinct. He tried to summon a shield, but ended up dry heaving again as he failed to pull anything else from his depleted magic. A rustling sound alerted him to another person's presence, and he forced any remaining emotion aside. It was Cross. Cross had found him. It just had to be Cross, didn't it? Of all the brothers Ink had, he knew that Cross would take this the hardest and blame himself. Ink looked at his brother, exhausted, dirty, and weary, with dull purple eyelids, and did not have the energy to cry. He needed to be calm, for his sake and for Cross. Cross, I'm so sorry. I need you to... A tall figure appeared from the foliage, briefly leaning against a tree as they stopped their hasty rush forward. Ink saw the shape of the skull and the frame, and his breath caught. Then he locked eyes with a wingless Gaster, and his hope instantly shriveled up. The Gaster was not Aster. He was not top. At first glance, he appeared to be the average Undertale Gaster. Ink took one look at him and knew he wasn't. His gaze darted toward Fresh's previous position, but he was long gone. The beeping cuff wasn't forgotten, but it no longer felt as dangerous as the new, old threat. Don't hurt him, Ink croaked, voice faint and exhausted. Please, he's suffered enough, please. He did not have the energy to look for mercy, but he tried anyway, for Cross and only for Cross. Because Ink knew there would be no mercy for him. Gaster's hand twitched, and Cross crumbled like an abandoned toy. Before Ink could feel afraid, his cold gaze moved from the unconscious Cross to the shielded soul that hovered in front of Ink's chest. Ink did not even realize he still had it covered until he saw Gaster's gaze lock onto it. The cuff beeped even more rapidly, indicating it was mere seconds from an explosion. Gaster looked at it, and any doubts Ink had that this was ex-Gaster in disguise faded away as his expression twisted, first with surprise, and then with anger. Ex-Gaster strode forward, far outpacing Ink's feeble attempt to drag himself away. Ink gave up his effort and leaned against a tree, too exhausted to do more than stare emptily up at the disguised scientist that had caused Cross so much pain. Ex-Gaster's eyelights drifted from the beeping cuff to Ink's face. His icy features hardened further, and he put a hand to Ink's right leg, about midway up his femur. Ink felt the sharp tingle that preceded a magic attack, and his eye sockets went wide. Please! Yeah. Fresh left because he was scared of Ex-Gaster capturing him and experimenting on him again. Because that's Fresh applied that last time. Do I think he should have run away? No, but he was scared. So that's why Fresh ran. He was scared. Nightmare woke up on a carpet of soft green grass. Tree branches rustled above him, shifting in a gentle wind, and for a moment he thought he was back in Dreamtale. The first thing he saw reinforced that notion as his circlet laid on the grass in front of him. It took multiple attempts for Nightmare to reach it. It took several more painstaking tries for his fingers to curl around the metal. His fingers refused to bend, remaining stiff and unresponsive as he tried to will them to move. Eventually, his dark sludge-like flanges curled enough that the circlet was in his grasp. Nightmare did not even know that someone else was there until their shadow fell over him. He did not have the strength to turn his head. Only his eyelight moved as he stared emotionlessly up at the destroyer himself. He could not sense any emotions from Error, not the anger that shone in his eyelights or the madness that the corruption had given to them both. Nightmare weakly grasped the circlet. He was too weak to move. Are you here to finish me off? He asked. Error smiled maliciously. I want to. Nightmare could not sense the negative emotions that were right in his face. He suspected it was due to what he just experienced. His power would return given time. Time he may not have. Time he did not care to fight for. Do it then, Nightmare said flatly. Error sneered down at him. Oh, screw you, boss! Killer stormed into Nightmare's limited view, standing boldly with his back to Error as he glowered down at the weakened and pathetic guardian of negativity. We already have to deal with Cross's self-hate bullshit. Don't you start with that too! I think we all hate ourselves to some extent, Moore rumbled. He strolled up to Nightmare and plopped down by his arm, not touching him. You're an idiot. I'm sorry. Nightmare rasped. He spotted dust hanging back behind horror, and his restored soul felt like lead. I remembered Dreamtale. Dust gripped the collar of his scarf like his life depended on it. It's not your fault, boss. Nightmare forced himself into a sitting position. Horror moved as if to help him, only to remember himself just in time and flinch back. The corruption was gone, but negativity was still stronger than positivity. No one wanted to test whether Nightmare's touch was now safe, especially not like that. He already had so much that he'd never forgive himself for. Nightmare knew Dream was there, watching. Several others were there too, including the fresh parasite that sauntered in like there was nothing to fear anymore. Dream leaned heavily on Blue, looking wearier than Nightmare had ever seen him, with dark shadows beneath his eye sockets and a fragility to his bones. In hindsight, Dream had looked that way for a long time. Nightmare just had never seen it. Never saw it. Nightmare took the kids in the divorce. That's why Air's so mad. He took the kids in the divorce. You get it! You get it! That's why they're fighting right now. They're just divorced. They're gonna get back together, I promise. Nightmare and Air will. But as weak as Dream currently was, at least he could move and almost stand. Unlike Nightmare. If he did not have all of his memories of what Corrupted had done, he might think the gang had betrayed him. But Nightmare did have his memories. All of them. Bitterness and remorse welled up, nearly choking him with its intensity. But Nightmare had other priorities. Where are Ink and Cross? Killer's face fell. We don't know. Cross is probably still possessed by X-Bastard. Should have been kicked out of the Omega timeline with us. But Ink dove into the abyss with you. He's missing. What happened, boss? Nightmare remembered falling through the abyss. He remembered the memories he had seen. He remembered being healed by Ink. He remembered Ink saving him before he plunged into the darkness. There was an ear-piercing scream. The volume was enough to make Dust recoil and Dream shudder, clapping his hands over the side of his head in a futile attempt to block it out. None of them had ever heard such a sound from him before, but they all knew it came from Ink. His scream ignited every battle-learned instinct Nightmare had and chilled him to its very core, because he had heard similar screams too many times to count. He had caused them too many times to count. The sound Ink made was one of excruciating agony, drawn out and choking in a wordless plea for mercy where there would be none. It cut off in tandem with another, even more horrifying sound. An explosion. The circlet fell into the dirt. Nightmare's horror broke through his exhaustion, and he lurched to his feet. He pushed his aching, burning body through the grassy field and into the forest, nearly tripping over a plain white paintbrush that had been partially hidden by foliage. Nightmare heard Killer gasp in recognition, but he kept running, not caring that Dream was right beside him, matching his pace for pace. Pace for pace. Oh my god, look at them go! They're running together. The twins emerged on the scene just as the smoke cleared, revealing the glinting bits of sharp nail that were embedded in the trees and ground. Cross lay near the base of one of the trees, unconscious but miraculously untouched by the shards of metal that peppered the area around him. In the center of the carnage was a large char mark, and in the center of that burnt sector, dropped carelessly like the distinctive clothes of so many fallen papyri, was Ink's blood-covered scarf in a pile of off-white dust. Uh-oh. Beetle, you still here? Beetle?
Sorry, I had to run across my room, and then my computer was off. Yes, I am still here.
When do you have work?
I need to leave by 10. Like, if we're gonna read, it has to be by 10, so we have an hour left.
Do you think you can read this chapter while I recover my voice from the last one? Because I did the calculations, we do need to do 5 today in order to finish this by November.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to do 5 one of the days anyways.
Yeah.
You think you can do it?
My tab. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think I am?
I need to recover my voice for an hour before I read that last chapter. Because as you can hear, I am losing it a little bit, but it'll come back.
I wonder who said that. Who could have known?
Shut the frick up, bro. In this chapter, it doesn't have my favorite scene in it, right? We're good?
We'll see.
Hey! Hey. Wait a minute.
I don't remember.
Don't start reading.
What was it? I don't remember.
Don't start reading. I need to double check. Actually, start reading. Start reading because we have limited time. I might have to take over finishing this chapter for you.
Okay. You ready, gang? Chapter 41. Back. Who's back? Anyway. Ink. Cross regained consciousness to the sound of Dust's feeble cry. Pain lanced through his skull, and he clenched his teeth to stop himself from making noise. He could feel the scars by his eye sockets without needing to trace them with his fingers. He did not need a mirror to know what they looked like. Cross remembered being corrupted. He remembered fighting Killer and Color. He remembered. Cross did not recognize the sound he made as something that came from himself. Arms tightened around him, providing warmth, not restraint. They started to hold him even more tightly as he struggled, trying to get away. It wasn't you, Horror said lowly, his voice rumbling against Cross's back. It wasn't you. No matter how many times he said it, Cross would never believe him. He struggled a little more and realized he was fully leaning against Horror's chest now, protected by his body and arms. Horror's chin rested atop Cross's skull. He wouldn't let Cross go. He had to. Cross could tell the corruption was gone, but ex-Gaster's influence wasn't. Thinking of the corruption, Cross jolted in place, searching frantically for the rest of the gang. It only took a glance of Nightmare's familiar, unshadowed form for him to feel at least some relief. Cross's comfort that Nightmare was back was tempered by the presence of Dream. The Star Sanses had betrayed the gang. They had shot Ink. Hadn't they? Wait, no, they hadn't gotten to the exchange. No, they had gotten to the exchange in Zephyrtop, except the exchange hadn't happened? No, that wasn't right either, was it? Cross didn't know. The most recent thing he clearly remembered was fighting Killer. That, and Cross's gaze jerked towards the side his mind had been trying to ignore. Dust was holding a scarf close to his chest. It was not his usual red scarf, which was still around his neck. This scarf was brown. It had a hood with green interior. It was covered in black blood and dust. Cross closed his eye sockets and saw Ink weakened and exhausted, staring up at him with fear in his eyes. Please. Another strangled noise forced his way from Cross's throat. It gradually became a moaning wail that made Blue flinch and try to block it out with his hands. Nightmare recoiled his tentacles, his tentacles flinched, coiling inwards towards his body. He looked terrible. They all did, to be frank. But Nightmare, Dream, and Air looked like they were on the verge of collapse. Nightmare and Dream seemed to be particularly fragile, like they'd break into pieces at any moment. Other than the flinch, Nightmare did not react to Cross's cry. He only stared through him and stayed where he was, seated on the ground. Looking at him made Cross uneasy, so he stopped. Lurching to try to get away from Horror, Horror still would not let him go, holding on as tightly as he could without hurting Cross. Lisp. Speech impediment. Love it. The others lingered around the clearing in a daze. Dream sat some distance away from Nightmare, where he leaned against Blue's side at the base of a tree. Edge and Red lurked like they were ready for a fight, but they were reluctant to start one. Poor Frisk reappeared, took one look at the scarf, and started crying. Dream tried to go comfort them, but couldn't stand up. A Sans that Cross guessed must be Gino ended up awkwardly holding them. Air simply stared at the scarf that Dust held with no discernible expression. Nightmare didn't act. Cross understood. His boss's unwillingness to move perfectly well. Either one of them could have been responsible for the damage that hurt Ink so badly. Cross very well could have hit Ink's manacle or even used overwrite to cause its explosion. He could have stabbed him and let him bleed before he set it off. Cross had not wanted to believe that last thought, but there was a trail of black blood that led to one of the trees. Ink had been injured and attempted to get away before he was... I literally just choked on a yawn. How the fuck do you do that? Anyway. Cross tried to get up, but his vision was blurry, and Horror couldn't let him go. He tried to tell Horror to release him, but the only sounds that came out were unintelligible whispers. Horror laid his cheek across cheek atops. What? Horror laid his cheek atop Cross's head. He was shaking. Killer. Dust called his name in a rough and harsh voice. I need you to look at this. Killer's expression shifted from agonized to something much colder, indicating that he was emotionally detaching himself. He stepped away from Nightmare and around something on the ground to get to Dust. Cross stared at the black splatters on the ground and noticed how bits of the loam had shifted like something had been dragged through them. He already knew what it was, but his mind pulled up horrible images again and again and again. Ink had been wounded. He had been dragged. The black ink was his blood. The ends of his scarf were drenched, particularly the right one. Dust's hand curled around the brown fabric. This should be torn. His comment caught everyone off guard. Cross stopped whimpering and went numb. What? Horror croaked. If there was an explosion at close range, the fabric should have been hit by shrapnel. Dust insisted. Cross wanted to cover his ears so he couldn't listen. He wanted to close his eye sockets so he couldn't see. He didn't want Color's failing body. I lost myself. He didn't because Color's failing body and Ink's terrified face were burned into his skull, haunting him with sights and sounds of magic attack piercing through bone. Please. Cross didn't know if anyone responded. By the time the world swam back into view, Killer was holding on to him too. You were controlled, he said harshly, giving Cross a shake that made Horror growl in warning. Both of you. It's not your fault. He glared at Nightmare, who still hadn't moved as he stared at Ink's scarf. Seeing Nightmare so lost should worry Cross. He couldn't find the energy to care as he slipped into numbness. Please. Ink's plea was cut by an antagonizing scream, and Cross felt blood on his hands. I cut off his leg, Cross said faintly. I killed them. The women. The children, too. I slaughtered them like animals. Well, Star Wars reference for
I'm supposed to have like vocal rest right now, and you're making me have to comment on this shit. Read.
I'm sorry. Anyway, Anyway. Blue rose to his feet, getting away from Dream, and made a retching noise. Eric grimaced and stepped further away from him while Gino stepped closer and laid a hand on Blue's arm. He looked around at the ground, maybe for somewhere to direct Blue. Horror's eye sockets emptied. Corfris covered their mouth with their hands. Dust whirled around and shook his head in denial. Dream turned away from Cross and curled up against the tree. Cross wanted to scream at him, to leave, but that would mean acknowledging that he was there. Oh, God. Was it your hands, broski? Cross was not the only one who jumped. He hadn't even noticed Fresh standing in the shadows of the tree. That was dangerous, considering what the parasite was capable of. Capable of being a dick. Fresh's smile remained on his face as his sunglasses stayed as a multicolored question mark. Well, there'd be black blood all over you if you stabbed Inkblot. Cross stared at his hands. His fingers twitched as they were dusty and bloody, but not blackened with Ink's blood. Fresh's unsettling gaze didn't move from him. What do you remember? The question was said in a friendly tone, but it somehow still sounded like a threat. Dust backed towards the others while Killer rose to his feet. The reminder that they were enemies was chilling, but Cross couldn't find the will to put on a cold facade. His mind flashed again, and multiple small, purple hands held Ink down, as another attached bone hand pressed against his upper leg. The fingers were too long. They looked sharp, just like a magic attack. Cross's eye socket snapped open. Ink isn't dead. Ex-Gaster has him. Nightmare stirred, lethargically raising his head, and twitched violently when Corfrisk hiccuped. The dust is Ink's, they said terribly. Oh, the dusk is Ink's, they said terribly. Killer shook his head. That doesn't mean he's dead. Monsters sometimes removed and destroyed badly injured limbs and left the dust and tried to trick us. This amount of dust isn't nearly enough for the full body, even for someone smaller like Ink. Most likely it's a leg. Gino interjected quietly. Ex-Gaster cut off Ink's leg, let the bomb go off, and dust it, then dropped the scarf in the residual dust. Dread pooled across his bones, and his mind betrayed him, and combined that event with the black splatters on the ground. Ink hadn't fallen unconscious the moment Ex-Gaster amputated his leg. He likely stayed coherent enough to try to escape, forcing his attacker to grab him again, not just to take him, but to take off and leave his scarf in the dust. Ex-Gaster had ink. There was no conflicted feelings as Cross sought out Dream and Core Frisk, only desperation. He knew it was hypocritical, he fully understood that, but this wasn't about him. It was about saving Ink from his demon of a creator. Do you have any ideas on where they could be in the Omega timeline? Core Frisk tearfully shook their head. I've had blind spots for years. I can't see them. I can't find them. Ink must be terrified. Core's unsteady words caused several of them to balk, but he only had eyes for Nightmare. Boss, can you sense him? Nightmare stared through him. Cross did not want to say his boss's presence had diminished, but something about the way he carried himself has changed. He was tired, like Dream was tired, like they all were. Core made a small noise and rose to his feet, setting Cross down. He stepped forward and Nightmare finally moved in order to step back. He leaned against a tree and did not even bother trying to hide how exhausted he was. That, more than anything he had done so far, was what scared Cross the most. Nightmare couldn't look at them. I can't sense him, he said hoarsely, his voice ragged and hoarse like he hadn't spoken in ages. I cannot sense any emotions right now. I cannot either, Dream confessed. We're all drained. But Ink needs us, Dusk insisted, his voice pitched lower with strain. Ex-Gaster has him in a lab right now. The silence was suffocating. Red spoke up at last. I doubt he's the only scientist there. His expression was as exhausted and resigned as his voice. Our father and Alfie's are working with him, aren't they? It was Gino who answered, probably. Red closed his eyes with a fatigued sigh. Edge crossed his arms, his hands tightened around his humeri. We're helping you find them. Cross tense. Why? Growled defensively. So you can grab Ink again? We only care about helping Ink and stopping Ex-Gaster, Dream said. Hearing him say that triggered all of Cross's fight-or-flight instincts, and he sneered. Oh, really? So we'll just merrily part ways after we do that? Yeah, right. Dream flinched. Air started laughing. It was a mirthless, mocking cackle that sent shivers down Cross's spine. Like any of you abominations will be of help now. I can see your codes. You're all ready to drop. Fragile. Weak. More than half of you haven't recovered, and being healed of corrupted. He bared his teeth in a smile that wasn't nearly as sharp as Corrupted's, but it was just as unnerving. You won't be able to help Ink. You will die in the attempt. As for any who survive, our corruption may have been healed, but if Ink isn't there to continue with other repairs, we'll end up right back in the virus's clutches sooner rather than later. Maybe you will! Killer exploded. Horror grabbed him so that he would not swing a knife at Air's face. I fought the corruption up when I tried to come back. Air's eyelights faded out and his expression darkened. Killer faltered, realizing who he was speaking to and what he just said.
I don't
Oh no.
think that was something he should have said, actually.
I really wish you hadn't done that. Killer faltered, realizing who he was speaking to and what he just said. But it was too late. Cross jerked forward a step, reaching for his weapon in order to slice open a portal before...
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some tea real quick. So the scrolling's gonna stop for a bit, but it should, like, I'll come back and I'll start scrolling again, just to let chat know that the scrolling's gonna pause for a bit while Beetle reads.
You'll be back. Time will tell.
Anyway.
You can
I am! Silly goose. Are you kidding me right now? Gino bellowed, so loudly that even Air started. Ink has been captured, and you're going to stand around arguing with each other the moment he's gone? Cross remembered what Ink told him about Prism, specifically how his family almost fell apart while he was gone. He choked on his anger and mistrust because this wasn't about him. It was about rescuing Ink and stopping Ex-Gaster. He's right, Cross said. He's right, Dream said, at the exact same moment. There was another unbearable silence as the two former friends looked at each other. As the quiet persisted, Blue hesitantly approached Air and tried to touch his arm. He did not get close before Air glitched so badly that Blue physically threw himself back. Air bared his teeth, his eyelights burning with anger, and Cross was once again reminded that although Air was no longer corrupted, he was still the Destroyer. Don't touch my baby. Blue raised his hands and took another step backwards. Sorry, I just wanted to say that we know how hard you fought the corruption. Did Ex-Gaster do that to you? He didn't know the truth. Cross knew exactly what Ex-Gaster had done using Overwrite, but only because Air had told him when he had him strung up in the Anti-Void. It was yet another black mark on his hated creator's record. Air's silence implied enough. Killer crossed his arms tightly over his chest. Ex-Gaster is going to be a problem. He killed Color in one hit. Corfrisk recoiled subtly. Of course he did. Air's laugh was glitching and dark as his fingers brushed his scar. Ex-Gaster can manipulate codes. That includes tearing apart an enemy's defenses. His gaze locked onto Cross. Even with his hood down and his corruption healed, the weight of his calculating stare was bone-chilling. I saw bits of what he did with codes when I chaptered you. He was using more than Overwrite now. That's how he hid so much from me, Corfrisk mumbled. I never noticed. Blue tried to hug them, but they flickered away to a different spot in order to avoid him. Fresh eyed them in what may have been considered a curious manner, if not for his constant smile. Cross had suspected that Ex-Gaster could use codes for a while, ever since the first activation code incident in Horrortale. But hearing it confirmed by another coder terrified him all again. Can you get his soul out of mine? Cross asked before he remembered who he was talking to. Air stared at him with derisive amazement. You truly are desperate. And no, I cannot separate his souls from yours without killing you. But if that's what you want... He raised a string-filled hand. Before he could use them, something brown and large flew up from the foliage and smacked him in the head. Cross only had a moment to recognize Ink's brush before they lost their color and toppled sideways. Broomy! Gino gasped. He hurried over to the now white brush and tried to lift them, grunting in effort. I can't lift them. Two black lines slithered over the paintbrush, making Gino jump, and the brown, black, and gold returned. Broomy remained laying down in ink snakes, as ink snakes curled near the base of the black bristles. Gino seemed as confused as the rest of them before he gasped. Cyan gold! Be careful! Upon seeing Cross's puzzled expression, Gino elaborated. They're using bits of Ink's magics that they have to power Broomy. Cross was utterly lost. Ink named the snakes and got a paintbrush. Broomy's an extension of the murder world, Killer said flatly. That wasn't very flat. Cross remembered the weight of thousands of eyes upon him and pressure so intense that he felt it in his bones. What the shell? Can you fuck me, bro? Can you find ink in the Omega timeline, Broomy? Gino asked. Horror shot him a confused look, only to jump when Broomy wiggled slightly. Cross heard an agitated hiss. Part of him translated that as a no, while another part was caught up in the fact that the paintbrush was apparently sentient and had just hissed at him. They're not in the Omega timeline. Cross knew Fresh was there, but still startled when he spoke. He was far from the only one that did. Even Air twitched and took a defensive step back. Personally, Cross didn't like that such a brightly colored and loud parasite could be so quiet and unobtrusive. Fresh crossed his arms and cocked his head to the side. His lenses were an empty black as he seemed to scan them all. I know where they are, or where they're gonna be. Why the shell didn't you say that earlier? Killer snarled. Arsh, would you have believed me if I popped in and told you where I knew Ex-Gaster was? Fletcher's smile had dimmed at last, and he pushed at his blank sunglasses. His main base may not be in the OT, but there's a reason I don't go to his stomping grounds there. Fresh lowered his glasses just enough to reveal scarred bones and an even more scarred parasite. Cross put two and two together and wasn't sure what to feel. As more and more evidence of Ex-Gaster's actions stacked up in front of him, all he could do was wish he had actually killed him back in X-Tail. Corfus sniffled and wiped at their empty eyes. I'm so sorry, Fresh. Fresh ignored them. I couldn't show up earlier with Ex-Gaster protecting Krithkroth, he claimed. Looks like he just ditched you, though. Seems like you're no longer needed. Where are they, then? Chris. Wrong universe, Killer demanded. Dream shakily got to his feet. Yes, please tell. We don't need you, Killer snapped at him. It should only be Ex-Gaster, Felgaster, and Fel Alfie's there. Don't forget Ex-Undine, Gino added. Just when Cross thought that nothing else could make his day worse, his leg felt weak. She's back? Gino nodded pensively. She's the one that controlled to throw that spear at Ink. I don't know about any of the others. It felt like Cross's throat had been filled with ice-cold stone. Enough! Nightmare's voice was raspy and low, but it rang out in the burnt clearing, compelling the others to silence. The guardian of negativity's tentacles lashed slightly as he pushed himself away from the tree that he had been using as a support. His cyan eyelight was dull and his chest heaved, but he stood under his own power. Gino is correct. Our priority is rescuing Ink. Dream made as if to speak, but pressed his hands over his mouth, willing himself to be quiet. Nightmare did not look at his brother. Maybe he could not bear to. He looked across, beneath the weary, shell-shocked fog that had cloaked him. Cross caught a glimpse of the boss he had so desperately missed. It's your decision, Cross, Nightmare said. They can help. The words came out before Cross could really think about it. The truth was, there was no other choice. They needed whatever help they could get. Hare's right. We're all running on no sleep after a majority of us are recovering from corruption.
Dope.
Fresh cocked his head to the side and made finger guns.
One problem. I doubt I can get in there. He'll have blocked me out by now.
Air's grin was menacing. You may not be able to break in, but I can. But how long will it take? Porphyris asked quietly. Air's superior expression cracked slightly. I'll begin as soon as the parasite tells me where they are. Broomy lifted off the ground. They wobbled slightly, nearly flinging cyan and gold from their handle before they limped over to Gino. Gino watched them worriedly and tried to hold a hand under them, but Cross knew there was nothing stopping. There was nothing he could do if they dropped. Fresh adjusted his sunglasses and grinned mockingly.
Ex-Gaster never died, broski. He set up a shop in Omega Timeline, but moved his down low project.
You don't let me have fun anymore. Projects back home when Crisscross moved out. Come on.
In the microwave to make it work?
Yes, but you have to be very careful not to overheat it. Otherwise, I forgot the name for it, but if you break the surface of the water, it could explode in a boiling mess. So just don't overdo it.
Like 10 seconds?
10 seconds should be fine, yeah.
It will explode? I can't do that.
No, it won't explode. It's not gonna okay, maybe I shouldn't just I'm just trying to warn you about the effects of being stupid. You won't explode from 10 seconds. I promise. I promise. Cross my eyes and hope to flies.
Did you really think he wouldn't recreate his old lab in X-Tail?
Anyway, can we talk about how Broomy is just fucking hopping along? Because here's what I think. Here's how I think about it. I imagine Broomy like bouncing around like Larry the cucumber or pickle or whatever he is from VeggieTales.
We don't have a coffee maker.
That's well, what? Okay.
Or a kettle.
Do you have a pot?
I don't know how to use the stove.
Is it gas or electric?
Bitch, I don't know. I haven't looked at it at all. I just microwave my food.
What?
My roommate never cleans the stove. I don't want to touch that shit.
Put on gloves. I'm gonna kill you. Oh my god. Okay, anyway.
It's disgusting.
Oh my god. Ink opened his eye sockets to pure, blinding white. His gaze focused, bringing colors into view, and relief washed over him as a blur of brown broke up the horrible whiteness. He breathed in sharp sense that familiar and tried to touch the brown fabric he could see, but his arms did not move as something cold pressed against them. He could not find the energy to look up at his wrists. His head remained slumped forward, so his chin nearly rested on his chest. There was something black floating there, but he ignored it. It was harder to ignore the white over his middle. Instead of feeling broken up by the brown around it, it drew Ink's attention until he forcibly averted his gaze. Ink blinked lethargically, closing his eye sockets as he tried to clear his muddled mind, and opened them again to see that although the pants looked the same, he was definitely not wearing his usual attire. Why am I wearing Prism's outfit? Ink continued to stare down at his body in confusion. There was something different. He could not move both legs, but he could move his right? When he moved it, the loose fabric of his pleating pant leg moved strangely, like it was... He could not see his right foot. Ink moved his right leg again, but the pant leg folded in the wrong place that was too high to be his knee. It was above his knee, halfway up his femur. The fabric was too flat and loose underneath. His leg was gone. A tremor started in Ink's shoulders, straining them further due to the manacles holding him down by his wrists. His left leg pulled at the other manacle on his ankle, while what remained of his right leg swung uselessly, causing the empty fabric between it to sway. In spite of his terror, his soul's pulse was weak, as though the scarred, shielded heart did not want to draw more attention to itself. There were wires attached to his soul, which was still covered with his black magic, but that thin shield did little to make Ink feel secure. Those wires attached several large machines to Ink, with one resembling the determination extractor found in the true labs. The others displayed data, however you say it. Ink was laid out on an examination table between them and restrained by his neck, wrists, and remaining ankle. He was bound so tightly that he could only move his skull and what remained of his leg. His wrists were manacled together above him, but of course, his legs couldn't be locked together like that, because his right leg was gone. The bright white that surrounded him were the walls, ceilings, and lights of a cold, sterile lab. The memories of what happened before Ink fell unconscious rushed back for a moment. He wished he could forget them. Then he remembered what happened at prison, and the desire to forget even the horrible things made him sick. His gaze was skittered over the sterile white walls, but he saw no door, and he ended up focusing on the tools laid out on racks above them. A wretched sob retched its way free of Ink's throat, and he tried to free his hands, twisting them until his wrists burned. The wires wrapped around his neck, around his black magic-covered soul, did not hurt. Not yet. They would. Trying to escape was an exercise in futility. It turned out the cuffs were not circles, but eight like shapes that were wrapped both around and between his radius and ulna. Every movement caused them to scrape along his bones, and his shudders worsened. He was pretty sure that his left leg had the regular circular manacle. His left leg did not require one. At least I can see, Ink despairingly thought. Despairingly tried to console himself, and they haven't gagged me. That means that
He couldn't trick himself into being optimistic. That just means they don't care if I know who they are. I already know anyway. Another tremor went through Ink, and he gave a gasping sob that almost sounded like a dry heave. The tightness in his throat intensified, making it feel like something was squeezed by the neck of his collar. No, by his neck, and he realized that although he felt the collar of the scarf, not his scarf, but the one like Prism and other Ink scarves, he did not feel Aster's necklace. Ink turned his head and frantically searched the lab around him again, seeking out a speck of blue. Instead, he saw red. Half of a human soul floated in a container in a large glass case, and almost like it was on display. Ink recognized a determination soul when he saw one, and instantly knew whose it must be. Excora? The red half soul did not react. Based on what Ink had observed in Market Tale, souls could not really move around in their containers, but determination souls did not always follow the rules like that. Unless Excora had been placed in stasis by X-Gaster, he might be aware. Was he conscious, but unable to do anything? Again, Ink remembered Prism's past and how he was trapped in his own body. His hysterics returned by the time his vision cleared. His wrists were black with his own blood. The manacles were made from a material that was tough enough to keep him restrained, but not so strong that he could use it to break his bones. Even if he did get out of the restraints, he'd have to somehow get himself and Excora out of here with one leg. Bleeding bones, and no way to use magic to open a portal. Ink doubted that the manacles were the only codes and magic nullifiers on him. Dr. Fell and Fell Alfies were always so thorough. X-Gaster would be the same. The machines kept beeping frantically as they tracked Ink's stressed-out vitals, and the brief reprieve granted by his isolation ran out. One of the walls split, revealing the lab door, and X-Gaster swept through. He did not look like a simple Undertale Gaster anymore. The changes were subtle, but just enough that it was clear that this was the infamous Overrider himself. His eye sockets looked narrower, and the cracks in his skull were more line-like than the more jagged scars that the Undertale variant Gaster had. They were also bright purple, their shapes resembling X's more than circles. X-Gaster's outfit was also completely different than the one he had used for his disguise. He wore black pants and a long black coat and shirt with an X-shaped strap over it, just like Cross did. It wasn't the stereotypical white lab coat, but it didn't matter. X-Gaster did not leave a lab coat to be the physical embodiment of the worst kind of scientist, apathetic, cold, and caring for nothing except the rules they wanted from an experiment. Cross had been one of his experiments back then. Fresh might have been another one, and Ink was now. I'm going to die. Ink inhaled shakily. No, don't think like that. It's not over until I'm dead. I'm not dead yet. Look on the bright side. He could have blindfolded and gagged me like Prism's Dr. Fell did. Maybe that means something. Ink did not have high hopes, but he had to try. The alternative was so much worse. X-Gaster finished his clinical inspection of Ink and stopped in front of him, close enough for him to touch Ink. The way he stood was just like Cross, with his feet firmly planted and his arms behind his back. But Cross could never look at Ink so coldly. Not while he was himself, at least. Greetings, Protector Ink. I'm X-Gaster. I guessed as much, Ink said quietly. The highlights make it a bit obvious, and so did the attack that amputated my leg. Ink's mind helpfully blocked out the memories of that particular event and its aftermath. I wish we had met under better circumstances, X-Gaster continued curtly. I truly do not wish you any harm. Ink had to hold back a hysterical laugh. Oh yes, because possessing my brother, cutting off my leg, kidnapping me, and dressing me in the clothes of another multiverse isn't malicious at all. You cut off my leg! I apologize, X-Gaster said, not looking very apologetic at all. In fact, his expression suggested he was irritated. I thought I could repair the damage. It seems I was mistaken. I should have realized I cannot use my abilities on a protector. Most would avert their gaze or show some shame or respect. X-Gaster stared right at Ink like he was already judging his response as an overreaction. His neutral tone was more appropriate for a tiny mistake, something like a minor spill or dropped glass, not the amputation of one of Ink's limbs. Ink knew he could not pull off any attempts at showing gratitude for X-Gaster's help or accept his apology. So he didn't try to. He stared at him dully. You mean you wanted to overwrite my body to undo what you've done? Yes, Gaster admitted. I should have known you'd be immune to my abilities. You were willing to risk that after what happened to Air? After what you did to him? Why was a bomb put on me in the first place? The bomb was not my design. Fel Gaster and Fel Alphys acted on their own. Ink was torn between disgust and pure disbelief at what he was hearing, and wasn't hearing, as X-Gaster's role in Air's ultimate corruption was completely ignored. He shivered slightly, and his restraints pressed uncomfortably on his wrist, neck, and remaining ankle. Another horrifying realization came to him as he comprehended what likely happened to his leg. You left my scarf in the dust, didn't you? Yes. As I said, I am aware of that these are terrible circumstances, but nothing can be done about it now. Again, X-Gaster had that dismissive tone, like the questions came from an annoyance instead of a monster that X-Gaster himself had maimed and locked up in a lab. Ink knew his eyesights had gone out, leaving them mournfully empty as he stared at the scientists. Why are you doing this? X-Gaster finally looked at him in the eyes. There was no mercy. Do you know how many times I've been asked that? Ink was so terrified that he wasn't sure his voice would work. He managed to make it work. He had to make it work, because if he went silent, the conversation would stop and X-Gaster would continue forward. Does the number matter to you? X-Gaster actually paused, considering that question. No, I suppose not. Ink blinked rapidly to try to ward off terrified tears. His breathing was sharp. His voice remained steady. You didn't answer my question. Why? He had a horrible idea as to why. X-Gaster's reply confirmed it. Because I need to fix this multiverse. This isn't... Ink stopped. He took a breath, and he shoved the instinct to panic so far down that he could deny that he was even afraid. Poor Frisk told you that you could save everyone, didn't they? But you couldn't. But then you couldn't. That must have been a horrible experience. Don't freak out. Don't throw up. Don't think of him as someone who hurt Cross and everyone in X-Tail and you. You can talk to try to get it through to him. You have to try so he doesn't cut you up. X-Gaster's expression did not change. He stared at Ink exactly how he expected. To be honest, like Ink was something to be studied. I know you were tired, Ink said, nearly choking on words that felt like acid on his tongue. He couldn't put his soul into meaning them, because X-Gaster would literally rip it from his chest, given the chance. Don't throw up. I understand the desire to fix things, but things are already changing for the better. Both Nightmare and Air have been cured of their corruption, and everyone's working together to try and do the damage done. A lot still need to be repaired, but we can get there. A tentative and desperate hope curled around Ink's soul, and he managed to meet X-Gaster's cold gaze. We can help each other if you need it. I know it can be frustrating to see someone else do what you couldn't, but even if the corruption has resisted your power, you can still... X-Gaster's expression twists, showing anger for the first time. He stepped back, summoning his codes, and Ink's next word dried up in his throat. With the new codes nullifiers and his restraints, Ink knew this was a technique similar to how Prism showed non-coder codes. All it took was a glance for him to see that the corruption was not the reason for X-Gaster's actions. His codes were clear, and he would not tolerate any corruption in his two fell subordinates. That's what that word is. If they had shown any signs of corruption, X-Gaster would have killed them on the spot. Ink's tentative hope that the scientists were corrupted shattered. X-Gaster's mouth curled slightly, and he let the codes fade. As you just saw, I'm not corrupted. Unlike Nightmare, Error, and Dream, I am above such fragility. This multiverse is broken. It broke long ago. And you are not enough to save it. His amused look faded into a cold type of dispassion that Ink was becoming to fear and despise in equal measure. Felgaster is convinced that the destruction of your soul will force a multiverse reset. It is an interesting theory, considering you and many of your alternatives were created after the multiverse formed, yet some of those alternatives were somehow there since the beginning. With that, Ink understood what Dr. Felgaster's, and maybe a little bit of Fel Alfie's, motives at last. They didn't care how many people were killed or if Red was safely retrieved from the gang, because they, or at least Felgaster, were convinced that it didn't matter. It was no wonder that Felgaster's alternative hurt Prism. He thought that the destruction of Prism's soul would result in a multiverse reset that would undo any damage the scientists caused, except for the damage done to Prism. Unfortunately for the Fel scientists, they were wrong. Unlike other rumors, the Protector of Creation, the one that claimed they can reset the multiverse, weren't true. If it was, it'd be something they'd use when the state of the multiverse became too unstable. Ink thought of prison, of the pain and grief he had gone through, and knew Felgaster was wrong here, just like he'd been wrong in Prison's multiverse.
It's interesting to imagine if they could.
Kill him? Wait.
No, like
if
reset
they
the
reset.
multiverse.
I agree. I was very confused at first because I was like, you're interested in how they could kill me.
No.
Interesting. Anyway. Destroying my soul won't do that. Protectors of creation don't have that power. Oh, my phone buggy. If we did, we'd reset or restore the whole multiverse to fix all of the threats like corruption. If I survive the destruction of my soul, and that is a very big if, I'll fall down. You're correct, ex-Gaster confessed, his disregard manifesting as an icy, disaffective tone. But I don't care. Your survival is inconsequential. All I need is your power, Protector. Okay. Ink thought about the machines he was attached to, one of which greatly resembled a determination extractor, and he thought about his lab, which had been established long before Nightmare even took him out of back there. He thought about Cross, who had been taken only for a piece of ex-Gaster's soul to be hidden inside of his own. He understood that he was far from the first person to be restrained on this table. Any lingering hope Ink had that the scientists could be reasoned with crumbled. He could not hold back his tremors any longer. His shaking was only made more obvious as the empty pants leg quivered with him. How many? Ink demanded. How many monsters have you killed to try to make yourself a protector? That statement could have been taken several ways, but they both knew that ex-Gaster would never leave such power in another person's hands. It doesn't matter, ex-Gaster said, as unbothered as ever, because only his goal mattered. No matter their strength or power, none of it could replace a true protector. His purple eyelights flashed with something that could be malice or triumph, which is why I will not attempt to destroy your soul and tragically fail at forcing a multiverse reset just yet. First, we will try the alternative. I will only take a portion of your soul for myself, of course. It will be better to start with small increments in order to avoid waste. Ink was too emotionally drained to feel anything but numb. It won't work. My abilities can't be transferred or copied. My soul is too fragile for such a procedure anyway. I'll die. You're going to kill me because you're a prideful asshole, and the multiverse will die because of it. You're making the same mistakes again. Controlling everything will not help you fix it. Ex-Gaster's hands twitched. Ink was surprised that he did not summon a magic attack or simply strike him for his insolence. He was also surprised that ex-Gaster had not simply gagged him to shut him up yet. Did he like talking to Ink in some twisted way? If he did, it went well beyond simple gloating and reveling in his captive sphere. Ex-Gaster had likely wanted the Protector's powers since he learned about their potential existence from Core Frisk. All those years of searching, all those years of searching, all those plans, all that effort, it would amount to quite a lot, wouldn't it? Gaster had already saw Ink's power as something he deserved, so he and he alone could fix everything. Did ex-Gaster see Ink himself as a kind of prize? Was that why he dressed him up in the outfit of other protectors and talked to him instead of gagging and blindfolding him like Dr. Fell did in Prism's multiverse? Did he want a trophy? He might, after all. X-Kara's broken soul was in a display case. None of the other souls were, but those souls had likely been destroyed during the experiment process. Ink remembered the sensation of codes in the Omega timeline and how it had felt to understand that so many were dead beyond restoration. They were all dead. Another chill coursed through his body. You killed Color, don't you? Didn't you? Don't ya? Yes. Though he was not my target, he got in the way. Again, with the deflection of blame, Ink tried to rationalize that it might be a coping mechanism, just so that he could make it seem like X-Gaster had any mercy. He couldn't make himself believe that. He couldn't even make himself speak. Are you surprised that I managed to kill him? X-Gaster asked, tone annoyed and almost offended. I've had to keep entities stronger than Color contain and terminated them when they proved to be useless. His gaze briefly focused on his hand, which flickered with a violent purple light. Code breaking is truly a fascinating discovery. Ink had already known that X-Gaster could manipulate codes to some extent. That was obvious with what he had done to Cross and with Overwrite. He just didn't expect this. X-Gaster's eyelights flashed, shifting into the X shapes he was infamous for. Did you think I would spend my time in the multiverse doing nothing to improve my work? I've learned several coding techniques to supplement my powers. Core Frisk and the scientist department were very helpful in that regard, even if they did not know it. Ink did not respond. He averted his gaze as much as he could, unable to bear looking at the one that had killed Color so callously using Cross's hands. He had not targeted Color's body, but his very codes to tear him apart. With his codes so broken, it was no wonder that Ink had no way to save him. Ink gritted his teeth so he would not let his tears fall. He wished the scientists were corrupted stars. What he wouldn't give for them to be corrupted instead of acting fully on their own will. He swallowed roughly to try to ward off his nausea, although he wasn't sure if there was anything that could come up. He did not want to risk it. Ink peered down at the scarf that wasn't his, and felt another jolt of despair. Where's Aster's necklace? XV has it on its person. It took a moment to recognize that XV, as referring to, Undyne. How pathetic was he that he felt relieved that she had it instead of X-Gaster. Are the others back? No. X-Gaster flicked his hands, paying little attention to Ink's questions. They're not necessary. Ink realized that he could live for thousands of years and he would never understand X-Gaster's ability to look at others and see them as disposable experiments. Frisk and Papyrus were your children. He couldn't bear to look at X-Kara's trapped soul, and knew better than to mention him. They were my creations, nothing more. Why did I even bother trying to get through to him? Ink tried to ignore that thought, but instead reminded himself of the answer to his miserable question. Because it's better to try than give up without trying at all. He laid his skull back on the examination table and tried to ignore the slight pressure that was the collar over his neck. Why are you talking to me instead of starting your experiment? Curiosity. I've been hunting you for decades. I experimented with my own world to try to learn how to take your place. I've killed thousands to try to replace you. And now I finally have you. With that, X-Gaster moved to one of the counters at the edge of the lab. He turned away from Ink, who couldn't see what he was doing here. It's clear that this power has been wasted on you. There's no place for mercy when the multiverse is at stake. Your weakness is, quite frankly, confounding. Mercy isn't a weakness, Ink spat defiantly. He wobbled on the knife's edge between fear and rage. Okay. Now that he knew X-Gaster would not be reasoned with, Ink had no qualms about letting his utter abhorrence towards him show this was the monster that hurt Cross, messing with his head and his soul, then possessing him until he feared himself. Ink would have been willing to have given X-Gaster a chance to do better if he wanted to change. He would have welcomed that change with a fragile sense of hope and healthy dose of caution, yes. But even in those circumstances, he would never forgive X-Gaster for what he did to his family. X-Gaster acted as if he had not spoken. The multiverse does not need you, Ink. It only needs your power. If you allow me, I can make the procedure to transfer a piece of your soul to myself relatively painless. However, Ink looked back at Ink. He looked back at Ink with merciless purple eyelights, focused on the black magic that stubbornly covered his soul. The more you hinder us, the more it'll hurt you. Ink couldn't hold back a mocking laugh. Don't act like you can slice my soul apart and will let me go on my merry way. You'll cut up my soul and watch the pieces vanish until there's nothing left and I dust. You're going to kill me and make the multiverse die just to satisfy your own inflated ego. Gaster's hands clenched. He grasped something off the counter and strode back to Ink with a syringe in his hand. Before Ink could even try to stop him, he jammed the needle into his neck, expunging its contents. A familiar sense of dizziness and lethargy crawled through Ink's bones and his vision hazed, swimming with shadows. Your allies may believe you are dead, and it is unlikely they will find this place, but I will not take any chances. Thanks to Cross, I know that there is one location where they would not sense you. You will remain there until we are ready for the first experiment. Ink tried to voice a retort, and maybe spit in his face while he was at it. Instead, he fell into a soft cloud of darkness as the horrible whiteness of the lab faded away. And Ink opened his eyes to pure, blinding white. His gaze focused, but there were no colors to see. The only dark spot he saw was the upside-down heart in front of his bare sternum and the strange markings on his limbs. His right leg was gone, leaving only a bit of the femur left. A bit of dust lay by the end of the bone with a streak of black blood. His fingers were covered with a similar black substance. There were no other colors. There were no other sounds. There were no smells. There were no people. There wasn't even sketches anymore. He was back. Ink didn't hold in his negative emotions. The scream that wrenched itself free of his throat left it feeling raw, but he did not stop screeching, even as he coughed up a bit of black blood. He curled in on himself, taking a fetal position as one hand clutched at his severed leg while the other curled protectively over his magic-colored soul. Ex-Gaster had left him bare bone just like he had been when Nightmare found him, perhaps in an attempt to make Ink think that he never left in the first place. Fortunately for Ink, he still had his binary code markings, his missing leg, and his missing leg was even clearer evidence that his experiences were real, because he couldn't have done that to himself. His limbs felt sluggish, like he had just woken up from being drugged again. That was because the lab, had also been real. It was real. Ink tried to call on his magic, but nothing happened. The only magic he had was locked around his soul, providing a black shield that Ex-Gaster had to break through before he could begin his experiments. Ink could not open a portal, he could not use his magic, and could not access codes. He could not get out on his own. Ink did not try to repress his fear and anguish, screaming, just to hear something as he begged to be heard. Ex-Gaster said that no one had been able to find him here. Even the Doodle Sphere and Core Frisk had been unable to locate him. But there was one person who had. Nightmare had found him before. Nightmare can find him again. He must. Ink covered his eye sockets so he didn't have to see the empty whiteness of its unfinished world. Please find me, boss. Please. Please, Speed. I don't know how long I'll be able to hold on. I gotta speed run this. I got 5 minutes. Unless you want to finish reading this so it's not like oddly. This is the last.
Read as much as you can.
Okay.
Let's see what you can do in 5 minutes.
I don't want it to feel rushed. No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Stretch was not the only one who panicked. Once he found out about the resets, the number of times he genuinely freaked out gradually dwindled until he sank into apathy and generally could not care much at all, except about his brother. Now it was sometimes... Oh, I lost my shit. Where did it go? Okay.
Bro!
God. Now it was sometimes felt like he cared too much. That relearned investment in other lives still didn't help him. By the time Stretch found out Ink had been captured, the Protector had already been tossed in another prison to keep anyone else from finding him. That anyone now included Stretch himself. He should have realized that Ex-Gaster would not want to take any more risk and would step in to grab the Protector himself. He should have put the two and two together when he saw how smug fell Alfie's look when he left the main lab to take a nap. Resting at a time was calculated risk. Stretch knew better than most what a danger it was to fight while exhausted. He also lost count of how many times his brother judge role counterparts had died due to falling asleep mid-battle. He didn't want to think about his own experiences. He also did not want to think about what he'd found as he was snooping around after his confusing meeting with Fresh. Stretch had to get Ink out. If only he could locate him first. I should have told Blue about my project sooner. I really learned nothing, huh? Please be safe. Stretch did not try his cell phone. If he tried to call Blue, Fel Alfies would know and Stretch would be dead. So getting outside help, yeah, that was a last resort. Stretch did not let his panic show. He put his hands on his hoodie pocket and re-entered the lab as casually as he could manage. He did not hurry, but he moved rather quickly, appearing at Fel Alfie's side faster than he normally would. Fel Alfie smiled at him as he entered. Her cheery disposition would be a nice change if Stretch didn't know the content behind it. How was your break? Restful, Stretch lied. I heard we caught ourselves the protector. Ex-Gaster retrieved it, Fel Alfie said. The explosive made it necessary to amputate its leg, and it's injected with the necessary symptom, theorem, to keep it powerless. It's not getting away again. She was still smiling. Stretch wasn't one to crave violence, but he kind of wanted to punch Fel Alfies in the teeth. He kept his cool. Keeping his cool was more important than ever. He intended to sabotage the scientists even more, but he was too late. He could only hope that the sabotages he had managed to sneak in would delay the experiments. So where is he? Stretch asked, casually, calmly, apathetically, because he could not slip up on his act now. I didn't see anyone on the table. Fel Alfie's smile was smug. I don't know where Aster put him, but it's not getting out. Stretch needed to be careful, but he couldn't keep all of his thoughts to himself. Do you really think this will cause a multiverse reset? Fel Alfies took a sip of coffee as she watched on the cameras in several alternate universes, keeping an eye out for Core Frisk, the Star Sanses, and Nightmare's gang. Some of her cameras had been damaged during whatever attack had taken place in the Omega timeline, but apparently enough still functioned for her to see the fight. Stretch was not sure he wanted to see that footage. He had already seen too many horrible things when he went snooping in some of Ex-Gaster's old experiment files. No, it won't cause a reset, Fel Alfies confessed. Both Gasters are wrong. The Protector will not survive the experiments. It will die. Whether Ex-Gaster can take a piece of its soul or not, it will die. So we'll either save the multiverse at last, unlike it, or we won't. And that will be that. Stretch usually relied on his ability to understand a person by reading their expressions. Seeing Fel Alfie's expression now, he wished he couldn't. All he could do now was search for more answers and hope that his sabotages could give him enough time to get Ink out. And maybe he'd spare some hope that Fresh would finally keep his promise. At least, he hoped that Fresh would be motivated enough by their inevitable deaths to reveal the location of Gaster who experimented on him. Your turn!
You did it!
I gotta get ready for work.
You did it! Everyone say bye to Beetle. I'm gonna try my best to fight through this. My voice is still not at
It's like only a little bit left.
Well,
it's like
I have a whole
left.
other chapter to read.
You're gonna read it? Okay.
Yes, I am. We have to do 5.
Bye, guys.
We have to do 5. It's the only way that we'll be able
yeah.
to finish by November, so we would have to do it one of these days anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna do it now.
Okay, guys.
Alrighty, gang. Be
Say
kind,
bye to
be
Beetle.
safe. See you next time. See you later. Bye, bye, bye.
Chat, you need to have, like, so much grace with me. Beetle, leave the call. What are you doing? Okay. You need to have so much grace with me, because I'm gonna try my hardest to get through it. You can read 6 next week. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, actually. I really don't. I'm gonna try my hardest to get through it. My voice might start giving out near the end of this chapter, this next chapter we're gonna read. Yeah. So just, like, be kind to me, chat. I'm gonna try my best. If my voice starts dying, don't comment on it. I've chugged 2 bottles of water to try to combat this. We'll see if it paid its... Get your apple. The dining halls that I'm around now don't have apples, so it's terrible. Let's try your best, Rosa. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Extel's downfall began, as many things did, with a desire to make a change. Corfrisk approached the solemn Excaster and his two creations with the best of intentions. Overwrite was unlike any power they had seen before, and their tentative hope was that this creator may be a legend. Excaster was shown the multiverse. He was inspired by the sights, the people, and the codes that kept their multiverse running. He filled his own world with similar creations. He watched them grow. It wasn't enough. He was the creator, was he not? Why couldn't he fix the multiverse then? He decided some experimentation was required. He put barriers and blocks around Extale, telling Corfrisk that it was for his world's protection while feigning ignorance when they said they could no longer see inside of it. With both Corfrisk and Dream blinded to Extale, their experiments began. Not that Excaster would care much for their opinions anyway. Extale was his world, and he would use it as he saw fit. Eventually, Excaster tried to overwrite the Destroyer to disastrous results. With that, both he and Corfrisk understood that he was not the legend they sought. The experiments continued, even more fervently than before. Excaster had learned so much about coding and souls out in the multiverse. He used that knowledge to combine souls in order to access their power, but it also left him with his own soul severed. Not in 2 pieces, but 3. One was inserted into the X event, his test to see whether a determined overwrite blended soul could replicate the Protector's power. One small sliver remained with him, and one was placed in a vial set to shatter after a period of time, and removed from Extale for safekeeping. In the end, it was apathy that compelled Excaster to let his world die. Nothing new was being learned, no new breakthrough could be reached. His world was now a restraint, so when the X event saw his red half-soul missing, a small sliver of purple by its outer edge, and mistakenly believed that he no longer had access to overwrite, he let them have their little rebellion. Cross's massacre was unexpected, but intriguing. Perhaps he would be of more use than predicted. X-Alphys' demise at Cross's hand was an unfortunate necessity. Excaster had considered bringing her with him, but knew that only overwrite ensured her loyalty, and if she lived, there was a risk of her ruining it all. There was no one he could trust but himself. Extale collapsed in on itself. All but Cross and half of Exkara's soul seemingly died. Unknown to all, there was one more survivor. Mere days after the fall of Extale, a timer went off. A vial shattered. A soul was freed. Using codes, Excaster crafted a new identity as a generic Undertale-type Gaster, used Overwrite to repair his soul, and waited to be found by Corfrisk, blending in as one of the many survivors who had lost their world. With the Omega Timeline's resources at his disposal, Excaster's experiments grew. He needed to study souls, their energy, and how they'd react in different scenarios. He needed to be ready. He knew that the real Protector was out there. He would experiment on the other souls to prepare to make himself a suitable replacement. Excaster would take their power for himself and would save the multiverse as he was destined to do. He began to hunt. This is literally my favorite chapter of the whole entire fic. Buddy literally had to lay out content warnings. Oh, that has spoilers. Ignore that. Ink was not cold. Ink was not warm. Ink was not tired. Ink was not hungry. Ink was almost nothing at all. He had no family or friends here, leaving him alone in the silence and emptiness. He had no magic and no codes to use to escape. He had no colors to distract him from the endless white except for the black of his marks, his shielded soul, and his blood. He had no clothes to feel the texture or wrap around himself as a weak substance for an embrace. There was no one to see him stripped of practically all that Nightmare and the gang had given him. Bye, Fresh. Everything except the memories, his name, the binary codes on his bones, his shielded soul, and the missing right leg that proved he had ever been out in the first place. Ink lay on his side in the endless white and stared at the black of the codes on his arms with the black covering his soul. It was better than staring at the white of his bones or back there. The black was like Nightmare's body, Error's bones, cyan and gold scales, Killer's eye sockets, and the X on Cross's clothes. Ink rolled over to curl on his left side and stared at the codes on his other arm. The codes are real. Ink's trembling fingers brushed the abrupt end of his femur. The end of the bone was closed up. Ex-Caster or one of the other scientists must have given him something to heal it, so he wouldn't bleed out. My injuries are real. Tears dripped sideways down Ink's face. A couple fell into his mouth, but they tasted like nothing. It was real. My whole life out there, it was real. Nightmare gave me a home. Horror gave me a name. I made food with horror and read books with dust. I traveled with Cross and played pranks on Killer. I was saved by Nightmare. Nightmare will sense me and help me again. But would he? It had taken Ink drowning in so much despair that he tried to destroy his soul for Nightmare to sense him last time. Not to mention that since Nightmare had just been freed of the corruption, and may be weakened like Error was real. He'd need time to recover his strength. How long has it been? Ink shook his head. Then he pressed his hands over the side of his head to try to block out the silence. There was nothing to hear except his own breathing. There was nothing to see except the codes on his bones and the black magic shielding his exposed soul. He could not use more magic because Ex-Caster had ejected him with nullifiers or something. Not because his use of magic was his imagination. It wasn't his imagination. His life outside was real. Ink had no way to pass the time. He had already tried counting, but he lost track somewhere around 7,000 and gave up when he got to 4,000 again. He did not pay too much attention to his shielded soul because he did not want his thoughts to head in bad directions. Nightmare had appeared last time he became desperate enough to destroy it, but there was no guarantee this time. If he did break through his own shield to get to his soul, the scientists would be on him in an instant. They would kill him with their experiments. I want to live. Ink shivered even though it wasn't cold. He lay on his side and stared at the codes on his arms. His vision was too blurry to see what they said. Eventually, there was a noise, like something opening. He had a visitor. It was not Nightmare, or Dream, or Error, or any friend of his. Ink wasn't relieved to see his shape break up the endless whiteness, even though that shape had a bit of color. Red. His soul hammered in front of his chest. Its cracks and gouges cloaked by his shield. Gouges. Had enough time passed that the scientists were ready? Ink sat up, flinching as the end of his leg stump scraped the white floor, and stared up at Dr. Felgaster as he stepped through a portal. It closed before Ink even had the chance to consider trying to dive towards it. Dr. Fel strode forward and loomed over him. Ink had to crane his neck to look at monsters of a Gaster's height on a good day. Now he had little choice but to stay on the ground, feeling even smaller than usual. A voice that sounded like Killer's, half sarcastically, urged him to stab Dr. Fel in the shin or ankle. Despite his precarious situation, Ink's mouth twitched. Ink did not have time to react as Dr. Fel kicked him in the ribs. He rolled with the blow, lessening its impact, and tried to get up only for his right leg not to meet the ground when he expected it to. Dizziness swept over Ink, but when Dr. Fel strode over to him again, he caught his leg mid-kick and twisted. Dr. Fel unbalanced with a swear, nearly landing on Ink. He managed to wriggle from beneath Dr. Fel's arms, only for it to wrap around his neck. Ink struggled as he was lifted off of his foot before Dr. Fel threw him to the ground with enough force that he felt his bones jar from the impact. Dr. Fel pinned Ink with an arm across his throat. "Do you think this is funny?" Ink responded to his ire with a glare of his own. "Oh yes, I'm just laughing myself silly, can't you tell?" His voice was too soft and raspy. It barely carried, even in the silence of his desolate home. Dr. Fel heard him, though. Ink was all there was to hear here. Evidently, Dr. Fel did not appreciate his sarcasm. Stars, you make me sick. Ink swallowed an incredulous laugh. "Oh, I'm so sorry. How about you let me go so you don't have to see me? We can spend forever on opposite sides of this huge multiverse and never see each other again, in fact." Dr. Felgaster's face held nothing but hatred and contempt. He dragged Ink up again, lifting him so his foot dangled far above the ground. Ink struggled briefly, then stilled as Dr. Fel's hand latched onto his collarbone, right by the base of his neck. "You make me sick," Dr. Fel repeated in a snarl. "If you had destroyed your soul like you were meant to, none of us would be in this position in the first place." Ink had been prepared to make a comeback, but it died in his throat as he processed what Dr. Fel said. He ended up thinking he had misheard what had been said simply because he could not believe the truth. "What?" "You heard me clearly. Dr. Feldgaster enunciated. His face never lost the anger and disgust that was solely directed at Ink. Prism's multiverse was not the only one that X-Gaster felt Alphys and I were able to view. Ink frantically wondered how the scientist knew his nickname for Prism, then he remembered he had told Cross and felt even worse. We viewed other multiverses, Feldgaster continued callously. Hundreds of them. And do you know what many of them had in common? They were stable. They were healthy. Because those protectors were there for them from the start. Those inks were all present throughout time, and the multiverse flourished under their care despite their lack of soul. Or maybe because of it. His voice was cold and merciless. And then there was inks like you. The ones that were created too late. Ink repressed a shudder and glared defiantly at the scientist. Your theory is flawed. If you think soullessness is the deciding factor, you're tricking yourself. But pushing me to break my soul won't cause a multiversal reset, Gaster. Protectors like me aren't capable of that. Then you were broken from the start, Dr. Fell said without an ounce of remorse. You are a mistake. All those other multiverses had a proper protector, and they are completely fine. You are the reason why this multiverse is broken. His eyelights glowed a hateful red as he stared at Ink's soul. You shouldn't exist. If you died like you were meant to, none of this would have happened. Ink did not think about telling Dr. Feldgaster and X-Gaster's true intentions until that moment, but he already knew it would not help save him. Feldgaster suspected the truth already. He suspected that destroying Ink's soul would not cause the multiverse to reset and send him back to the beginning of the Doodle Sphere, like it possibly had with some of his alternates. Feldgaster had already suspected that X-Gaster was going to kill Ink for nothing, but he did not care. And do you know what the most infuriating part is? Dr. Fell rhetorically asked him. You doomed us just by existing. Even if the Mega Timeline found you and brought you onto the correct path, you died before you gained any use. You were unfit to hold the power you wield. Your pacifism would get you killed, or you'd have ended your own life. Because unlike your brothers, we tell you the truth. We tell you how many will die because you refuse to be a weapon. I would gladly tell you that you were too late. His mouth twisted, cold and bitter. What kind of protector can't bring back the worlds and people that were lost? Ink's soul ached horribly, but the shield around it did not break. You're blaming me for things I can't control. Dr. Feldgaster remained aloof and vengeful. Then you should have been more. It is no wonder you were recruited by Nightmare. You are as much to blame for this multiverse decay as he is. Sorry I didn't exist, Ink snarled sarcastically. His voice choked. For a moment, he thought Dr. Feldgaster might strike him or even summon an attack to hurt him. Instead, he threw Ink to the empty white ground and stepped back. It doesn't matter. The next time we see each other, the experiments will begin. Regardless of whether we can force a reset or not, I am going to watch X-Gaster cut your soul into pieces. Dr. Feldgaster turned and pressed something on his wrist. A portal appeared, revealing a bit of the white lab, and he stepped through. It was too far away for Ink to reach it before it closed, leaving him alone once more. Ink lay where he was, throat and ribs aching from Dr. Feldgaster's attack. His soul hurt just as much, stinging as if to be a constant reminder of Dr. Fell's accusation. He's wrong. Things would not be better if I destroyed my soul. It doesn't work like that. He's wrong. Although he knew that to be true, he kept reassuring himself. Colorless tears slid down Ink's cheeks. It is not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Ink's despair grew, cutting deeper. Nightmare still did not appear. Oh, I hate him. I hate him, chat. I hate him. Can you work any faster? If looks could kill, Killer would be dead where he stood and Error would be dancing in his dust. Dust winced and hastily pulled on Killer's sleeve to put some distance between him and the destroyer that looked tempted to strangle Killer with his strings. Let's not interrupt them, okay? He said, and pointedly chose not to react to the snarl Killer sent his way. The truce between the Gain, the stars, and Error was a fragile thing at best. Healing food had been cautiously passed around, and Horror was doing his best to patch up Cross's new scars with their limited supplies. None of them mentioned it out loud, but they could all tell the marks might be permanent. If Cross himself had realized it, he didn't say anything. They did not say much at all, actually. The two sides hovered at the far ends of the field with Error and Corfrisk in the middle. Only Gino moved back and forth between the groups, introducing himself to the other gang members, but keeping a respectful distance all the same. Dust was not sure what to think of him, but Ink seemed to trust him. Ink's snake certainly did. Cyan and Gold were hiding in his scarf while Broomy lay near Horror, apparently preserving energy. The paintbrush could move on their own, with the snake's help, and decide they needed to save the little bits of Ink's magic they had access to. Said paintbrush was also invested enough in keeping Cyan and Gold alive to not want to use up the magic they had from Ink. Dust really needed some time to process that Ink now had a sentient paintbrush that was apparently an extension of the core of the multiverse. He was not able to do it now, as his mind was consumed by other concerns. Paps hovered worriedly at Dust's shoulder, as he bid a hasty retreat back to the gang's side with Killer in tow. Dust got him over to Horror, who was more than motivated to put an arm around Killer to try to prevent any incidents. I can't believe I need to say this, but how about we don't antagonize the Destroyer? Dust hissed lowly. Killer glowered at him and Horror both. The longer we sit here, the longer Xcaster has to hurt. We know, Killer. Dust interrupted Cross interrupted Halloween. Killer's harsh expression faltered and he stared at the ground. This would usually be the point where Nightmare cut in and said something, maybe reassuring the gang or breaking up their argument. He didn't. He simply sat a little bit away from them as he tried to get at least some of his strength back in time for the fight. The corruption had left its toll on all of them, but Nightmare had been hit the worst of all. Error might have been left pretty badly off too. It was harder to tell with him, but he was definitely hiding how weak he felt. The closest thing Dust could compare it to was when Paps got a really bad flu and spent another week in bed to recover after his fever broke. Or that time when Ink got sick after Horror Tale. Dust tried not to think about it more, just like he wasn't thinking about Broomy's origins, or about how Ink was in the hands of 3 merciless scientists, or about what Dust himself had done under the corruption's influence, or about what Corrupted had tried to do. There was a lot of things Dust did not want to think about right now. Boss. Dust jumped when Horror spoke up. His red eyelight glinted as he glanced sidelong at the star Sanses. What happens after? Nightmare's hands closed into fists. Dust kept an eye on them in his tentacles. Nightmare's phalanges had lost the unnervingly sharp edges they had when he was corrupted. His tentacles were less sharp-looking too, but they could still stab clean through someone. Dust hid his trembling hands in his pockets. He was so glad that Nightmare could not sense emotions right now. Paps gave him a worried look and laid a gloved hand on his shoulder. Like always, his brother's touch felt cold. Be prepared for a fight, Nightmare said eventually, but he sounded resigned. We're getting back to the castle. The words seemed to soothe Horror, Killer, and even Cross. They soothed Dust too, but they made him uneasy. Right now the boss can't sense your emotions, yes, but what about later? Dust rose to his feet and scanned the forest around them. Call me paranoid, but I don't trust that this place is empty. I'm taking a walk. The others were hesitant. Dust could tell that Cross wanted to go with him, but was terrified of asking in case something happened while they were alone. It would be just like Xcaster to see an opportunity to try to kill another of Cross's brothers. Stay in contact, Cross demanded. Dust raised the arm that still had the communication bracelet and headed into the trees. He made sure not to go too far and mostly focus on his own breathing. You're okay, he whispered to himself. You're okay, the corruption is gone. The biggest fight's over. We'll kick Xcaster's ash and go home. We just have to save Ink. Dust, your language. Pap's whispery warning barely registered before Dust realized he had been followed. He stumbled to the side, raising a defensive bone attack, and warily eyed the brightly colored parasite that sat in the boughs of one of the trees. Fresh grinned down at him and waved. How's it going? Dust took a cautious step back. Fine. He turned to leave only for Fresh to appear in front of him. Dust stumbled back, soul hammering, but Fresh slid away a bit. Dust was disturbed by the smooth movement until he noticed that Fresh was wearing Heelys. Didn't help him calm down. Quite the opposite, in fact, considering how uneven the forest ground was. Chillax, broski. We're allies now. Dust dodged Fresh's attempt to sling an arm across his shoulders. He frantically tried to recall where the parasite was located. Was it in the skull, the chest, or the stomach area? Fresh raised his hands and backed away again. His glasses shifted from hello to unrad. Don't go stabbing me. That was very unchill of you. I don't think Inkblot would appreciate it, yo. Dust was torn between leaving, reminding Fresh that he'd kidnapped Ink before, and taking his chances and throwing bone attacks until Fresh was left as a pincushion. It wasn't mercy that stayed his hands, but a growing sense of unease. Pap's whispers showed he was right to be suspicious. Something isn't right about this one. More than the usual. What is he hiding? Dust scrutinized Fresh more critically. As a parasite possessing a host's body, Fresh's emotional range was a mystery, but he definitely seemed satisfied, content, almost like he was pleased with recent developments, almost like he knew this was inevitable. Realization struck Dust like a blow to the chest. You've been waiting for X-Gaster to make his move. You let Ink be taken so that we'd go after him, didn't you? Fresh looked at him. He was still smiling. His eye sockets were not visible behind his blank sunglasses. Dust felt cold. That would be very unrad of me, Fresh said lowly. I suggest you step off, broski. Dust wasn't sure what step off meant in Fresh's lingo, and decided he did not want to risk finding out. He uncomfortably wandered back towards the gate and sat down by a tree where he could not see the burn mark, the star sands, or Nightmare. The ground was an ashy gray due to the explosion, just like in so many genocide timelines, just like in the ruins of Dreamtale. You're useless to me. I don't need you. Corrupted Nightmare smiled widely down at Dust, and he knew he was going to die. Without Ink's interference, he would have. Without Ink, Nightmare would not have come back. Nightmare was back now. Nightmare, not corrupted. Dust closed his eye sockets and saw shadows sharpen, ready to kill. He had his face on his knees. I'm being ridiculous. All of us were attacked by corrupted, but the others are just fine. I don't think that's how it works, brother. I'm fine, Dust whispered, ignoring his brother and the exhaustion that weighed heavily on his bones. I'm fine. He ignored how Paps looked at him sadly. No, you're not. We're gonna have to unpack that one later. Ink did not know how long it had been since Dr. Felgaster's visit. Could have been hours, days, or weeks. All he knew was that after some time a purple portal opened. X-Gaster and X-Undyne stepped through. The latter was emotionless. The former tried to be, but X-Gaster purple eyelights were too cold for that. Ink knew what that meant before he even announced it. We're ready. No one else had come to the rescue like Ink had desperately hoped. He was out of time. There was no despair as X-Gaster strode up to Ink and grabbed his wrist with floating hands, pulling him off of the blank white ground. After the period of isolation, the contact was both unwanted and unexpected. Intentionally or not, X-Gaster's hands burned just like the bone attack that had taken Ink's leg. Ink recoiled as much as he could before he understood that it was useless. Even if he did break free of the restraints, there was nowhere for him to go here. X-Gaster held him aloft with his magic as X-Undyne swiftly pulled white cloth over his arms, covering his torso all the way down to just above his knees. The cloth was a simple white medical gown. The itchiness of the material would normally bother Ink, but he was so numbed by being back there that he didn't care. The medical gown was too big and slid off his shoulder. After enduring the empty white space of back there, the color choice only incensed Ink. He again thought of Prism, his scarf bleached white by what the scientist did to him, and his anger overcame his fear. Rather than hang meekly in the air, Ink calmly waited until he was dragged over to X-Gaster. Once he was in range, he pulled his foot back, letting the glowing hands hold his body up. It kicked him right in the side of the leg. X-Gaster lost all aloofness as he swore out loud, his leg buckling beneath him. X-Undyne watched him collapse and made no move to catch him. Ink liked to imagine there was a flash of satisfaction in her blank purple eyes. The blow had not broken any bones, but as X-Gaster rose again, he shifted to his other side to put less weight on the leg Ink had kicked. Ink almost felt bad. Then he remembered that X-Gaster was planning to murder him and bared his teeth in defiance. Cross taught me that move. I love him. X-Gaster glowered back at him. Unlike Felgaster, he did not retaliate by striking Ink. He simply pulled him away from him, using the floating hands around his wrists. X-Gaster did not bother with the cuffs yet. There were more secure ones waiting for Ink. The moment they stepped out of back there and into the lab, Ink kept fighting. First, he pulled at the floating hands that restrained him. Then he yanked his body up enough to sink his teeth into one, causing it to dissipate. He kicked his leg, not even stopping when he accidentally hit Undyne. If she was anything like Cross, she'd want him to fight back. He still whispered an apology as his next kick got her in the face. He swore she leaned so that he could get a direct hit. Ink clawed at the remaining magic attack that restrained him, tearing bits of it off. Evidently, X-Gaster had enough of Ink's resistance. He stormed past X Undyne and grabbed Ink with a floating hand-shaped magic attacks at his wrists and ankle. Ink didn't stop fighting even when the strain nearly dislocated his shoulder. Another hand floated to Ink's back and jabbed him in the spine with a sedative, forcing him into darkness. When Ink regained consciousness, he was back in the lab on the same experimentation table. He pulled at the restraints and muffled a pained gasp as metal scraped against the insides of his radius. Ink repressed a disgusted shudder and searched desperately for any way to escape. He could not get out of the restraints without breaking his bones. He was more likely to exhaust himself before he used enough strength to do it, especially since the bones would have to be severed straight through in order for him to pull himself free. The scientists weren't back yet. Ink was surprised they left him alone. But it didn't matter that he was alone. He couldn't break free. He was trapped again. The metal of the table was so cold. Ink took a deep breath, then another. His gaze darted around the lab again, searching for any way to help himself. There was nothing he could reach in the sterile white lab. X-Kara's broken soul was the only splotch of color, his only companion. There was no sounds of battle, no blaring alarms, no signs that someone was coming to save them. Ink clenched his jaw and shut his eye sockets, willing his tears not to fall. X-Kara, I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Ink. I just want you to know. Just in case. A thought came to him and he couldn't muffle a wretched laugh. Oh, stars. I haven't been the first person to talk to you like this, haven't I? X-Kara could not answer. His soul gave no indication that he could even hear Ink. But Ink knew he was right. X-Gaster and his team had killed countless people, harvesting their codes and souls in an attempt to make the Overrider into something that could save the multiverse. The multiverse could be saved, but X-Gaster was not content to let Ink do it despite the evidence being thrown in his face. Ink craned his neck to stare at the wires that were once again attached to his body and shielded soul. Seeing the background of white cloth behind it almost broke him, but he kept his voice as steady as he could manage. You don't owe me anything, but if you get the chance, please tell my family I love them. Tell them thank you for giving me a life and a home. I want to go home. Trapped in the cold, sterile whiteness of the lab, Ink lost the battle with his emotions and wept. Ah! That's so sad, guys. Okay. It's starting to hit me, chat. It's starting to hit me. I got this, though. I got this. We're almost halfway. I can do this. I can do this. They should really go somewhere else. The stars and their allies could regroup in Underswap while Nightmare's gang recuperated in the castle, and Air and Corfris continued to try to break into X-Gaster's lab and X-Tail. Except everyone knew that if they left, they would separate and try to get Ink on their own, potentially sabotaging each other's rescue attempts in the process. So they remained, waiting, preparing and hoping for Corfrisk and Air to finally break through. These are my sibling crumbs! My Air and Corfrisk sibling crumbs! The world that had held the ill-fated hostage exchange attempt had calm enough weather that they did not need to worry about being outside, but night had fallen, making the shadows of the forest seem deeper. Theoretically, there had been time to rest, change, eat, and prepare for battle. The only thing everyone successfully did was that last thing. None got out of bloody, dusty, or torn clothes. Few ate, and even fewer tried to rest. They were all consumed by their desperation to get to Ink before it was too late. You're staying for the rest of the stream. Yay! I should be able to get through this pretty quick. Blue did not even try to sleep. He knew what nightmares would be waiting for him when he finally let himself doze off. He stared up at the star-filled sky in silence, listening to Air's soft curses and Dream's even softer breathing. It was strange to think that so many monsters that had been enemies were so close by. At the same time, it wasn't strange at all. They all wanted to save the same person, so they set their animosity aside. Will the peace last after this is over? Blue suspected that the answer depended on whether or not they saved Ink. Hi, Doodler. I'm on chapter 42. Beetle's not here. Beetle's at work. So I'm trying my best to fight through it, but my voice is giving out. He looked around the clearing and caught sight of Nightmare. He was almost hidden. Did I skip a sentence? Blue suspected that they're interdependent on whether they named ink. He was also hidden in the darkness, but at least he wasn't darkness anymore. His self-imposed isolation from the rest of the gang was a bit concerning, though. There was a good distance between him and Killer, who was the closest to him at maybe 8 feet. Did Nightmare want to be alone? Or did he want to give the others time to dodge if he somehow lost control? Blue pressed a hand to the tear in his armor and shivered. Are you okay? Dream whispered. No, Blue said truthfully. Did I wake you? Dream shook his head. Can't sleep. Me neither. Blue shifted in place, trying to ignore the root that jabbed at his back. His gaze once again drifted towards Nightmare. We have to talk about stuff that happened. Dream's golden eyelids dulled, but he nodded pensively. I know, and we will, though I don't think anyone is talking. Noting Nightmare's continued distance from the gang once again, Blue knew he was right. The quiet sounds of the night was broken by a cheery ringtone. Blue jolted upright, surprised by the noise. He was not the only one, as Dust jerked awake with a startled yell, where it quickly calmed him down and stopped any attacks from flying. That's so fucking embarrassing. My phone starts ringing in the middle of this. Oh my god, I would die, I would die, I would die. In Blue scrambled to reach his ringing phone, he nearly elbowed Dream in the face. Sorry, Blue said hastily. He pressed the accept button in speakerphone. Stretch! There's no time. I'm in X-Gaster's lab in Exhale. That caught everyone's attention. The more outlying groups rushed in to gather close as everyone listened in to Stretch's frantic call. Only Nightmare and Error hung back, keeping their distance from the rest. Corfrisk heard Stretch's location and gasped, gesturing frantically as they struggled to speak. Blue spoke for them. We know. We can't get in. It's locked down to everyone except the ones that are already inside. Stretch warned rapidly. I'm no coder, but I'm certain it's been specifically forfeited to keep out Core, Error, Fresh, and the Guardians. That's why you'll need to use the fragment of X-Gaster's soul in Cross to break through. Blue saw the look that washed over Cross's face. He decided then and there that he never wanted to see that expression again. Cross's voice lacked all of the aggression and anger that Blue was used to hearing. I can't. You must. They have ink in the lab. The soul fragment and overwrite may be your only chance. I won't be much help. Stretch chuckled weakly, and Blue heard a faint baiting sound on his end. You know it's a bad joke? I didn't plan to call at all, but I had to. I'm sorry, bro. I messed up. They know I... The line turned to screeching static and went dead. Blue was shaking so badly that his phone almost slipped from his trembling fingers. He pocketed it out of the futile hope that it would get another call soon, even though he suspected it wouldn't. Then he met Dream's horrified gaze with one of his own. Stretch was right. They were all out of time. Oh no! Ink's tears had run out by the time X-Gaster, Fel-Alphys, and Dr. Fel-Gaster returned. The reason for their delay soon became apparent as X-Gaster's conjured hands dragged an unconscious Stretch into view. His limp body was hooked to manacles on the far wall, and he was left there, quiet and unmoving as though he was merely asleep. Cut off from his magic as he was, Ink could only scan him visually. Thankfully, there was no crack in his skull. When Ink had hoped for someone else to show up, he meant almost anything but as another prisoner. Ink immediately knew that the only reason Stretch was still alive was to be motivation for him to cooperate. His anger and helplessness at the situation did not magically summon Nightmare to his side. He settled for giving X-Gaster a death glare of his own. You will not be rescued, X-Gaster told him coldly. My barriers remain intact. None of them will be able to enter here. Will you comply? Or do you want one more death on your conscience? Undyne strode over and put her spear to Stretch's throat. I can't release the shield unless I have access to my magic. Ink rasped. Undyne's spear twitched, nearly cutting Stretch's neck. I'm not lying! Ink shouted desperately. His voice was enough to make his throat feel strained. Ink's cry made Stretch stir. He raised his head a little and stared down at the purple spear with a resigned expression. Let me die, Ink. I'm not worth... Oh, screw you! Ink spat at him. You're getting back to your brother, asshole! The target of his ire jumped slightly, shocked by his aggression. Thankfully, Undying had already pulled her spear away. Stretch composed himself and stared at his former co-workers with a droll expression. So, why haven't you used Override on me so I'll help you out? Your assistance is inconsequential. Oh, fuck, X-Gaster said coldly. At first, I only brought you into our circle in case we needed to retrieve Dream. Luckily for us, the Protector revealed himself. Stretch's jaw clenched. Leave my brother alone. Blue would only be harmed if he gets in the way. Ex-Gaster dismissed. Stretch's eye socket seemed to flicker, like it was trying to flash orange but couldn't find the strength. Leave both of my brothers alone. And that, ladies and gentlemen, and anything in between, is when my soul plummeted. And historians will call them close friends, besties, roommates, colleagues. They're brothers. Yeah. Yeah. Yay. Sure, man. Ex-Gaster ignored him, like I would. They may be your brothers, but like, that's your brother-in-law. That's your brother-in-law, Stretch. That's your brother-in-law that you're talking about, you know? In hindsight, Ink wasn't surprised that Ex-Gaster had intended to target the Guardian of Positivity. Listen, brothers-in-law. His obsession with making himself the guardian of the multiverse was consistent, if nothing else. Felgaster and Fel Alphys's misplaced blame was just as predictable. They're going to murder me. The reality hit Ink like a blow to the chest, stealing any warmth from his bones. Ex-Gaster, Fel Alphys, and Dr. Felgaster were not corrupted. They were not being controlled. They were acting of their own accord. Their minds could not be changed, and they had no mercy for the one they saw as an abomination at best, and a resource for their experiments at worst. They could claim to be trying to help the multiverse all they wanted, but the reality was they were going to murder Ink. They were going to cut his soul to pieces and snuff out his life because they could not stand the idea that he could fix what they couldn't, and couldn't fix whatever they wanted. They weren't going to hesitate. They weren't going to change. They were going to murder Ink and feel no remorse once he expired. They would show just as much remorse towards those that inevitably died because of their actions. That was none at all, just like they felt nothing for all the other souls they had destroyed and killed. Ink was so lost in his despair that he did not notice when Felgaster pulled out a tool and approached him. The high-pitched grinding of a saw frightened him back into alertness just in time for it to touch the black shield covering his soul. "Come on!" Cross begged. The hand-sized portal in front of him cracked and wavered, refusing to open further, as if it was held by a glowing purple X that almost looked like it was made of claws. Everyone watched Cross struggle with varying levels of desperation and despair, but neither dream nor nightmare reached to the emotions around them. Reacted. Ah! As Ex-Gaster's defenses held firm, Killer silently shook his head in denial. Blue struggled not to cry as he numbly tried to call his brother again, and horror lowered his head into his hands. Even Fresh appeared grim. "Come on!" Cross pleaded again, harsher this time as his vision blurred with tears. "Do something good for once in your existence! Come on!" Try as he might, he could not break through. Oh gosh. Here we go. The noise was awful. The pressure where the tool cut at the shield was even worse. It wasn't even that close to cutting through, but it was already invasive. Ink could feel the blade pushing at the shield, pressing hard against the scars and gouges like it sought them out first, so it'd be easier to make their first break. The machines he was attached to sent currents along the wires attached to his soul, first stinging, then burning as they used their frequencies to slowly scrape away his defenses. Dr. Felgaster was extremely careful. His face held little expression as bits of black magic were cut away, falling to the floor and evaporating. The machines tracking Ink's vitals and soul beeped wildly, reflecting his growing terror as his shield was stripped away from him. Too quickly, Ink's final shield failed, exposing a bit of the cracked white soul underneath. The visible cracks were filled with the golden codes of the Doodle Sphere. Ink tried to call out again like he had in the Mega Timeline, but there was no answer. There was nothing the Doodle Sphere could do. Ex-Gaster was Excel's creator, and he held the most power here. No one was coming to the rescue. No one was here to help. There was only a restrained and captured Stretch, the immobile half-soul of Ex-Kara, and an even more restrained and captured Ink. Unable to withstand the strain any longer, the shield shattered, evaporating as it crumbled and revealing Ink's soul. Felgaster set the saw aside. "There we are. Ugly thing, isn't it? It will serve its purpose." Ex-Gaster raised his hand, and a black spike formed in the empty hole in his palm. Stretch gave up all pretense and shouted insults in a futile attempt to direct attention away from Ink. Both Ex-Kara and Ex-Undying could do nothing but observe. Fel Alphys was coldly satisfied, convinced that X-Gaster might be able to do what Ink could not, but ready to give up on the multiverse if he couldn't. Dr. Felgaster was much more vindicative as he waited for the failure of a protector to die. The spike cut deep into Ink's soul. Ink's soul did not instantly break. He almost wished it did. Make it stop, please make it stop. X-Gaster remained unmoved as Ink shrieked in pain, shuddering and wriggling as his soul was pierced. It miraculously remained in one piece, holding itself together as its surface was punctured. X-Gaster pressed the spike deeper, and Ink's body lurched. He could no longer tell if he was screaming. He could not tell if he was thrashing and rubbing his wrists, an ankle raw in a mindless desperation to escape his restraints. All that remained was the pain that pierced the very core of his being, made even worse by the knowledge that it was someone else that hurt him so deeply this time. The pain tore Ink apart at his core, leaving him sobbing and screaming, but his soul refused to break. X-Gaster could not rip a piece of it off like he wanted to. Ink's soul would give out before he could try. X-Gaster was going to kill Ink here and now, depriving this multiverse of protector and Ink's family of a brother for his own selfish, unattainable goal. There was no rescue coming. Ink was going to die. I promised Horror I would defend myself. Ink wanted to cook with Horror again. He wanted to read with Dust, prank with Killer, travel with Cross, and huddle close to Nightmare. He wanted to play games with Error, hug Dream, hang out with Blue, and help Gino find a home. He wanted to hold Broomy and nuzzle Cyan and Gold. He wanted to save Aster, think Top, Mourn Color, and see Prism again. He wanted to go home. He wanted his family. He wanted to live. Ink took hold of everything he had left in his breaking soul and let go. In the end, they did not need Cross to use Overwrite. In the end, the group of desperate guardians, monsters, and one human child did not have the chance to start a fight. As Cross struggled to utilize a power he did not want or understand, the burden was taken from him. Someone called out. Something broke free. Something tore. And the air in front of Nightmare rippled open like a crack in a shattered mirror, revealing the eerie white of a broken world. Without hesitation, Nightmare dove right through the portal. He could not say what compelled him, just like he could not say what compelled him to check on the particularly strong beacon of despair that had led him to Ink. Last time, it was that despair that let Nightmare find Ink. This time, it was his pure, untethered pain. Nightmare landed in what initially appeared to be the anti-void, just in time to see a solitary building shudder. Then the laboratory shattered. The explosion was so violent that it blew Nightmare off of his feet, causing him to land hard on the empty white ground of the anti-void around what had once been Exhale. The air hummed and groaned, the sound gradually growing louder. The explosive pressure that had torn the air shifted into a vortex like a tornado, and the infinite white of the anti-void began to darken. Nightmare staggered to his feet, barely noticing that the others had joined him as he bolted straight for the catalysm straight ahead. Cross, Killer, Horror, and Dust saw their boss charge into battle and ran right in after him. The dreary fog that had overshadowed Nightmare since he was healed of the corruption drew back, and he tried to shout at them to fall back. The gang either did not hear him or they ignored him. It did not matter if the gang ran into a fight or not. There was no fight to be found because this was not a battle between monsters. This was a force of nature. And in the middle of the storm was Ink. Ink hovered above the broken tile floor of what had once been a lab, the cleaved metal restraint still woven through his wrists. Glowing green magic dripped from Ink's eye sockets and mouth, thick and vicious like blood or paint. In sharp contrast to the blood and magic leaving tear marks down his face, Ink's expression was completely calm. He floated serenely in the midst of the storm, unaffected by the winds that pinned his enemies to the floor. Except they were not winds, Nightmare realized. They were codes that glowed the same green as Ink's eye sockets. This was the remnants of X-Gaster's territory, of his world. As its creator, he should have complete control over its codes. The protector of creation did not care. His arm swung blindly, splintering the remaining restraints in his wrist and ankle into splinter-like shards, and translucent black chains whistled through the air, splitting the atmosphere. Codes shattered in their wake, breaking into the visible spectrum and reforming so rapidly that the air cracked and boomed behind them. Nightmare realized Ink was targeting any lingering corruption he could detect. It was not the only thing he targeted. Glowing black chains wrapped around X-Gaster's soul, and he howled in anger, not pain. Fel Alphys and Dr. Felgaster could not even rise from where they had fallen. held down by the very air itself as the codes roiled around them. Only spots of orange, white, and red lay untouched in the raging tempest. Stretch looked up at the tornado of codes and remained seated, his freed hands laying limply at his sides as he dazedly wondered when his manacles had been removed. X-Kara's soul container was floating over to him and was gently deposited in his lap. He held the soul close, shielding him with his arms, but the soul was in no danger. He could remain there for now. X-Kara could be helped later. X-Undying could be helped now. At first she staggered in the wind, swinging wildly as her controlled body tried to fight the air that had turned against her controller. Without warning, she stilled, staring into space as her purple eyes flickered. The purple codes that circled around her made a straining noise, crackling as with green light, and something crunched. The purple codes faded. X-Undying fell to her knees. She pressed a hand to her head, her pain expression softening, and the purple faded from her eyes. As Cross stared at her, too shocked to move, he felt something brush against him. Green magic embraced him, soothing and kind as they brushed over his skull, and the slashes by Cross's eye sockets mended. He stared upward, mouth agape, then looked down to watch, desperate and hopeful, as green codes swirled around the purple sliver in his soul. They constricted, keeping the white untouched as they closed around the purple like chains being bolted shut. Nothing was said, but a message was passed. A promise. X-Undying and Cross had been helped. Now for other matters. Exhale may be an anomaly with its own interior creator, but it was still part of this multiverse, and Ink let X-Gaster know it. X-Gaster screamed in anger but could do nothing as his control of his two creations were surgically stripped away. Ink could have torn him apart code by code. He could have killed the scientists that hurt him so very, very easily. Even if he did not want to go that far, he could have hurt them instead by holding them in place. But even as Ink became lost in the storm of codes, he did not even consider it. He refused to harm even then. The air crackled with healing light, flickering and flashing like bolts of green lightning. Nightmare could not begin to understand the lines of codes and processes that painstakingly stabilized the area. Yet, for the first time, he truly understood how the Protector could be the Destroyer's equal. Except Ink did not stop there. He reached further out, then kept on reaching. There was more to repair, after all. Exhale was still too complex to touch, so Ink moved onward, beyond. One of his hands curled at his neck, like he was reaching for something that wasn't there. The observers could only watch in shock, and in Fresh's case with quiet terror, as more and more of the codes that made up their multiverse became visible, and the world around them seemed to disintegrate into numbers and letters. Something hit Nightmare in the back. He unbalanced and reached out, seeking something to hold on to, when there was only codes, only to grasp the handle of a familiar brush. Broomy frantically yanked him forward, practically vibrating in distress as they held onto Nightmare with their brush and pulled him along. Behind Nightmare, Gino struggled to move with a strained cry. His soul! Now that Nightmare was closer, he could see it. Like Ink's eye sockets, his soul was covered with a shining green light. Through the light, Nightmare could see the dark spots where it was cracking. He did not need Broomy to urge him forward anymore. Nightmare's exhaustion and hesitation were forgotten as he stumbled through the rippling numbers and over-glitching debris. Through the blocky shadows, he recognized the shape of a computer. It must be from the lab. Why was it untouched? Nightmare pushed that question aside as he fought the wind, desperate to get close enough to Ink to be heard. Air tried to join him, only to be pushed back as the codes recognized the Destroyer and rallied against him. Air's strings dug into the white ground, and he held on, his voice barely reaching Nightmare. He's trying to repair world codes and reach into the depths of the void. He's reaching too far. He's gonna kill himself! Nightmare did not need Air's warning to know that. He could see it when the cracks in Ink's soul did not stay dark. They glowed green and gold, the light shining so brightly that it looked like it was about to shatter from the inside out. Nightmare only made it a few more steps before he fell to his knees, hearing the startled cries of the gang at his back. Even when Horror dug an axe into the ground and Killer stabbed a knife to try to pull himself forward, they could not move closer. Even with Broomy's help, Nightmare couldn't get up. Felt like gravity itself was fighting him as he struggled to rise. Broomy also faltered, colors fading slightly as they refused to take too much magic from Cyan and Gold, who clung stubbornly to their handle. A hand lashed onto Nightmare's arm. Fear nearly broke Nightmare's mended apple soul in half before he recognized Dream. His brother did not try to speak. He stared ahead, holding his twin's arm securely as he forced them both forward a step. Then he took another, and another. Both of them were exhausted. Both of them were weakened from the corruption they endured. Broomy pressed across their back, preventing them from being pushed. away, and together they held each other up as they pushed forward into the storm. Ink did not move or acknowledge them as they pushed towards him. He remained aloft just above their head, floating serenely as codes circled around him so rapidly that they appeared to be a green blur. Chains lashed out again, snapping defensively, but they passed harmlessly through the twins. Felgaster and Fel'Alphys screamed in shock as the chains closed around them and became opacue, binding them so tightly that they could not move an inch. The gang had gathered together, barely holding their ground as they watched their boss and his brother. At Dust's back, something flickered, as if a pair of barely visible gloved hands were also trying to keep them from being pushed away. Air's string snapped and he was thrown backwards before he caught himself again. Gino clung to Blue, while Red held onto Edge, forced to keep their heads down as the wind threatened to push them back. Fresh crouched nearby, covering his head, and remained stock still as the code snapped around him. Only Nightmare, Broomy, and Dream were allowed to move forward. Without warning, Broomy faltered and fell, their colors fading to white as cyan and gold curled tightly around them. The snakes shivered, their colored eyes dull, but they were alive. Broomy refused to use more and drained them. The twins kept pushing onward, with each step feeling like they were trying to force their way through a stone of a mountain. Dream's hands slipped from Nightmare's arm and his legs buckled as the sheer weight of the atmosphere overwhelmed him. That left Nightmare to take the last few steps alone. The codes were so sharp that they stunned Nightmare's eye sockets and tentacles, but he refused to falter. He halted just in front of the floating figure above and looked into bloody eye sockets. There was no recognition in Ink's face. Black blood and green magic continued to drip from his eye sockets like a thick stream of tears. The cracks in his soul widened, giving it an appearance like the codes and green magic were the only things keeping it together. Faint emotions battered at Nightmare, as feeble as the desperate strikes of a small, starving kitten. Ink hated Xcaster for what he'd done. He was terrified of the white that surrounded him. He was desperate not to die, and equally desperate to help him fix. There's too much. Ink's emotions screamed at Nightmare. It was too much. He was scared. He was hurting. But Ink had to hold on. He had to keep pushing. He needed to protect them. He couldn't let it go. It wasn't safe. "It's safe, Ink!" Nightmare shouted, his voice hoarse. "Air and I are healed. You have Xcaster contained. The rest of the multiverse can wait. You can stop." Ink did not react. He did not stop. The white medical gown swayed and whipped in the wind, pressing against his right leg and revealing where his femur had been severed. Splatters of green and black dotted the cloth by his shoulders, from where it rained, from his eye sockets and down his chin. Nightmare reached up and grasped Ink's left ankle. Gently, he pulled until Ink was almost to the ground. His bare foot hovered just a couple inches over the broken flooring of the lab. Even with that little bit of height, Ink was too small. His body shivered violently, just like it had when he was sick and feverish after the attack in Horror Tale. Nightmare put his hands on Ink's shoulders, trying desperately to get his attention as he cried out to him. "We're here, Ink! We are all safe. We're here with you." Ink stared through him. He didn't see him. He didn't recognize him. His soul was on the verge of breaking. Nightmare felt a familiar, neutral sensation, and some of his weariness faded. Ink was healing him, even with all this power, even after everything he had endured, even after what Nightmare had done to him. His instinct to protect and heal remained. Nightmare's face crumbled, and he hugged Ink as tightly as he dared. His tentacle arced forward, curling around him like they could somehow shield Ink from further harm, and he pressed his cheek against the top of Ink's head. "I'm sorry. I hurt you. I belittled you. I tried to force you to be what you weren't. I made a mistake. I regret it. I'm sorry I made you feel like nothing." Nightmare's breathing hitched, and droplets fell onto Ink's skull. "You've done so well. You've helped so many, including those that did not deserve it, but you can rest now, Ink. It's okay. We're going to be okay. Let go." Ink stared past Nightmare. His eye sockets were half closed now. His breathing was shallow. His soul flickered, crackling further, and Nightmare hugged him as tightly as he could. No matter what happened, he would hold on. He would not let go. Ink's hands twitched, and he grasped Nightmare's tentacles. His fingers curled gently around it, and a sense of wonder, joy, and hope prickled at Nightmare's senses, just like when they had first met. Accompanying them was a wave of complete calm as Ink recognized who was there. Nightmare. Safe. The codes faded. The world shifted back to white. The windstorm ceased. Nightmare caught Ink before he could hit the ground, cradling him close to his chest as the glow faded. The green magic evaporated, leaving smears of black blood beneath his eye sockets and mouth. His eye sockets slipped closed enough that only a thin sliver of black was visible. Ink curled up against Nightmare's chest and feebly moved his hand. Nightmare instantly shifted his body, allowing Ink to grasp one of his tentacles again. A ghost of a smile appeared on Ink's face, and his eye sockets fully closed. Nightmare tensed, holding on as tightly as he could, like that would somehow make Ink stay. Ink's soul flickered, its own green glow fading rapidly, but it didn't break. The cracks in the soul were deep, but not empty. Golden codes filled the fracture, securely holding the white heart in one piece. Ink's soul had endured so much, but even now, it refused to shatter. Ink kept breathing. His soul had not broken. He did not dust. He still lived. Nightmare made a low, choking sound of both sorrow and relief. He leaned over, pressing his forehead against Ink's, and thin fingers squeezed his tentacle just a little tighter to reassure him. The gang hovered nearby, keeping a wary eye on the bound scientists. From the way that Ex-Gaster, Dr. Felgaster, and Fel Alpha struggled to break free, it appeared that Ink's chains had taken their access to their abilities away. Considering the codes that had roiled around them, it could be a temporary measure, or very, very permanent. Nightmare shifted his body so that he was between them and Ink, just in case. Horror, Killer, Dust, and Cross inched a bit closer, torn between running over to them and keeping their guard up. Blue was in a similar position, practically straining as he fought between his duty to stand guard and his desire to hug his brother. Gino saw their struggle and made the decision for them. Edge, Red, and I have them. He strode forward a few steps, but held out an arm, stopping air before he could move past him. The near miss made air glitch badly, and he glowered at Gino. "No killing," Gino reminded him. "Whatever," Air muttered. He stormed over to the scientists and summoned his strings. Fel Alpha's irises shrank with fear, while Felgaster stared back defiantly. Ex-Gaster remained aloof. He was bound and weakened. His soul was encased in Ink's chains, preventing him from using his powers, including Overwrite. His defenses had been stripped away by Ink's outburst of magic and codes. It was clear that Ink had done something to completely block him off from his abilities. It would be so easy to kill him now. Nightmare could tell that Cross knew it too, yet there was no confliction as he turned his back to Ex-Gaster in favor of checking on Ink first. The gang gathered as close to Nightmare as they dared. Broomy lifted themselves and hovered as close as they could, careful not to draw on Ink's magic. Cyan and Gold slivered down their brush and curled by Ink's collarbones. A flare of anguish outrage flicked from Cross like a half-received signal, startling Nightmare, and he understood it was directed at the plain white attire Ink had been forced into. "Here, we have..." Cross reached for Horror's small belt bag, likely to take out Ink's scarf. He bleatedly noticed Ink's missing leg and balked. He recovered quickly, but not before his guilt prodded at Nightmare's senses. As fucking always. Ink stirred slightly and reached out with the hand that wasn't clinging to Nightmare's tentacle. Cross latched onto it with both of his own. His white eyelids disappeared behind his closed eye sockets, and he sighed shakily, pressing his forehand against their interwoven hands. Horror laid his hand on top Ink's skull, while Dust cautiously grasped his arm near Cross's hold. Killer grumbled in discontent, shifting to try to find room, and Nightmare felt something bump into his leg. Panic tore through the gang like a tsunami, and Nightmare froze, too terrified to risk trying to back away in case he hit another member of the gang. His horror choked him, preventing any sounds from escaping his throat. But faded just as quickly as it was overcome by confusion. Killer had just bumped into him. He did not die. He did not scream like he was in pain. He was... fine? Killer stared up at Nightmare, his shock reflecting Nightmare's own. Hesitantly, he reached out and laid his fingertips on Nightmare's arms. Nightmare jerked, trying to pull away while simultaneously being unwilling to move due to Ink's injuries, but Killer boldly grabbed his forearm. He still did not cry out in pain. He did not dust. He was okay. "Wait," Dust said faintly, his fear turning to shock. "Wait!" Killer threw his arms around Nightmare. Ink was stuck between them, but he did not seem to mind as he hummed quietly and released Cross to latch onto Killer instead. Cross made a low, hiccuping sound and threw himself forward, joining the embrace, while Dust copied him much more hesitantly. His lingering anxiety prodded at Nightmare but eased slightly as he laid his head on his boss's shoulder. Horror gave a loud, startled laugh and wrapped them up in his arms. His enthusiasm unbalanced them all, and they ended up toppling over with Nightmare as the unfortunate one at the bottom of the pile. He instinctively checked that Ink and Killer, who had been in the middle, were alright before he registered what was happening. I can touch them safely. Anger lashed at Nightmare, chasing away a bit of the warmth, but he looked over to see that Gino had just gagged Fel Alphys, likely to keep her from shouting anything. Fresh lurked close to X-Gaster, his smile back and wider than ever, as something like satisfaction flicked through his presence. Stretch hovered a safe distance from them all with a human soul held in a glass case in his hands. The soul was aware X-Kara was more than a little vindicatively pleased about X-Gaster's predicament. Blue's exasperated disapproval tickled at Nightmare's senses, but it paled in comparison to Red and Edge's disappointment. Dr. Felgaster refused to look at his sons. The gang would not release Nightmare. Their emotions churned in the air around him, and he looked back at them, fighting with the panic that it insisted that they were going to be hurt. Hesitantly, Nightmare reached up and brushed a hand over Killer's skull. Killer blinked in surprise, but then gave a watery laugh and wiped at his eye sockets. You taking cues from Horror, huh? I suppose I am, Nightmare admitted. I don't know what to do. It's new to you, Dust said dryly. You can learn. Nightmare could still feel him trembling and sense his lingering fear, but he did not pull away. A snarl distracted Nightmare again, and he looked back to see Corfrisk had stepped between Error and X-Gaster. The Destroyer's anger unnerved him, but he could detect the anguish that motivated it. Error's gaze locked onto Cross, and Nightmare tensed, his tentacles lashing defensively. Error ignored him. You! X-Abomination! Screw off, Cross said tiredly. Error sneered at him. Ink will set his annoying brush on me if I kill this bastard, but I think you have more of a say in what happens to him, right? Cross stiffened. A series of conflicted emotions tore through him, and Nightmare instinctively placed a hand on his upper back, rubbing it gently. Cross calmed down before he could hyperventilate and rose to his feet. Killer went with him, expression hard. Let me do it, Killer said coldly. I won't feel bad. Cross shook his head. He glanced at X-Undyne, who was being supported by Edge. Their eyes briefly met, and he averted his gaze. X-Undyne's emotions were muddled as she looked at her former friend. She did not try to approach him. Not yet. Instead, Cross went to X-Gaster. His white eyelights held no love for his creator. Can you bring the others back? X-Gaster's glare was just as cold. It would be a waste. Cross's fingers flexed. They remained empty. Undyne and Kara should have to say, do you have some place to contain him outside of the Mega Timeline Core? Yes. Corfrisk's voice was unsteady, and their aura roiled with shock. Nightmare wondered how they had fared during the code assault before he realized they had been unable to manifest an X-Tail at all until Ink released the storm. Ink has blocked him off from using his coding abilities and overwrite. Cross's white eyelights flicked over towards Edge and Red, whose father still refused to even acknowledge them. Nightmare could tell it was because that would mean acknowledging that he'd been wrong. Dream stepped up to Cross, causing another conflicted burst of emotion to twist through his aura. The guardian of positivity kept a respectful distance. We will rest them for now. We can meet in the Grassfield world later, Dream said quietly. He purposely did not look at Nightmare. Go. We'll handle this. Cross's hands clenched into fists. If they escape or are let off, they're dead. Dream met his gaze levelly. They won't escape justice. I will not allow it. Cross nodded. He returned to the gang as Dream briefly met Nightmare's gaze. He hesitated, then smiled a little. Nightmare did not smile back, but his tentacles relaxed. Horror took Ink from Nightmare, carefully lifting him. Ink instantly gripped the front of Horror's shirt. His eyelights glazed with fever and exhaustion. Horror gently wiped away bits of blood from his cheeks and chin. He blinked lethargically, like he was struggling to focus on Horror's face. Oh? Ink questioned feebly. His gaze dropped to the white medical gown and he flinched. Killer wordlessly removed his coat and wrapped Ink in it. Horror adjusted the blue fabric, assuring it covered the white gown, and held Ink close. Yes, we're going home. Yeah, I did it! Jesus. Remember when Killer hated ink? I know, right? It's so far away. I'm not reading another chapter, guys. Oh my god. That took so much out of my voice. I'm gonna, like, you can hear it. Can you guys hear it? Like, compare it to, like, when I first started the stream to now. Oh my god, my voice is gonna be destroyed tomorrow. At least it gives me an excuse not to talk in class. This was so fun. That was my favorite chapter. I love that chapter so much. It's my favorite chapter. The whole entire... Oh my god, guys. I have, like, an animatic perfectly in my head of Nightmare yanking ink down from the problem. I forget what song I always want to use with it, but there's a specific song I want to use with it. But I'm, like, terrified I'm not gonna be able to capture it right. Oh my god. It's such a good scene that I'm like, I want to make something of it so bad, but like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to capture that scene right. It is so good. It's my favorite scene in the whole entire fic of Nightmare's Apology. It's so great. Oh, it's so good. It started with them, and it ended with them, guys. It started with it started with Nightmare and Ink, and it ended with them. Absolutely amazing. Amazing writing. Amazing. Anyways, as you can tell, my voice is giving out. I need to go lay down and rest. Next Saturday or Sunday, we're gonna read another 4 chapters. The hardship is over though, chat. We have gotten through the angst. Now it's recovery. I'm so excited. I think we only will have, 2 more chapters, I think. 2 more chapters. 2 more streams of FTFO. Only 2 more. Isn't that crazy? I don't know if we're gonna be doing other, like, stuff out there. I don't know if we're gonna be doing other fics. If I do, it'll probably be with other people, just to spice things up. Me and Void are low-key planning to have another series where we just go and react to old Undertale comic dubs. Oh, Void's here. Hi, Void. Yeah. Or we just, like, on stream, react to old Undertale comic dubs, and make jokes about it. It would not be serious. So that might be, like, the next series, basically. I haven't read Spilled Ink yet, so I would not be able to do that until I finish Spilled Ink. And I don't know if I'll ever read that. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. If you think FTFO is dark, Beetle has told me that Spilled Ink gets a lot darker, and I don't know if I want that type of sadness on my channel. Well, I make inks, but you know what I mean, like, I like FTFO because there's a lot of fluff mixed in between it. I know with Spilled Ink that it's like, there's a lot of dark stuff in it throughout it, and like the fluff is very sparing because it's such a dark story. Like, for example, if Solas's fic, because Buddy was planning to make a Solas fic, if Solas's fic ever did get made, I wouldn't have read it on stream, even if it was a part of FTFO's story. I would have recommended to go read it, but because it's so dark, and because it would have, what it would have contained, even if it's important to FTFO's story and lore, I would not have read it on stream, because it's too dark and too much to handle. I am trying to read Perseverance, but it's not finished, and it's also Error Inc., and I don't enjoy Error Inc. There's other fics that I'm trying to read, like long ones, to see if I would want to keep doing that. Again, I would probably switch it up with like Doodler or something, because I think it's funny if I switch the person with each fic. I'm gonna look into stuff. Me and Beetle, we might, if we do like one FTFO stream and we're just chilling at the end, or we might just do like a follow-up stream at the next day after we finish the last one and be like talking about FTFO, just like an FTFO chatting stream, going through it and talking about stuff. Or I might just do it by myself and talk about potentially like what we're gonna do. If you have any recommendations for Undertale fics that maybe you want me to read on stream, which it might be something that I start doing by myself or with someone else, then go to my Tumblr, It should be linked in the description of this video. Go to my Tumblr and send me some lawn fic recommendations, preferably ones that are finished, and also ones that don't really have ships in them. I'm fine if you give me ship ones. That's fine. At the same time, you know, FTFO is so great because there's no ships. So, yeah. Just, I don't mind. If they do have ships, go ahead and send them to me and I'll read them over. Preferably completed, preferably, like longer form. Like if it's a 20k fic, I might not read that. Because it's just so short, you know? I can't really make a series out of that. But yeah. And if it's like a long term, like form fic that like has like what 500 words, like Perseverance does, I might start reading that on stream because I know Perseverance gets updated once a week, I'm pretty sure, and it has like I think 600 words already. It's a long fic. So, yeah. Just give me suggestions. And when I say long, I mean like above, I would say 50k words. Just so I can make multiple streams about it, or at least make a long-term stream about it, you know? So it's not just like, we read for an hour and then it's over, you know? So yeah, my Tumblr's in my description if you want to go give recommendations, or if you want to wait until that follow-up FTFO stream that I'm probably going to do by myself, and give me suggestions then. Up to you. I would refer the Tumblr so I could look into it now, and potentially have some ideas to bring for that one. With that, I'm gonna head off. I'm so tired. I'm not gonna be able to speak tomorrow. Hope y'all enjoyed. I cannot wait to finish off this series with you guys. Anyways, bye everybody!